night beckons while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread, and fate may fall down upon you, while the devil is knocking right Wanna join me? Come and play, but I might shoot you in your face. Bombs and bullets will do the trick. What we need here is a little bit of panic. Do you ever wanna catch me? Right now I'm feeling ignored. So can you try a little harder? I'm really getting bored. Come on, shoot faster. Just a little bit of energy. I wanna try something fun right now. I guess some people don't.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the LCK Summer Worlds Qualifier. I'm Atlas. I'm joined by Wolf here for today's best of 5 to determine who will be facing Live Sandbox for the final Worlds spot out of DRX and KT. And Wolf, predictions are difficult for this one.
Yeah, I mean, right now, most people leaning towards KT Rollster based on where their season ended, where DRX's season ended. But let's not forget, KT Rollster choked in that series against Damwon Kia. DRX looked weak in their final playoff series, but Def looked very good, and there's still a chance for an upset tonight. I think most people are wondering what form will KT show up with this evening, because I think that's really the most important part of how this best of 5 is going to go.
No, exactly right. If you missed yesterday's games, let's go over exactly how this is going to work because, of course, slightly new format. Last time around, Harmalife Esports and T1 faced off for seeding at the end. We felt like that wasn't exactly the best way to play out a best of 5 as far as hype was concerned, and so therefore we have now made it so that today one of these teams is going home and the other team has a chance of going to Worlds instead of us promoting someone today and then deciding seeding tomorrow. And so you can see this is what has happened thus far. Damwon Kia managed to take down Live Sandbox in a 3-1 victory. Actually a fantastic return to form when it comes to Damwon Kia. Let's have a look at our predictions though, because there is certainly one that is standing out. Because it's red and it's blue, it makes Chronicle look like the only one that's right, but I don't know whether that is going to be true.
But we'll have to wait and see. I think if you're predicting DRX as a 3-2, I think it's the most reasonable DRX prediction right now. Again, it's really been a long time since we've seen these two teams play. We're on the same patch as when they both fell in playoffs. As bring it on, Live Sandbox. Which team will advance to the 4th seed decider? KT, it's been 4 years since their Worlds performance, and DRX looking after 2 years to return to that stage. Very different roster, very different team.
Yeah. In 2018, of course, Rookie really king-hitting KT out of Worlds qualification for the remainder of these 4 years. So KT, it's not a shoo-in just yet. Of course, they have to get through both DRX and Live Sandbox if they want to make that dream come true. And this is actually very interesting. Of course, DRX looking so much better in spring than KT. KT really finding a resurgence moving into the latter half of the year. And as you can see, it got worse for DRX as the season went on.
Certainly did. DRX having a much stronger start to the summer season as well, just in general. We'll talk about meta picks later on, but all eyes on bot, aiming versus Deft. This is the one lane as DRX you can count on to be pretty consistent. Deft and Barrel down there. It's a tough matchup versus aiming and life, of course, but this is the lane you feel like if Deft gets a priority pick, he will be able to control the game around him, that early prio. I think that has to be how we're going to see this play out for DRX. If he's playing something like Azeri, your mid-game gets a little bit rocky because you're relying on the rest of your team, which hasn't been as consistent.
No, that's exactly right. And, you know, how will Deft manage to get through this qualification round without Morgan towards the top side of the map, who was the true hero of Life Esports' run? Let's start off with KT, though, and welcome them to LoL Park for what could be the final time this year, or they could be coming back tomorrow. Of course, Life, a lot of experience when it comes to these sort of runs. He's been joined by many other players when he was playing for Gen G as far as making it through qualifiers. And that team was very good at qualifiers. It even became a bit of a meme, although that was largely around Cuvée towards the top side many moons ago. But this is a squad that is no stranger to tough matches. And I'm looking forward to seeing whether they can pull themselves together. My eyes will 100% be glued to Vikla and how his mental state's going to be, because, of course, he won Rookie of the Year.
Yeah.
But that does mean that he is a rookie. He has the least experience, and thankfully he has Rascal there, Life there, I mean, Aiming and Cuz as well. Like, I mean, there is so much experience around him, but whether or not he can hold on is going to be a big question mark for me.
Yeah, it's really about his performance tonight. Is DRX on the other side? Deft recently announced he might not, in fact, go to the military.
Unretired, heck yeah.
It's almost like he's de-retired. He stopped the retirement. But this team stands in the way of a completely new generation of players, because if they win tonight, they might also then leave Sandbox and stop these two rosters of teams that have no real world's experience as main rosters, two new faces on the world stage. DRX has been many times before. It's been 2 years since their last appearance, of course, but this is a really cool matchup to me because Deft faces off against his former team here to try to prevent KT Rolster 5 years in a row from going to Worlds. They just had their first playoffs. They choke in that best of 5 against Damwon Kia. Can't cross the finish line now against DRX, the expected victors by most, but they will have to show up tonight in a big way to prove it. Then face off against rivals Live Sandbox tomorrow. Such a huge arc it would be for KT to recover from that loss against Damwon Kia, where they chose Baron over Nexus.
No, exactly right. Let's have a look at our key player matchup, and my eyes were drawn to one stat when it came to this graph, Wolf, and that was the 1.75 damage per gold. If a player has that in a game, it's largely because they've had that one game where they're playing Zeri and the game goes 52 minutes. You know, like, that's where those sort of numbers come from. But this is in those 4 games, the majority of which they lost.
Yeah, Deft looked incredible on late game Lucian as well, even in losses. And I think that's the pick that I have my eyes on most for Deft here, even on red side if he's given the opportunity. His damage share went way up in playoffs, but I think a lot of that is because Zeka was playing tons of quirky Azir throughout the regular season, especially in the first round robin. But you see his damage share went up massively in playoffs because he's been so important for his team, like Aiming. In the past, we'd say, okay, Aiming is the late game AD carry player only, doesn't play as much tempo in the 2v2, doesn't play as much prio. That's Deft's angle, but I think both these players have kind of approached each other's playstyles, and this matchup is a lot more well-rounded than it was a few weeks ago. And I'm really excited to see how Beryl performs tonight, because it's a meta where we're seeing a little bit less engaged support and type of play, and maybe if he gets something like a Nautilus, they beat a Zeri pick, that could be cool for him. But otherwise, this could be Life on Enchanters versus Beryl's Enchanters. And I'm leaning towards Life right now in that department.
I mean, Life has always been an Enchanter player. He's been fantastic in that sort of role and in these metas. So it's completely understandable that you would side with him in this particular argument. Beryl, maybe he'll find an angle to pick up an Amumu or something like that. In some crazy world, maybe a Callista slips through a draft, right? And then we do get to see something like that. But I agree with you. I think that it's going to be a rough game for Beryl purely because of where the meta is sitting at the moment. But the man has brought out some pretty crazy things in the past. And remember, this guy is a world champion, of course. If DRX qualify for Worlds, it means all of the Damwon 2020 team will be going outside of Ghost, which is a little bit sad for Ghost, but still a kind of cool fact and would be fun to see Deft back on the world stage again since, 2018, well, since 2020, where he went with DRX, but of course that KT super team that we were talking about, the one that rookie King hit out of the arena and out of the world championship, Deft was on that roster as well. It would be very, very fun to see the Alpaca back at Worlds. Both of these teams. I mean, all three of the teams that we have as an option, I'm not going to be sad if any of them go Wolf.
No, I really am not. And the only thing we'll be sad about is if both of these teams underperform and that we have a bad series tomorrow.
Yeah.
That's the one thing I don't want to have happen, but I don't expect that to be the case. As KT, of course, will have side selection because they're the higher seed based on their championship points going into this series. They choose blue side. And the focal point for me is never going to see Rascal on Renekton this series. And I don't
I wrote the ban in before we even got into draft.
And I don't think we're ever going to see Kalista or Lucian given over to Deft. That is just not something you want to do here as KT unless you have a really strong plan. And it's a really easy red side rotation to grab that Lucian pick if KT prioritizes something else. Draven, same sort of idea, but it has been the Lucian that Deft has looked stronger on in their last few games.
Well, is it the Yuumi ban or is it the Sivir ban is going to be the question here for DRX, because of course, some teams have been okay with just Lucianing a Zeri pick, but I just don't know whether you really want to Lucian a Zeri Yuumi or a Sivir Yuumi.
Trying to trade
and
it
oh
here.
god, yeah, this is really, really scary.
This makes me feel like DRX are saying we're going to play Lucian into the Zeri Yuumi. And that is...
But I mean, Sivir's up now as well, so can you play Lucian into Sivir Yuumi?
Well, here's another thing, too, going into this series is, will KT actually really be afraid of the Zeri Yuumi from DRX? Because like we were talking about in the pregame, the Zeri Yuumi for DRX is going to be somewhat reliant on its teams having success in the mid-game. You don't just win by default with this pick. You actually do have to get to 2 items, then you have to hit your 3rd item later on without KT bowling you over with the prio they're going to try to get with this Sivir pick. So normally, this is a disaster. Oh my god, they got Zeri Yuumi, but DRX has been a bit shaky during those periods in time, so KT felt pretty confident that even if they give this over, they could control this draft.
I find it really interesting. I just feel like the Yuumi first pick was so obvious, right? Because then you are guaranteed Sivir Yuumi or Zeri Yuumi, right? And so now DRX, they're the ones that are able to wrestle themselves the Zeri pick, and I just find it very, very strange that KT decided to pick it in that order. There must be a reason for it, and we'll have to see exactly where this draft is going to develop after the next round of bans. We'll see whether or not DRX have sort of figured it out. As you can imagine, Lulu probably going to be banned, and then another support.
They have a decent amount of non-committal CC here in the Sejuani and Taliyah picks they've picked up, and Sejuani is still a flex pick right now for KT. The Taliyah, technically, but seems much less likely considering this draft here. Very strong into the Sylas in lane. And there aren't amazing ults to pick up here just yet for DRX. Still some decent ones for the Sylas pick. See the Amumu going away right off the bat here.
Yep.
And another big one to consider here, of course, is the Nautilus pick, which is still open and is one of the best ways of locking this area down. Kingen also probably not going to be allowed to play Ornn this series, and that would be a pick that would really empower their early game objective fights. It's off the cards.
Yeah, I like that one a lot. I think DRX are kind of okay with, the Sejuani being flexed perhaps into a top lane position and that Trundle coming through. Subjugate is a fantastic ultimate for a Sylas to steal, but they may actually want to prioritize that themselves. The Lulu, bit of a no-brainer, as there is that Trundle taken off the board. So KT sussing that one out. Now Pyoshik, he can go towards, something like a Wukong if he would like to. Has been very high priority throughout the playoffs and the qualifiers, although not so much yesterday.
I think it's
a lot
the strongest,
of choices, though.
It's the strongest pick they have with the Zeri setup, because you need some sort of really strong frontline with the Sylas to guarantee you can get that big Zeri ult, and then of course chain that damage together. You need staying power, and Double Cyclone is going to give that to you. And for KT here, now we find out if it's the Flex Sejuani into the top lane or if it is going to be that jungle. The Nautilus is pretty obvious here in terms of setting up for that bot lane. Yeah, you're going to give over a little bit of pushing power there, and this is the Aatrox coming through. But the Nautilus is going to allow you to just press R on Zeri, and it is great into the front line here of DRX. Pyke being hovered. I think there's a little bit of teasing going on since we did see all the DRX funny picks hovered, including the Kindred, as KT just running it back at him. I think that as KT here, you feel really confident about your mid game, and you know that DRX's mid game is very weak. You know, inconsistent, let's say, because it has been strong sometimes when Pioshik is having an on day, when Zek is having an on day.
Oh my goodness, this would be a pick that you can go for. Fiora will be locked in for Kingen, who has just thrown the gauntlet right across the room. I think I watched it whistle past the camera guy as it head over towards KT. DRX, this is a gutsy draft, to say the least.
The front to back for KT just plays itself. You have so much peel, you have Nautilus into Zeri, you can root anybody who tries to come to the front line, and Sivir's ricochet damage into DRX's comp, which both needs to engage but also has to keep Zeri alive somehow, feels very risky here. Now, with the Nautilus Sivir, you're not going to have as insane of a push as you would with a lot of the other support options that we could have seen picked up there for life in the bottom lane. So at least the prio argument isn't as disastrous as it normally is with Sivir lanes into the Zeri. But this is really going to be DRX having to play this mid game out basically perfectly, and that's against an Aatrox pick here. Sivir, who can, or rather Sejuani, who can engage from so far away.
Yeah.
You have the melee Sylas into the Talia, so these Sejuani is so much more powerful at ganking that lane, and Sylas is going to have to play slow. I feel like KT kind of got everything they wanted here, and the only way DRX win this game is if we get to that 3-item Zeri with the Yuumi on her back, then Deft can actually carry. And this series, I think, is going to be all about Deft, so it feels fitting in that way.
No, it absolutely does. And the thing that we've seen is that, I mean, I can't stop thinking about the fact that they first picked Sivir instead of first picking Yuumi. I still think that the Yuumi is the problem in this combination. It might be because I'm such a Rush fan, and that's what he was convincing us of in the LCK final just a few days ago. But still, that's what worries me here, because this bottom side, I don't think is going to have the same amount of power as it could otherwise.
I think
it could be a muted Sivir.
I think KT are just not worried about DRX getting to the late game. I think that's what they're saying in this game one.
Well, see how it goes as we hop into it right now. Sounds like DRX fans out in force today as Zeka has already taken some damage as we pop in. Looks like KT going for a little bit of an excursion throughout the bottom side of the DRX jungle. Not going to find too much as Deft has already made it past. You've got Beryl scooting his way down as well.
Just grabbing a ward.
Yeah.
Getting a little bit of pressure down in there, and Yuumi will rejoin.
Ooh, Deft loses his ward early. That is a gigantic experience advantage for life there on the bottom side of the map.
Well, also very annoying into Sivir Nautilus to not have that trinket.
Yeah.
And can be a big problem against the Sejuani, who is going to have a lot more power early than the Wukong will. And I think Zeka is the one pressure point that DRX can have in this laning phase if he plays aggressively. Pioshik will have to sacrifice some of his jungle potentially if he wants to hover. Look at this. A ward.
Oh dear, Boomerang Blade going to come out. Doesn't exactly get the return damage there as Deft already getting taken down very low, but they return the favor quite nicely. And now Life having to move his way out. And this is exactly how you're going to have to play this lane, because they rely on the Nautilus being able to actually be aggressive, because you're not going to win the war of attrition.
It's a very Life-esque thing to do, hide in the bush, look for an aggressive trade. And like you say, with the healing that Beryl can put on to Deft here, you do need to force these trades where Sivir gets several autos, because trading elsewise while you're trying to CS is not going to be a thing. This topside matchup is going to be really interesting, as you see he's already getting trolled by the Vital there on the left side.
Oh dear, very nice hook coming through from Life as Deft already having to flash. He'd ghosted previously, aiming, now has his ghost on cooldown, but double flashes up for KT.
Three
they have
summoners.
So much control.
Yeah, 3 summoners down here, and you take away that trinket early, and then you just push up to bush. And that is all it takes to get a massive lead here in this lane. Pioshik gonna make that hover in mid like I was talking about here, but Sejuani nearby.
Yeah, gonna be able to get out. Nice chains will connect from Zeka as Vikla not able to find the flick. And KT, their mid laner loses a bit of health, but holds onto the flash, which is very important. Kingen fighting against Canyon. This is a great matchup historically for the Fiora, as you can see. Sometimes doesn't work out, but a lot of it is to do with teams not necessarily knowing how to play with a Fiora, as opposed to it necessarily being their fault entirely.
I think that's a really good point. Just a lot of it's not about the laning phase, but actually what you do with your laning phase or post-laning phase.
Yeah.
How good your macro is, etc. I do completely agree with you. And Vikla did go for Potion Start, obviously, and does have Biscuits, so that trade that he had to take there, or like the health he lost, was really a trade, isn't going to be world-ending by any means.
Oh no, we're going to say world ending again. It's Cuz moving up towards the top side of the map, and he will just find the flash onto Kingen. He's gone the wrong direction here. He's going to get stunned up. Very comfortable first blood going over to the KT jungler.
And these are the kind of things that happen when you are pushing up in a lane like this. You know that as Cuz, Pyoshik is probably on the top side of the map. Look at the additional vision he has in the river there. You know that this is a non-committal gank. Like, if you see the Wukong, you don't actually have to commit, but they don't see it because there's wards there. He knows he can commit to the pushing Fiora, and Wukong just showed in mid, so he would have to sacrifice a lot to actually come over here. Because his pathing, his positioning, really smart in the latter part of the season. He was really one of the weak links for KT, I think, all year long, but has really changed his playstyle quite significantly.
Yeah, as aiming's going to block the cannon minion here. Actually quite a frustrating time for Deft and Beryl towards the bottom side. His hook is going to go wide this time. Deft skates over the wall, though. He will make it out.
I mean, this is a Peanut-esque performance from Cuz here to start things off.
I mean, he's also playing the Sejuani, and we have to remember that Cuz's Sejuani has always been really good. He's the guy that's been playing Sejuani off meta for the last 2 years because he just feels comfortable on this pick, and now it's come back into a really good position. He feels really good about it. Great sidestep there from Deft, but don't know whether it's going to be... Okay, never mind.
That was so well played from Deft. He does, you know, sidestep there, then he can get over the wall.
Well, we've still got another battle as Pyoshik's going to have to flash, get himself out of the way. Permafrost. Not going to be enough to lock him down. And KT get a few more summoner spells out of this bottom side.
Yeah, I mean, as well as you can avoid that death, you are still going to lose a lot of CS here. You still might just get dove. Look, Pyoshik's health is way too low to help out.
Yeah, this is a real dangerous one as Deft is just going to get put into the bouncing castle. It is not going to be a good trade that much here for KT, though, as, Vikla, really nice flip to stop it, but Beryl picks up the kill onto aiming. It's a disaster here for KT, to be honest.
Yeah, that was not the greatest execution of this dive, and I feel like, frankly, it wasn't necessary. Pyoshik is low, so you could just push this turret and push Deft away, grab some plate gold, and say, all right, cool, we're going to deny some more CS, as Kingen is extremely far up in this lane. Cuz is here, knows the Wukong isn't anywhere nearby, unless he's hiding in the bush there top side, which he wouldn't be in a push like that. So he knows he can pull this one off. And then this dive here, I mean, the turrets are buffed, right? Remember, this is, durability. We haven't talked about this in a while, but aiming takes an extra turret shot here. He's trapped. And it ends up being a double for the Yuumi, so not the end of the world here, but still one of the supports that will actually get a lot of value out of the gold early, compared to a tanky engage support. Already picking up that Mana Glass Mirror. So a lot more mana for the Yuumi here on the bottom side.
Ooh, very nice riposte there from Kingen. Is going to mean that Rascal is missing a fair bit of health. The Fiora currently behind on CS. Of course, this is a scaling matchup. It's kind of how it goes. Kingen will always win sides against everyone on KT. It's how Fiora kind of works. But DRX do need to they need to be able to play side lanes, and we've had series in the past, Wolf, and I don't want to remind you because I know it bothers you a lot, but side lanes don't exist all that often here in the LCK.
Yeah, Guangdong didn't make it to the World's Qualifier.
That's not what I was talking about, like yesterday's game, so let's not go to the worst example. Grand Challenge has been issued here by Kingen, looking for that lunge, but doesn't quite get there. Pyoshik this time is waiting in that brush. As Worldender should time out relatively soon. There it is. Rascal does his little flip and hops back to the ground.
No 6 here for Pyoshik, so I don't think he can actually commit. He's hoping that we see Rascal, you know, kind of get priced into the Worldender push. But Rascal plays this very passively.
Oh, that was a cute little move there as Kingen fighting against Rascal once again. I think Rascal knows that something's up as the monkey does eventually go home. Looking to catch up a little bit in this jungle as Cuz has been able to find himself a decent farm lead. Good ward there for DRX, shows that Life is in position. Nice little dash. And Life may get punished, but not too much. Already pretty tanky on this Nautilus.
Pretty significant that those kills went over to Yuumi in the failed turret dive and not Deft, because that could have been a certified Zeri moment. Very early under turret there, but as a result, he's only got 1 assist at this moment in time, and still, despite the kills back for DRX here, it's a massive lead that Aiming has in terms of CS right now. They have so much more roaming power here. You can see the prio utilized to actually invade this blue buff, and there's nothing that Pyosik can do about it. He doesn't have 6.
Yeah.
And this is the power of Sivir into Zeri, regardless of whether it's a Yuumi or not. The Lulu, of course, you know, another option we see oftentimes, but they took the strongest one in that Yuumi, but it does give you a little bit less control of the bottom side of the map. And this is what blue side picks can do. And look at the difference in CS here for Cuz already, who's made an impact in all 3 lanes.
Yeah.
Kind of crazy.
He's right now definitely the MVP of this series for me. That being said, it's only been 8.5 minutes, so potentially getting ahead of myself. I am definitely not excited, though. Just want to make that clear to everyone. I'm sure that you saw the predictions of 3-0 from Valdez and I. I assure you, we were with Valdez earlier on. No excitement there whatsoever. Not even a little bit. And myself, I'm exactly the same way. We just think that KT might win, and they might win all the games.
They might win. It's just a feeling.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens after a few games. We might get more than a feeling.
Yeah.
All right, Cuz here might just set up for a sandwich. Sweeps it.
Yeah, monkey and a cat just hanging out here. There's Vikla, throws out the threaded volley. He may have overextended, though, as in goes Zeka. Does have his own Weaver's Wall that he does use to get over here, but it doesn't really work out. Cuz still here. Pops out of the brush there just momentarily, I believe. As does pop over. Now Beryl needs to find his way back to someone. Zeka needs to walk over there because otherwise this cat is just gonna die. And yeah, You and Me was not available.
Yeah, he also puts the rocks on the ground. I mean, this is just this is just so nasty.
Yeah.
It was so unfortunate for Beryl. He's in such a catch-22 problem. He's like, do we risk it? Does Zeka flash so I can attach there and then we might both die? He probably just told Zeka straight up like, I don't have that. I'm on cooldown. Stay where you are. I'm just going to take the L here. This means that Deft is left alone here in this bottom lane, a level down. And these are the kind of trades you can take as Sivir so easily into Zeri. About to finish a cull too. Remember, Deft went for the Doran's Blade start here, has early boots, but the trades here are so easy for Aiming to take at this stage. He's about to pick up a fat stack of gold once he finishes those last bits of his cull.
유미 볼게.
And he's like, I'm looking for Yuumi. I'm going for Yuumi.
유미 살짝 걸 수 있어? 얼릴게.
Hold Yuumi here.
아직 못 타 아직.
He still can't attach, still
네,
can't attach.
됐어. 이거 50 위로
Yeah,
갔다
that might have
조심.
been just Beryl understanding
있어?
that he was dead and didn't want to give the kill to the Talia.
Yep. And Cuz just calling it out. It was really nicely played by him and Vikla there. And Cuz has just been so vocal. I think we've really seen the growth of this player over the last month or so. And we've seen why he was so prioritized as a jungle pick across multiple teams over the last few years of his career.
Yeah.
It's coming back in a big way here. And I think as KT looks stronger, he looks stronger with them.
Well, Zeka might be in a heck of a lot of trouble. Glacial Prison is going to go wide. Life flashes to commit for the kill. That's a great cyclone there from Pyosik, though, but he doesn't have a lot of friends in the area. Chain Lash not going to connect as Pyosik just hard committing to this one. He just wants to go in. He's got a Yuumi on his back, and my God, how did DRX do this? How did they turn this around? As Beryl now trying to get revenge up against Cuz, and Deft is going to be able to claim it for him. Now Vikla finds himself laning against a cat and an electric lady. And DRX, I don't know how you did that.
Yeah, I mean, well, I think it's the power of Silas in early skirmishing here. Wukong's resistance is playing a little bit of a part here as well, as Zeka does end up surviving for so long. He's basically limit testing in this fight as Rascal will grab a plate and then get out of dodge here. Also trying to deny some CS. Look at the CS advantage, by the way. We haven't really taken a peek at this lane in a while, but it's kind of looked like this for the last 4 minutes. So you see a few lost CS here and there. Kingen falling pretty significantly behind. I mean, that's how you want to be as the Aatrox in the early part of this matchup, but bigger advantage than I think we even expected here. One kill goes over to the Sejuani early, and the Aatrox just runs away with the lane.
No, he's playing very, very well, is Rascal, and we kind of expected that, you know, the Renekton god of old is going to come into a meta like this where the bruisers and mid-game powerhouses are very, very strong, and Rascal is going to be feeling a whole lot better. I think this is going to be a much better time for him in comparison to Kingen. which is why I was a little bit worried about how this top lane matchup was going to go for DRX, because Kingen was always that GP guy, you know? He has enjoyed some of these like split pushes, but he's been more of the late game split push type guy, rather than the the Renekton's and Aatrox's and the Bruises.
Joker trying to bait something here was very worrisome for a moment, as they do not have the numbers advantage. The Yuumi is still in mid, as Barrel's helping Deft catch waves. As they lost control of bot side early, Deft just been kind of hanging around trying to get as much efficient farm as he can. Vikla went bottom side early here. We normally don't see the AD carries go mid until one of these turrets falls, but Zeka,
gonna just throw out a Glacial Prison. Might have been timing out, but also might have just felt like the threat of life moving on over was going to be enough to warrant it. Of course, On the Hunt was popped, actually, and earlier on for aiming.
Zeka is playing a champion that is going to have a lot of power in these mid-game fights, right, in the Sylas, but without the Zeri really being online just yet, and she's significantly behind in terms of gold right now, it is worrisome for how these first few Drake fights are going to go. And already Rift Herald crashes into mid, so a lot of extra plate gold going down. I think we're going to go all the way back to this skirmish here.
Yeah.
Where Zeka is like, all right, I got a Nautilus ult, dashes away, holds the ult for a really long time here, and then Wukong comes through, then he re-engages. This was so beautifully played for him, so he gets the double knock-up. And as the cat comes over with the ult, they're like, all right, we fight this, we have Kingslayer, we're going to heal up, and just barely they pull this off. And yeah, it's not an amazing trade for them, but it was in their favor, and it looked disastrous from the start. That was a really nice rotation, good communication there, holding the Nautilus ult, Zeka playing that so well.
Yeah, definitely did. And this is the champion that Zeka has had the most success on recently in solo queue. He's had actually a very rough time in solo queue. It has not been a whole lot of fun unless he's playing Sylas. So this is big comfort for him for this moment in time. And I think it's actually really important to have that, especially in game one of a series like this, which is so incredibly important. Getting out to an early lead in a best of 5 gives you so much power.
It really does, especially if you can get a lead on red side in a best of 5.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
It turns the side advantage to yours, which is amazing, of course, no matter where that blue side is so powerful. Even if KT don't use it the first pick Yuumi.
Yeah.
And I going back to that, I think KT feel really strong with their Sivir response here, because, yeah, they picked it first, but they knew the Yuumi Zeri was coming. And their jungle play has been significantly better. And with this Sejuani pick that's stronger than Wukong overall right now, we're seeing globally. We've just seen such a bigger impact across all 3 lanes from Cuz. They're going to get this early Drake, and it's the biggest winners of this are the Aatrox, who's left in the early game by himself because the jungle has controlled, the jungle control Cuz has afforded advantages elsewhere. Rascal can step here on topside island. Speaking of which.
Well, he's going to go for a bit of a battle here. Of course, still Fiora. So the 1v1 is generally pretty good. Riposte going to allow him to get another lunge there onto Rascal.
Yeah, he got his Divine Sunderer now, so could start to trade a little bit more aggressively into that Aatrox, but
needs to farm more, I think. This is going to be the thing for Kingen. But currently it's relatively item parity, as they've both picked up their first mythics. Rascal should be absolutely fine in this lane, and at this stage of the game, you're much happier to have an Aatrox. So this should be where KT can really start making some leads, and you can see they're already doing it.
And on spawn, KT are trying to come up here in group 4 this Herald. They're trying to push down this mid turret. They have wave control here with Sivir. This is the power of Sivir. Is Zeri feel safe on this turret? No, you're not. Deft is going to just have to back off and let this one go. Now they have the faster group up here, and it's 2 Rift Heralds back to back. And this is the power of Kraken Slayer versus Immortal Shieldbow on these 280 carries, because yeah, they have a Wukong, they have a Sylas, they have a great skirmishing comp, but it's Aatrox, it's Sejuani, it's the prio that this Sivir gives you.
Yeah, well, that's a heck of a lot of value that comes out from that seismic shove. The Yuumi is immediately taken down. Zeka now just trying to dash his way out. Kingen also doing the same thing, and KT will only be able to get the cat, but that could have been way worse for DRX. Still bad.
Still really bad, because, I mean, the seismic shove was great, and they end up grabbing the Yuumi here. No other summoners forced, of course, from DRX. They still get away, but it's second Herald plus a Yuumi plus a mid turret. And now they're like, okay, well, we'll just go ahead and take this top turret away as well. Demolish going to proc here. This forces a huge reaction out of DRX. This means that Sivir can go straight back to the mid lane. And DRX, or rather KT, could just continue to farm through this mid game so well and hit these objectives on cooldown until Zeri gets a Phantom Dancer, until they can actually look for a big team fight. Now, this is just so beautifully played from KT. Everybody's on the same page tonight, and that's something that isn't always the case with either of these teams. You know, sometimes it's just a hands game, a hands diff. Not tonight.
Yeah, apart from the fact that it's been Beryl getting caught out a couple of times. Remember, those kills early on went over to the Yuumi, and so now getting picked off and things like this does mean that that advantage that he did theoretically have is going to be muted. It's just kind of illustrating that Beryl is not necessarily the Yuumi guy. He's the engaged support guy.
Yeah, it's the Beryl Enchanter argument we have all the time about, you know, he has played them well in the past, but ever since he left on one Kia, it's been, you know, Nautilus, Leona, or bust, you know, and or the Amumu, or bust.
It was also when he was on double, yeah.
Yeah, true. Although I think he had some better moments back then, but he was on a team that was beating everybody, so
yeah.
Harder to criticize. And it's tough, you know, here for DRX because it doesn't get easier until the Fiora can get into a side lane and actually force KT to be pushed around the map, and now Kingen is 2 levels down. So I don't know if that happens anytime soon or ever, as he's just now going to be camped here.
Yeah, no, it's a real rough time. Vikla's going to move on up. Life is already here. Seismic Shove going to come through. Riposte value quite large, as you can see. But DRX are committing a teleport to this play. KT going to have to back off. Life trying to get out. Stendo Beam not exactly finding too much joy. So DRX do save their turret, but it is on its last legs regardless. And we even have bounty gold being set up around the Rift right now. 5,000 gold at this stage of the game is a very hefty lead for KT.
Phantom Dancer is done for aiming, and this Drake is spawning in about 75 seconds or so. DRX commit a teleport and get nothing here, as aiming is just free farming in mid. And it's the Fiora normally, as we get to 25 minutes or so, that forces these types of rotations out of KT, but 2 levels down, it's DRX who are forced to react to save the Fiora, to save a turret. And Kingen has just kind of walked back with his tail between his legs here, still significantly behind. And now a teleport down for Zeka.
Yeah.
And, I mean, Baron on spawn, kind of a risky ass normally, but, I mean, it's Kraken Slayer here on the Sivir. They can force a fight that DRX absolutely does not want to take right now by clearing Vision. And they can just continue to clear mid waves and say, all right, you need to deal with Baron Vision, and by the time you do that, we're going to be on Drake Prio. So this is KT basically playing a boring, correct way of sitting on a 6,000 gold lead.
Yep, it's working out very well. And as you can see, the main beneficiary of this situation is Cuz. Oftentimes, the questions that we have for DRX are, where's Pyoshik? It was in a fantastic video that was put together by, I believe, Jisun. And where's Pyoshik is kind of being answered, and he has been relatively absent. As another battle here being done. Decent riposte once again, forking in to avoid any sort of CC from Rascal, but KT have the answers.
Top lane is so important right now in this meta, as Rickferel's just going to take a trip through the jungle.
Yeah.
But we're seeing some of these players get a little bit exposed. Kingen, Dove yesterday in these matchups where you need to actually play very well, you need to play very aggressively, and Kingen is super far behind here, and they just take the whole map. Like, no vision here whatsoever for DRX to try to approach. Deft still doesn't have his Phantom Dancer. Taking a 5v5 fight here is going to be reliant on a big Wukong ult. Wukong's not in position.
Well, DRX battling for one random Ocean Drake isn't exactly what I had in mind as when I was listing out in my brain correct decisions to make. They're not going to be able to because, of course, KT have taken that one a little bit quickly. We've got some Hex Gates that have now been set up, as that's a bit of a fun soul. First time we've seen it in the playoffs and qualifiers thus far, but we may not actually see the soul because KT are bearing down on this inner turret, and now DRX are thinking about trying to go in for something. Final chapter does come through, but doesn't get a lot of value. The angle's off, and of course, Pyoshik being pushed away was inopportune for DRX.
For the build here, too, with the lack of magic damage for DRX, for the Sejuani, he just goes straight into Sunfire, and you can see these trades where he blocks Pyoshik out. He's a level up, he has Sunfire Cape, and he just slams into Pyoshik. Pyoshik loses a third of his health, and he's like, yeah, are you trying to Cyclone flank? I kind of saw that coming. I also have my ult long range to stop anyone else who's trying to come in. So basically, Cuz can lock the door in these neutral fights around like the mid lane pushes, the sieges. And flanking, even with Hex Gates, is going to be very difficult for DRX until Kingen can start to get some side lane pressure done. And we have to keep saying, like, it might happen one day, the Fiora might be relevant, but I mean, so far, not so good. And
it's not the case.
And it's not his fault, really. It's just that the game state doesn't allow him to push up. He's under so many threats, and they have no vision.
Yeah, this game just feels like jungle diff.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie. It's just it's kind of how it's gone from the very beginning. I mean, Sejuani, extremely strong. We saw the priority on Sejuani yesterday, just absolutely massive. And we're seeing it demonstrated right here. Of course, Cuz, a fantastic player on this champion in particular, but he's just ran the jungle, and Pyosik has just never had a way back in. As we can see here, KT now setting themselves up for a bit of a gank brush, and that's a 2-for-1 special, Monkey and Cat. They're going to look for it. Breaks his stopwatch, as there is the blast cone as well. Beryl gets into the blush, kinda, but Pyosik will escape. Beryl not going to be so lucky. That's his third death.
And during that vision toggle the observers just showed us, my eyes were on the Fiora bottom side, who has no vision whatsoever at all. And finally, once they show, we can see Kingen actually try to push down this first turret of the game for DRX and get a little bit of bounty gold. But they already lost, you know, Pyosik. They're already going to lose this Baron. And it's just a really clean setup here for KT, and DRX can't make those fast decisions. And in fact, they won't even get this turret because Rascal still has teleport advantage here.
Yeah.
And like, KT are everywhere on the map.
And DRX kind of nowhere.
Yeah.
It's not really working out. Rascal just going to continue pushing up this wave, and it's going to go from bad to worse at this stage. The Zeri angle, I just don't know whether it's going to be there this time. Remember, Nautilus is there to answer it as well. There are a lot of different options. Just often feels like Zeri Yuumi is the one way that it can be overpowered.
I mean, it
doesn't feel like it this time.
Life has Thornmail, this game.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, that's just where we're at. He's like, yeah, I dare you to try to chip away at my health bars. You got no range damage outside of Zeri, and you have too much AD. I don't care about the Silas damage. He went for Everfrost Zonias.
Well, I mean, KT are also like, yeah, you guys can side lane all you want. We'll just one lane and then the Nexus. We're gonna do it that way. As this inhibitor goes down for free, there's absolutely no one that's going to be available there as they take some Hex Gates as well. There's some bounty gold. I don't think KT are going to be too worried about that one.
The champion,
they've already broken the base.
The champion that can go over the wall is the one that can't take the Hex Gate as well, just insult to injury.
Yeah, kind of hilarious.
So look at where Fiora is on the bottom side of the map too during this. Just kind of slowly catching those waves and waiting for an opportunity, and then this happens to your top side. Pyosik cycloning here to get away as best as he can. And then they just grab the Baron right afterwards. Fiora just not able to push or cross map with no vision. And you look again at the bottom side of the map, no wards here whatsoever. You look at the top side of the map, deep wards in DRX's jungle. Pyosik.
Oh dear. Pyosik caught out of position, just thrown into the bouncy castles. Just a ragdoll all over the place. And once again, Pyosik's going to fall 0, 2, and 3 now on the Monkey. The Wukong looks like is really having a tough time against the Sejuani at this point in time.
And this is KT just absolutely performing. I
oh,
like
yeah.
This is not DRX messing it up.
Oh, there's a big old flash from Deft to get out of the way of Rascal, who was looking for it.
Yeah, if I know which one of those flashes I'd be willing to trade, and it's not Deft's.
Yeah.
But he has to, and now it's a Zeri without flash, without ghost.
Well, Kingen and Beryl looking for that flank angle. Might be a possibility as Deft throws down the ulti. Can this be a Zeri moment? We'll have to find out. As in goes Kingen. Yeah, Pyosik, they have caught out Rascal. He will go down. And that is going to be a kill for the Fiora. So DRX kind of on the board in this fight. Vikla also just caught out of position. I don't think he had to die there, Wolf.
No, don't think so. Absolutely not. And it's the Kingen flanking riposte engage that actually catches.
There it is.
KT
oh, don't even a good.
Yeah, you know, I mean, Fiora comes in here. Oh yeah, this is not the replay. This is just Pyosik in the bouncy castle. Stunned.
Are we gonna
knocked up with Nautilus?
Slow it down. Yeah, okay.
Shoved. I mean, the Talia wall was completely unnecessary there. And then Kingen has Beryl attached to him. Meanwhile, in live, we do have a great fight. But look at this. He traps them in here, and Life can't actually engage on him.
Well, Cuz gonna try and stop this one. Azeka picks up an ulti. Gonna be the depth charge, and now Cuz caught in the back of the pit. What is this, KT? What have you done? What happened?
KT. Let's stay calm, KT Rollster. Let's focus on the objectives and try to use our vision advantages to group up for objectives, because this fight, we didn't see the beginning of it, So we're going to go back to this one again. We really going to watch this a third time? I guess the answer is yes, as Kingen is just immortal here in this fight. Rascal tries to do damage, but can't. This is really well played, and Deft has such a huge front line here because they're trapped in this choke point with a Fiora, and Deft gets a ton of damage done. And then Vikla here, very slow on the retreat, is picked off. Did not need to happen.
Felt like he was on a different page there, Wolf. Like, it's a little bit of a shame, and then KT followed that up with losing this Hextech Drake and losing their jungler at the same time.
Yeah, I want to see
a big swing back.
I want to see that replay, because I want to see how that actually did transpire, because the setup there looked very weak for KT, and yet they still stuck around, and Cuz was the one who got left out to dry, not Pioshik this time around. Now Zeka gets all that extra gold, picks up a Void Staff. Now we're on IE for Deft, and these fights become actually theoretically winnable because there's a GA for Pioshik. He rushed that second, and he's much more survivable going into these fights now because it's super tank build for Cuz, right? And not a whole lot of burst damage here on KT's side if they don't get that perfect Talia engaged. So Pioshik should be able to have some nice setups here with Kingen, with Zeka for Deft to do that damage. And when you're on 3 items, it's pretty self-explanatory. It's pretty default that if you have this much of a front line, you're going to do well. And sometimes when it's 3 items Zeri against Sivir, the Sivir is the one who has to assassinate the Zeri, has to get on top of the Zeri, hit those extra autos, get that Kraken Slayer proc and kill Deft. If Sivir can't do it or if she's zoned out, Deft is just going to be unkillable because he's Speedy McSpeedy back there with Barrel on his back. And suddenly this game is still not in DRX's favor by any means, but way more winnable than it was for the last, realistically, 15, 20 minutes.
Well, now we have to actually talk about things like scaling, right? Because before this, KT was snowballing so effectively that scaling was kind of a bit of a dirty word, right? Like, we just didn't even really need to talk about it. But now, it's Fiora, Sylas, Zeri, Yuumi, Wukong. Like, when it comes to, like, peaking late, these guys are definitely it, right? You know, these are the silver foxes of League of Legends.
The Korean term we like to use for this is slow starter.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's where we're at. Rascal Unseen, or was.
Zeka going to be rotating over. And of course, you know, DRX, quite low range into a Sivir. Things like this compositionally can be difficult as Zeka going to be fighting Rascal, and he's winning this battle right now. Cuz going to move on over, but Zeka goes golden, and now the fight is on. Final chapter comes down. The AoE is just massive as Deft is finally going to get targeted, but he has a stopwatch, and the rest of the fight belongs to DRX. It's the double kill. Rascal is still alive somehow, but Kingen's still there. Pioshik going to be picked up as well.
Deft's
and
dead.
DRX win the fight.
Deft's dead here, so I don't think you should chase any further if you're DRX right now into the Sivir. 80 carry battle in that regard is won, and yeah, DRX win the fight, technically speaking, but that was a really decisive engage from DRX. So this is a team that's behind here in this game, and Pioshik pulls the trigger. Now his GA is on cooldown, so 1 tool lost. Of course, those stats still going to be relevant. But I love how confident Zeka is. He's like, I'm Sylas, I'm level 16. I can actually battle into this Aatrox to buy my team enough time to get into this choke point. Cuz also here, he's not top Sejuani, he's jungle Sejuani. He's level 13, isn't going to last that long. And Pioshik's Cyclone engage here is amazing. And Zeka on the backside here takes Vikla out. Unfortunately, Deft is killed here by Rascal, who just gets on top of him. And then it's like, all right, we don't want to chase anymore against that Sivir.
Yeah, and it makes a whole lot of sense because, of course, she does a lot of damage, especially now. Does have Bloodthirster completed. Deft didn't have to flash. Aiming had to do that. Deft, of course, had that flash still on cooldown, but no stopwatch anymore. So that's where things can get dangerous for the Zeri. KT probably feeling okay about where the next team fight is going to go outside of the summoner spells for the Sivir.
28 seconds until this Drake spawns, and KT have all the prio. Some residual bottom control from that inhibitor being down. The wave is still slightly pushed up. So Kingen's going down there right away. This is a moment where KT will need to be decisive about what objective they decide to group for here as they push mid. I think the correct call is going to be this Hextech Drake.
Well, there's a Glacial Prison. Pioshik going to avoid it entirely as Deft skates away. That is a fair bit committed in On the Hunt and Glacial Prison.
Yeah, nothing committed here, ultimate-wise, from DRX. Deft still has Flash.
Yeah, but KT is looking for it. Dredge line misses there from life. Kingen holding his ground,
Yeah, he's on the flank here. They have a control ward on the Drake pit, so there's no way that KT could try to hide and fake that they're taking this And King can also just grab that bottom side turret too, which is bounty gold if they wait too long.
This is exactly the position, a composition like DRX wants to be in, right? Where you have the win in the side lane, which a Fiora at this point in the game definitely should have, right? You're looking at the 6,000 gold lead being like, what are you talking about, Atlas? It's Fiora. It's just what she kind of does. 1v1s, that's her thing. She's very, very good at it. King now going to be moving up the river. That's a big wave that's about to crash towards that struggling turret. As Extendo Beam connects onto Vikla, that's a lot of damage. This is, yeah, we're getting to Zeri territory. The groans are coming. I know you can't actually speak in Twitch chat, but you can hear Twitch chat groan.
Oh, no, for sure.
When you see those. As that one misses, so thankfully no groans this time.
Okay, Sejuani ult stolen here again from Zeka. And this is going to be the way they can open this fight up.
Well, they're going to dash forward. There's a great knock up there from the Cyclone from Goshik. Next one, only going to land onto a couple there, as there is the stolen Glacial Prison. His massive Extendo Beam locks down the kill. The Aatrox ain't killing the Zeri this time because he's dead himself. And DRX, they'll be able to take this next straight. My God, Def, what is this damage? The Prowling Projectile comes in. This might be an overextension, mate. Just be a little bit careful.
That's a Baron. I mean, DRX, I think they've done it. I think they've come back in this game, and they are now going to win it. Very likely, if these fights keep happening like this. The engage from Pyoshik, once again, clean. He comes in, Cyclone's available, doesn't have his GA, but his Cyclone buys enough time for a big Glacial Prison to come through. Zeka is so patient. He turns at the exact right time, or he throws in as soon as KT are turning at the exact right time to get the most value out of it. And we've seen this Pyoshik angle so many times. He has the Yumi on his back, sets up the Cyclone here. And look at Zeka, waits for it. And the engage here from KT is so lackluster, it's so slow, it's so uncoordinated. Yeah, you've got to be aware of Pyoshik. Remember, they did before, it's like, okay, Pyoshik has an angle here, so how can KT get in? KT had control, and they kind of just sat in mid, didn't go for the flanking Fiora, didn't try to punish Kingen, didn't commit to go to the entrance of the Drake pit, didn't start the Drake up. They just kind of said, let's play defensively against DRX. I think we have the better items, and they did. And aiming was 2 levels ahead, but it doesn't matter if DRX have the better engage and have the better straight-up fight here because Pyoshik gets another massive Cyclone into Zeka's ult.
Yeah.
Zeka's level 18.
And we saw the damage graph there before as well. Like, Deft has done 7,000 more damage than this very fed Sivir. And it may not necessarily look like he's fed when it comes to the scoreline, like 1, 1, and 3. Like, what are you talking about? But he's taken every single bit of farm that's been available for KT. Aiming is absolutely huge in this game.
Well, he is in terms of what he has in his inventory, but he needs to be huge in these team fights. And if they keep picking off the Nautilus before he can actually press R on Deft, Deft is kind of unkillable this game. We've gotten past the point of we just steamroll these fights. We just run Deft over because we're so ahead in stats. We have this extremely tanky Sejuani. You can't just run at the Zeri anymore because she actually has that extra movement speed from Fanta Dancer. She has a GA. She's much more survivable. I mean, the damage is real.
Yeah, that's all right. Deft still needs to survive, as you might have to get over this wall. He does do so. Deft charge is going to come through. Has he completely baited his team is the question, as Zeka is just going to obliterate Rascal. Now it's a 1-for-1. Fiora, in the meantime, is doing the Fiora thing, which is what we always want her to do. You might be saying, why isn't she in the team fight? It's because she's not supposed to.
Nobody's reacting. KT's slow to react here. They go back down, and they are going to be able to defend this mid turret. But, I mean, this is Baron buff on this Fiora. That's going to be an inhibitor turret here for Kingen.
Oh, Cuz, do you think you can stop this? No!
Very cute.
Absolutely not!
The rest trying to buy time.
Absolutely amazingly done here for DRX. Riposte is great. Wrong direction, but it doesn't matter. Just needed to avoid the CC from the flip. That's a lot of value with the Extendo Beam. And the tables have turned. That scaling that we were talking about that we thought we never would have to. KT was snowballing so beautifully that it shouldn't have been a thing. But DRX, they have definitely hit it now. Final chapter to come through. Zeka tanking up this turret for a very long time. And he's going to get some zoomies. He will be absolutely fine. So now, after this Baron buff, power play is going to wear off. It should be about 4.5k or something like that. That is huge value here for DRX, who now have an even game on their hands.
Rascal getting caught. We didn't see this because we were watching the fight, of course, where Deft escaped bottom side there. They trade, of course, Pyoshik's life for this, but this is way more valuable taking the Aatrox off the map, which is why the Fiora, she's going to win against Aatrox anyways, but why she is able to push so freely. And notice Kingen kind of rotating up here. He sees the fight is definitely going in their favor because they trade this for that topside kill, and Rascal just instantly goes back down. He's like, you guys need me over there? Nah, I'll take inhibitor turret. I'm going to keep pushing. And this is the kind of decision-making that DRX needs to have in a game like this. But I'm most worried about how does KT ever win now a front-to-back team fight against 4-item Zerayumi?
And also, if you lose this game, Wolf,
How do you come back in this
how
series?
do you come back in this series?
Yeah.
That's my question as well, because remember, this is KT that did have side selection. They had the more points earned in the summer split. Both of these teams had the same amount of points, right? They're the lowest. Both had 30, but KT got all of them here in this this season.
I literally had this conversation with my Discord today where I was like, yeah, they might actually give Deft and Beryl Zerayumi because I think they think their mid game is better and they don't care.
And also, it's Beryl's Yumi, right?
Yeah.
You're not that scared of it.
And then they do this in game 1, and then they win the mid game so hard that we're not even having a conversation about DRX coming back in this game. We're like, it's not even possible.
Yeah.
Mal would have, Chronicle would have made a mustache bet or something.
Oh, yeah. Oh, well, actually, no, I don't think I could have convinced him for this one.
You just grow a mustache, Chronicle. You don't actually have to do your bet, man. It's okay.
I want the hammer down mustache, though. I feel like it'd be so much better.
But now DRX actually plays the late game so beautifully, and KT kind of dropped the ball on 2 major fights. You know, the Drake fight where Cuz is caught, that fight around Baron, and DRX are in the driver's seat now completely. The Zeri poke is more than Aiming can consistently have with his boomerangs here. And it's starting to become a big issue of even setting up on neutral because Kingen has side lane control. They have Zeri poke, and as KT you have, I run at you, I hope the Nautilus can ult the Zeri who has a Yumi and Ghost.
Yeah.
And this is a big issue.
And also, KT are the team that has to be decisive. If they're on the same page and they engage, this comp does some beautiful things, right? They have so much like instant response with things like the Weaver's Wall and stuff like that, the extra movement speed that you get from World Ender. But it doesn't really matter, right, when Kingen's capable of doing this. And right now, like, this is 5-item Fiora, and Vikla's going to come over and try and challenge him.
That's DRX getting Drake here.
Yeah, they are going to be able to secure that one. Rascal now trying to fight against Kingen with Vikla's help. Could actually be difficult, to be perfectly honest, but the flash comes through, and he is going to fall down to the Ignite that was picked up there by the spellbook of
Call from Kingen there. I think he might have been able to just force the inhibitor down for his life there, but it would have been very tough, of course, with that extra CC. Is Noshik!
Oh dear, well,
that was
Warrior
a great
tricked them
clone.
pretty strong, yeah?
Yeah.
There's the value.
There's the value,
from that
yeah.
ability.
His GA is coming back up here soon, but he's actually forced back now, and KT do have no Fiora to side lane against them for this setup for the fight.
They have a very cool hat on their Silas, though, and they also have now Deft behind this Baron pit. Goshik is there to try and make this a 50-50. KT, of course you would do this. Of course you would! As he sneaks in and steals it! He was invisible! They didn't even... They had a control ward, never mind, but he was still unseen by KT as he popped over the wall.
This
What?
is a disaster.
Oh no!
This is a disaster.
This is a KT.
I mean, if you took a screenshot of this moment, okay, Aiming.
Yeah, well, yeah, this moment, the moment where he blew up. Yeah.
All right, if you took a screenshot of the moment before
What
this,
about this moment? Oh no!
no! Oh, KT! This is a big throw. This is Rascal trying to control mid wave so they can't end the game right now. But they've got Baron buff here and a cannon minion.
Yeah, they got plenty of minions. They don't need to worry about it. Cuz is desperately trying to kill them off, but it's not going to work. There is the final kill of all of the champions that are still left in this mid lane. Rascal now, the last man standing, but it's just not going to be enough. He's going to dive forward. He has a GA, but look at these turrets evaporate. And DRX have done it from the red side. From a massive gold deficit, DRX will claw their way back. And I don't know what Chronicler knew, but he knew something this morning.
And what I was going to say before we had the kill onto Aiming, which ended the game, was if you could freeze frame that moment, and you asked me, if someone asked me after everything we saw this game, if we stopped time right there and you said, Wolf, what you didn't predict today, what's your prediction? I see 3-0 DRX. How do you come back as KT in this series now? I guarantee you it all goes back to that first pick Yumi they didn't pick. They will not make that choice again because, yeah, there were some big errors in macro. There were some huge mistakes in terms of positioning. I feel like KT decided they had a walkover win, and I think everyone agreed this game is done. They stopped being just really careful and really cautious with how they're setting up on objectives. They just ran kind of down towards the objectives, lost some pivotal team fights. Def gets some extra gold. Vikla gets extra gold, gets to level 18. Kingen gets the side lane control, and DRX have an amazing comeback here. And as KT, yeah, you can change the draft after this, but you've lost your side advantage that you had going into game 1 now, and your mental as these young players, it's going to be difficult to recover against the legends that are on the other team. Def, Beryl, Pioshik, who's got so much experience, Keegan, who's more experienced than most of these KT players.
Well, he's more experienced.
Well, more experienced than Vikla, yeah.
But I mean, that is the big question mark, right? And honestly, Vikla has been so important to KT, and
Aiming was before my time, so I always think of him as a new player.
He did spend some time away. He definitely spent some time away. But the pedigree on the side of DRX, as far as like the total amount of years that they've been playing as well, like, is potentially larger, but still, that is a very difficult. I don't care how experienced you are. Coming back from that, that's a toughie. We are going to go to a short break, though, and then we'll hear from the carpet space before game 2.
야 묶였어. 아 이거 탈 나이스. 얘 뒤에 나 탈퇴할게 이거. 나 이거 한 턴만 빼줘. 나이스. 미드 가서 꺼내. 그냥 어그로 끌리지 마. 그만 따라가. 이게 들어오는 거 내가 녹일게 이거.
얘네 그냥 라인 끊는다. 뭐 근데 없어 이거.
야 거대 너 풀 있냐? 얘 라인 막는 거 그냥 풀 박아줘. 얘 노플해.
잡아 이거. 야 잡았어.
잡아봐 그거. 미니언 있긴 해. 나이스. 이거 미니 한 마리 지키면 끝나긴 할. 이거 한번 빼서 이거 그냥 대포 그냥 들어가게. 그냥 이거.
내가 몸댈게 이거.
잡아 그냥. 얘 가인이다 가인.
나 가인이야. 나도 가인이야.
더. 아 나이스. 한판 잘하자 나이스.
seconds while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread.
Hello and welcome back to the Analyst Carpet Space. It's me, Valdez, with Chronicler and Cubby in the TV. And that was DRX taking game number 1. They came back from 10,000 gold behind, and they got Yumi and Fiora and the Silas, and eventually scaled to take the victory.
Yeah.
How did that happen?
That was no. I'm not gonna gloat. I'm not gonna.
So instead of gloating for Chronicler, we can already say that Atlas and Valdez already got destroyed, and we are already out of the running.
I'm a little perplexed at how this game went because I think this should have been a KT win. This is not how I imagined DRX would get it done.
I mean, we were talking about making montages of Yumi dying. And then all of a sudden, it was a flanking Fiora joining the team fight that turned things around. I guess just how, we all calculated and added it up as we expected in draft. I guess it's just that easy.
Sometimes it all comes together, a plan. And, my opinion when I first saw this draft, I'm like, you're giving over Yumi. This is a big mistake. But they did get a lot of strong pieces. So what did you guys think about this draft?
I don't know why you would not first pick Yumi. This is not Gen G. There is no given answer that has been guaranteed to work. You can get either Sivir or Zeri and be very happy with it. We know Aiden plays both. And then the fact that DRX ends up with Silas, Yumi, Zeri, and Wukong on one comp, Fiora, not actually that great. We don't even have to really mention that. That team fighting power, no matter what the game state is, you can win late game fights. And KT, mid to late, just didn't know what to do.
I was also somewhat surprised they didn't grab Lulu on 3. If you are going to give away the Yumi, you can at least match it with Enchantress and actually fight in the lane. We have seen Sivir Lulu have a lot of success in the laning phase against Zeri plus Yumi. Nautilus was somewhat able to replicate that, but obviously you lack the scaling. It gave Silas another really good ult to take later in the draft that ended up really hurting KT down the road.
Yeah, and the Silas eventually became a huge problem in this game. Let's take a look at highlight number 1, which was actually Cuz just smurfing in the early parts of this game.
He played so well. He was continuously able to extend his presence, really showcasing the power that Sejuani early, especially in melee lanes, can have. And he was the main reason why KT snowballed the ever-living hell out of the entire map.
And this game was doomed. Cuz won all 3 lanes for the side of KT. This Fiora pick that I know a lot of us have been really talking and asking for from our LCK teams. It was set behind. Rascal was up like 50 CS despite getting counterpicked. And it was all off of Cuz flexing that Sejuani the jungle and just dominating the early game.
And even with the bot dive, not really working out, that was where they gave over a couple kills to Yumi, Cuz still played that well, right? He was where he needed to be on the crash. And I think the idea behind that wave was, or that dive for Swine just wasn't executed very well.
Yeah, so that was highlight number 1, and then we had KT destroying them and getting 10,000 gold ahead for a very long time. And then the Fiora flank happened, and then eventually we got into highlight number 2, which was where all the pieces finally came together. Cubby, what were your thoughts when you finally saw DRX taking the reins?
Well, Rascal gets one shot, and I gotta say, going for a Q on Fiora as Aatrox when you dash forward, that's a bit of a mistake. And I think for DRX is, you highlighted Valdez, the scaling. You give this team an inch. Yes, it was a 10k gold lead, but this is a comp that as you get later, gold doesn't really matter when you're staring down at Zeri Yumi, and DRX really ran with that.
And the lesson we have learned time and time again is that you can give over Zeri, you can give over Sivir, but you can't combine those carries specifically with the Yuumi. Like, this is such a monumental gold swing. And from that point onward, even though you don't win the game, I think as DRX, you're feeling so much better. Zeka at that point fully skilled, Deft fully skilled, and KT didn't really have any answer anymore.
Yeah, it's just kind of insane to me that KT were holding on to it, and even you said, Chronicler, you're like, I kind of regret my prediction now because KT looked so strong out the gate, and someone got excited. I think it was perhaps Wolf or Atlas on the cast, really hyping up KT here. But at the end of the day, you know, DRX, they held on. Everybody was tilt-proof. Nobody got too out of control. You know, Kingen, he didn't fight great, but he side laned really well. He came in when they needed him, and DRX were actually able to get the win. So that was game number 1, guys. I'm very curious now what the rest of the series has in store for us. So let's go back to the casters for game number 2.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for the breakdown of that pretty catastrophic game for KT. I do need an opportunity to defend ourselves. We definitely weren't excited for KT.
No.
Did not happen.
I would never.
I tweeted about it already, apologizing to Emily Rand, as I generally do whenever KT suffers from situations like this. And honestly, it's been happening a little bit more than we'd have liked it to over the last little while. Remember, we were talking about the 3-game loss to Live Sandbox, where all 3 games they actually won. As we're going to check out the steal. Oh my goodness, he is just so good.
He has Cyclone to buy time as he goes back over the wall too. He played it really well. KT just didn't have enough control over the Drake, or rather the Baron, and
Yeah.
this game wasn't about the Zeri Yuumi. Until it was, of course, but KT should have been able to close this game out before the Zeri Yuumi became an issue.
Oh
It was KT
my goodness.
red side.
I'd
Right.
already wrote down that KT had chosen the blue side again. But they have been a team that have enjoyed the red side in the past, even when it wasn't necessarily considered the most powerful. But there was a time, sort of in the middle of the season, where red was starting to pick up a few extra victories. I don't know whether it was because of the side or whether it was just because there were a lot of strong teams that weren't necessarily our home side at the time.
I think KT is going to try to play a more scaling draft, actually, with this red side pick, and they will, I think, make sure that Zeri Yuumi is not a thing.
Look at the alpaca's flowery road to the Statue of Liberty. That's very pretty. As we check out Kingen while the draft music is on.
There we go.
There he is. Okay. We didn't get the spin properly.
Let's see if KT here decide to go for another aiming carry pick that isn't going to be the Sivir here. If it's taken away, they can take away the Sivir themselves, ban Zeri or Yuumi here on red side. Then we could even see something like a aiming Aphelios. Oh, well, not anymore.
Yeah.
I think DRX are on the same page as me here.
I think so too. I think so too.
And I think this is why KT chose red side. But now the draft gets a little bit more complex. Rasco's not going to get his Renekton either.
Yeah, I like the Lucian ban.
This is what Deft is looking to first pick.
Yep. And I think the KT were happy to play a Sivir into a Lucian, and maybe they were actually expecting DRX to lock in the Lucian Nami instead of going towards the Yuumi pick, but I think that would have been very silly.
I think
DRX.
KT will ban Yuumi in this final spot, and we might actually get to see an Ahri game from Zeka, which is one of those picks. DRX going to ban the Yuumi themselves. I still think the Ahri pick is a very strong one for Zeka.
Yeah,
and
but this means that KT now have to ban the Kalista.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's all over. And like you were saying, it's then Azir or Ahri. And we've seen so many Azir bans throughout the playoffs and the qualifiers. He has been very, very strong. So, KT,
now,
what are you going to ban? Pick your poison.
I think the Kalista 100%.
Yeah.
Like, Deft should never be allowed to play Kalista in the series. And as DRX here, you get the pick of the Azir or that powerful Ahri for Zeka, who's a great Ahri player. And we'll see what they end up going for here, because there's a lot of options in response here for KT. They have
I'd like the Sejuani. Yeah. I really like the Sejuani angle. I don't like the Zeri angle. I don't think that's the first pick that you're really looking for here. I think Sejuani's fantastic, because then, if the Azir is locked in, Silas it. You're absolutely fine with it. KT, this is the right response, but it means it's not that Azir that we've seen banned so many times.
Yeah. I do think that the Sejuani here is more powerful in terms of its drafting. The execution here, though, for either King or Pyosik is going to have to be crisp. And we had an amazing comeback win for DRX, but it doesn't change how Pyosik has looked in terms of some of these jungle picks, especially in the early mid. So a strong pick for draft on blue side, but not a strong pick for DRX in isolation. KT here going to grab Vikla Sylas again. It's been one of his best picks all season long.
Ooh, there's the
Poppy.
Poppy.
Poppy here early on in this draft before it can be denied.
Well, see what this means as far as DRX and what they're going to be picking up.
Trundle still strong here for DRX as a pick they can grab and just put the Sejuani top. But if you do show it this early, you've really revealed your draft quite heavily. And we've talked about how Sylas into Azir is really strong in the past, but on 12-14 with some of the nerfs to sustain, the Azir has looked much better. Hasn't been a winner by default, but it has been looking like that's kind of guaranteed prio there. And then we'll take the Zeri bottom side. This will, of course, force KT Rolster to take away picks like the Lulu. And also picks like the Renata become insanely strong here for DRX because they have more scaling damage in this draft, and KT have a melee engage comp so far, so Renata Glass stock goes up big time.
No, I agree. I actually think that even a Renata pick right here for KT could be fantastic. There are a lot of options as far as pairing alongside it. See what they do decide to lock in here. They wait the entire time.
Oh no, please, please no.
Oh no, did we just not manage to pick?
Oh
my goodness.
God. It's your birthday.
Oh my God. It's not even my birthday, but it is my birthday. I got the present late. Oh my gosh,
okay,
it's the
so
Zyra.
It is Vikla. We talked about these players being young, and I was reminded, of course, that it's really just Vikla who's an inexperienced one. He is in pick prio here, and they choke and accidentally lock in Zyra is what it looked like based on what happened on his face. Now, this could be a cool Zyra draft now. They could try to figure this out, but...
I mean, what else was he going... Maybe it's like... I'm like thinking about what else is there around the Zyra as far as like the Korean...
Xayah? But I don't think he would pick Xayah here, so...
No. I mean, Zyra's support is cool, but I don't think it's good. I don't know. We'll just have to see where things are going to be going here. As Gwen Aatrox going to be taken away from Rascal. That means 3 bans going towards the top laner. And of course, these are the best sort of bruiser fighters there towards the top side of the map.
All right, so Neela Zyra, if this was on purpose, is a strong lane. In theory,
I kind of love
their
it.
ultimates together are incredible. You have a really nice wombo combo setup. And based on the expressions of the players, I think this is not what was intended, but I think it's a good way to salvage the draft. This has not happened for a long time. And
No, it's absolutely true. Like, I still think that there is some merit
and Trundle,
in this.
Trundle they couldn't ban because Lulu's stock went up. The Nautilus, I think, was not a required ban here for KT by any means. I think that banning the Trundle was pretty easy. Like, DRX, this is Draft Kingdom, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh, are you gonna Neela Zyra my Renata ult? Okay, cool. Are you playing Poppy into Trundle? All right. Are you playing Sylas into Azir? What's this 5th pick gonna be? Listen, DRX players look so comfortable with where this draft is at right now. I mean, we are going to have to see a crazy execution of this draft for KT. I don't care what this R5 is going to be. Jax.
All right. That's going to be the consideration for Rascal. He will lock that one in.
This draft could not be more all-in for KT.
And also, couldn't be more weird, right? Because KT are so dedicated to a very small section of the team fight, right? Like this, there is no range. Like, it is just melee. Here on KT's side, DRX have a lot of extra wiggle room. They also have fantastic control against melee champ. They have Renata Glass, who is literally the best anti-dive champion in the game. Not to mention Pillar, one of the best anti-dive and also anti-melee abilities in the game.
They have the Azir ult. I mean, the Sejuani long range.
Goodness.
Like, my prediction for this game is that it is going to be a very one-sided disaster. And that could, of course, be, if KT wins it, it has to be extremely one-sided. They have to steamboat, as we like to say here in the LCK. They have to be like 7 kills to 0, 2 Drake lead, 5,000 gold ahead, and you are just running it down into team fights over and over and over again. You got to get all those turrets. Jack's got to be in the side lane. You're going to be winning this game so hard that we feel silly for ever doubting the Zyra pick. Like, we have to actually be thinking, man, this Zyra pick was actually the sickest part of this draft. This was so smart from KT. We have to be convinced by this draft, because if it is going even, if it is slow, I think DRX's draft is by far superior here. They have the momentum advantage already in this series. They're given a blue side against KT. They take the Sejuani first. And this draft is a massive, massive lead, I think, going into the second game here. And DRX wins this one 2-0 start. That 3-0 prediction that we were, jokingly talking about at that pause freeze frame starts to feel more and more likely if DRX win this game very decisively.
Yeah, I mean, I guess some of the things that we need to mention are the fact that, there are a lot of pretty good ults to take away. As the Sylas, Vickler is going to have a lot of agency in this game. Side lanes should belong to the Jacks as the game goes on, but that's about where it stops for good things for KT. Let's see how they deal with it here in Game 2. You can hear the fan chant leader of KT already feeling the pressure here in Lowell Park, as you could imagine many of the others are feeling as well. I did a little bit of detective work. By the way, Life has not necessarily played a lot of Zyra in solo queue recently.
I thought you were going to say, like, he hasn't played it in solo queue. Like, I went all the way back. He hasn't played it in 3 years. I'm like, I hope he knows what the abilities do.
Don't worry. I played a bit of Zyra in my time. I especially like using her passive, which does true damage, and you shoot out a big thorn. Oh, wait. Are you saying that that's not in the game anymore? Oh, yeah. So
Yeah.
my bad.
I think her ultimate is going to be...
I mean, you get Stranglethorns on top of an Apotheosis, you're feeling pretty good about how the game's going. As Q comes through, all right.
First strike value, Atlas!
He could have activated all of those, though. He could have, if he wanted to, but it might have been that he wanted to keep a few of the seeds around.
I think he knows that the way this lane is going to go is he's going to be standing right in between those 3 that he's put on the ground right there. That's where he's going to be. That's where aiming is going to be, and they're not going to be much further forward than that for the majority of this lane, because it's a Renata Zeri lane into Neela, who's essentially melee here, is not going to be able to trade back. She went for longsword 3 pots, which I think, considering how fast she needs to rush that first item for this comp to work and the extra sustain she's going to get from that 3rd pot into this lane, I think absolutely the right call. We do often see Doran's shield started for Neela to weather through those early parts. I like the pot call here because the longsword is going to be more valuable for your build. But KT, this is going to be a rough start here, and we will see how it goes with this first strike. But the Wombo combo setups we've seen successfully pulled off by Damwon Kia and Gen.G with the pick. Didn't have Zyra in it, but I mean, Zyra makes this really strong. If you can execute it perfectly, you layer those ults together, then you have the Vikla stolen ults. Rascal gets in there with a big counter strike. You can see it. You can believe, right? I can see it. I can pretend like this comp is really strong. Now, but it can work if it's pulled off, right? And I don't trust that it's going to happen. I cannot predict that it's going to work, but I can tell you that if DRX messes up and KT play the best series ever, this comp does have some merits. I think they salvaged this very well.
I think that you did some of the best commentator work of trying to figure out how KT are going to manage this one as you could. It was fantastic. This is also a great start as our first blood goes over to Cuz once again. And so KT off to the right foot when it comes to this mid lane. This guy's Poppy's fantastic. Grasping roots are actually going to land here on the bottom side as Beryl has to flash, but aiming is dashing after him. Now Deft at full health might be able to answer, as we can see, and Pioshik is towards the bottom side as well to answer back. So, flash out for Beryl, though. Definitely good news here if you are KT.
Now, it's really important. Cuz also starts his blue there and doesn't actually lose control of that, because that's one way this goes very wrong. So we'll see a Hex Flash committed from Cuz.
Yeah, Kingen is going to go down as well. And Cuz is just an early game god this.
Cuz is like, by damned, we will win this series, okay? I don't care if we have a Zyra pick. I don't care if we have Neela. I'm actually going to get 2 kills in the early game. I'm going to use Hex Flash like Peanut. The way he has played both the Sejuani early game and now this Poppy early game, it really does feel like shades of what we've seen Peanut dominate with all year long. And Peanut, MVP of the finals, and one of the big runner-ups for MVP of the season. He basically showed everyone how this pick can be played with Hex Flash, and Cuz is emulating it very well here. Hex Flash is over the wall, Kingen too far away from his turret, really nice charge there. Into the waiting arms of a Jax, and Jax gets fed, and okay, we've got a few win conditions here, maybe. Now Jax has his Sheen online. He can trade very aggressively here, and
Yeah.
I mean, it's not a meme if it's real, you know, it's not actually a joke, it's not bad if it works, and it's not working out here in the bottom lane just yet, but everywhere else, finding some edges.
Yeah, and KT, if they can make this game about the way they want to play it, which is very up close and personal, plus being able to play sides effectively, which they definitely can. Their 1-3-1 is certainly very, very strong. As Vikla is going to find Zeka once again, level 5 here for the Azir, able to get a bit of damage back, but that's a very angry Vikla, as we can see. Another Grasping Root's going to connect here for Life, who's been able to hit that one pretty effectively so far.
Yep, just trying to stack up his Spell Thief's Edge while trading as much as possible so that aiming can stave off the pressure here. They actually get control of this lane and going to grab an early Drake. Now, I mentioned this before, you do need to get a 2 Drake lead here as KT, so you have the flexibility to, as the Zeri starts to come online, be able to find side lane value with your Jax. Nice try on the steal here from Deft, a little bit early. Yep, but getting this Drake advantage is going to be massive for them. They would have loved if it was a stronger elemental than this Ocean, but still going to be relevant here, of course. It's really just about getting closer to Soul.
Yep, Ocean Cloud going to be the first two once again. We've seen this before. Does mean that our Soul is going to be a fun one, as Grasping Root's going to come down. And I wonder whether SKT Wolf or T1 Wolf is co-streaming here today, because of course the most famous Zyra player does have a skin on the champion.
I feel like there's going to be a Twitch clip of him just being like, I can't believe they locked in Zyra, this is terrible, and not actually being like, all right guys, I know this is really strong, like this is the Zyra matchup, let me tell you about it.
Yeah, I'm trying to work it out.
Yeah. Which reaction video is it? Is it Wolf explaining his life Zyra pick and saying it's the sickest thing ever, or is it him just exploding and cringing at it? Because I think it's one of those two.
I mean, it generally is one of those two reactions, just in general. And he does. He's just he's a fun guy. Definitely a fun guy.
They're looking for a dive here. Kingen already used his ult. He's got the Ignite set up.
Yeah, this is a tough one. So the Ignite is going to come through. There's the flash. Leap Strike is good. I don't know whether it's going to be enough to save him, and it is. Emperor's Divide comes through. Zeka actually has to flash, and he's going to get picked up by his own ultimate. Another kill comes through. Rascal will fall down. It's a nice dive there towards the top side. He's now aiming, fighting against Deft here on the bottom lane. Both Life and Beryl pretty healthy.
I wish they click on the aiming or Life here, see how close they are in experience. It's got to be really close to hitting 6. There is a combo you can set up there once you do have that. Really tough to pull off, of course, without that cleanse.
Oh, Cuz, of course he's back. Caught shopping. And good night, Miss Sejuani.
Cuz is playing out of his mind tonight.
Yeah. In the first 20 minutes.
Yeah, we can forgive some of the late game decisions and errors of him and his squad, but one thing we could say for sure is both of the early games have been cleaned up. This is the thing we came into very late here, is Zeka does not have flash. Look at his cooldown on it. Actually, I think that was bugged, or it just came up, but either way, just gets pulled back here by the Emperor's Divide. His own Emperor's Divide kind of trolling him there.
Yeah, that was that felt like it was a misclick or something.
And
looks very weird.
Rascal buys a lot of time here, but the aggro is juggled really well by Pioshik. Gets the extra auto here, or rather by Kingen, excuse me. Pioshik's the one who gets the kill. Kingen juggles it, and Cuz just comes over here blind. Let me see if he's there.
Yeah.
Oh, he is? Thank you. What's up?
Easy.
Plus 300.
Well, here's a fight on the bottom side. Stranglethorn's going to connect onto Beryl. Pioshik trying to just tank up as much as he can. Gets out of turret range, is now Life. Can he actually get this kill back? Zyra does a fair bit of work, but Cuz and Vikla are making their way down. It's going to be very difficult for Pioshik to survive this one, but Zeka in position. Vikla finds a hostile takeover. Pioshik actually uses it relatively effectively, but the chain lash is good. Deft fighting this one out, gets the flash out of Life. He is very committed to this position, and Cuz, flash heroics charge, and he will be able to lock down the Zeri. Rascal here in the mid lane will be able to get some plates as well. Kingen trying as he might on the top side to do the same thing, but he's not Jax.
Yeah, he's not Jax, and this is going to be a lane swap. Aiming's going to go top side here. This will, of course, be a lot of money going over to Kingen, but it's a Sejuani, whereas Vikla picks up big money. 2 kills here so far this game. Has those extra plates. Rascal's picking up these extra plates here for the Jax, so even though he's out of lanes and Sejuani is killing his plates, that's not going to affect how well he scales up. Look at now just kind of free farming here on the bottom side. I do think this pretty heavily favors KT. The one thing that, if you look at the kill score, you're not as happy about if you're just looking at the 6 versus 2 is 4 of those are on the Poppy, with some assists, of course, sprinkled around. But we'll see if Cuz can continue to make the plays here.
Yeah. And also, we'll see whether KT can get to more than a 10,000 gold lead. Because I don't think we're going to feel safe until it's at about that point, as we're going to check out how this one started.
Yeah, hostile takeover here. Zyra ult only hits barrel, so life tries his best, but Deft is too far over to the left side here. But it's a lot of damage back here for life on a Pioshik, but it's about Cousin Vikla's rotation over more than the Zyra here. Zeka comes over too, but as we mentioned, the Jax is getting played in mid. There's not really much to explain here. Vikla steals the ult. It does barely catch Pioshik, so he's able to secure that kill. And then they try to turn on the barrel. Too much damage back. Deft gets the flash. And yeah, we just watched this moments ago. Cuz with a nice save. Yeah, keep life alive, but he picks up the kill. So not amazing, but still saving a life there and grabbing some extra money. He's got his gauntlet pretty early this game.
Yeah, this is a pretty strong Poppy. It's absolutely true. Is Rascal probably going to be happy to fight Deft here on the top side, so Zeri going to have to be a little bit careful.
Let's also just mention for a second here, as Rascal, yeah, I don't think you want to commit onto Deft here. Yeah. Let's mention for a second that this is Poppy into Trundle, and it's also with a lane that has no prio control bottom side, and Cuz is doing this.
Wow. It was Solo on Prince's secret that lost against Ben. Wow, these are some names that I haven't read in an extraordinarily long time, Wolf.
Yeah, almost 783 days.
Oh.
Yeah, it certainly has been a long time. Glad we got that graphic up to just kind of set the stakes that this has not been meta for a long time.
No. Has certainly been a while, and even when it was picked then,
back
I
then
don't
it was
think
not
it
bad.
was
It was
meta.
a niche pick.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a niche pick back then too.
Yeah.
And you know, for this draft, again, we're just working under the assumption based on the you know, :O face from Vikla when it was locked in that this was not intentional, but they think they salvaged the draft pretty well. Cuz again, he's everywhere.
Of course he is. There's another heroic charge. Just smacks Deft against the wall, and he's just going to go down. So beautifully played. He is just...
Cuz is 1v9ing this game.
Yeah, he is straight up 1v9.
Guys, this is actually insane. It's Poppy versus Trundle. It's a Neil that has no control bottom side. He has no agency except the agency he is forcing. He blind Hex flashes a wall to catch King on top side because he's like, we need to get anything we can. I'm just going to try it. And it's working. He is basically make us witness a miracle potentially in the making here for KT. They are ahead in gold here. 2 Drake lead. This is the recipe for the first steps they need to win this game. Jax, you know, getting a side lane control would be massive for them too. And so far, he's been kind of on the back foot here with all the lane swaps and stuff that he's had to do, but he's been laning against a Azir for a little bit.
Oh, Zeka doesn't manage to avoid the Everfrost, gets out of the way of the first chain. I don't know whether it's necessarily going to matter. He throws out his own Emperor's Divide. The next one is going to be used onto Barrel. Heroic charge is gorgeous! As now Pioshik's going to have to flash to get himself out of the way of this one. Zeka also doing the same thing as Kingen throws an ulti into the nether. Still does a fair bit of work though, and Deft picks up a kill off to the side. Zeka still thinking about it. It's a double kill for the Zeri. Are we certifying? Get your stickers out, Wolf.
I think we
are flashing forward. There's a triple for Deft, and it looks like he wants to go to Worlds.
Triple for Deft, plus 600 on the shutdown there on the Vikla. And Life's ult there completely misplaced. Looked like he was trying to use it defensively to stop the retreat through. But if he actually gets a few knockups there or uses it earlier, perhaps this fight is winnable for KT. Now Rascal will get some extra plates, and perhaps this whole turret here won't be first turret of the game. Will be first turret for KT. But still going to grab some extra money here, but this is what Jax is doing right now here at 13 minutes. Will he be able to do it when it's relevant later on is the big problem that they're going to be facing when Zeri is going to be hitting 2 items very soon with the triple that Deft just picked up. Once he gets Phantom Dancer, like this comp for KT is, did we kill 2 people instantly? If the answer is yes, there's hope. If the answer is no, there is no team fight. as this is the kill onto Deft here.
We're just going to watch Cuz's 1v9 attempt not necessarily doing enough.
Yeah,
That's pretty much what we're looking at.
Because these types of picks that we've seen Cuz set up are not going to happen in 5v5 team fights. Like, you can do it now, but you won't be able to do it later. Speaking of,
well, Beryl is just going to go down here. The Silas starting to pop off, as we can see. Pyoshik doing his very best. Deft is going to turn up in the team fight as Zeka does have his Sun Disc up.
and this is
Kingen turns up late.
This is ironically the same sort of problems that we talked about for DRX for game 1. Like, okay, will this area actually have a team to play around to actually get ahead? Deft gets a triple, so he actually has money this time, but his team is falling apart around him. Cuz has 5 kills this game, 8 of the 10, and once again, they set up a dive mid lane. And Vikla is extremely fed. Yeah, he got shut down by Deft, gave 600 gold over, but the Silas is starting to get so far ahead that we might not even have a conversation about what Zeri does in a straight-up team fight. So we're going to go back to this because we were interrupted last time around. If Vikla ults here first, I think they do end up grabbing the kill onto Zeka instantly. And watch Life come down here. His ultimate does not really do a whole lot. He's just out of range to actually set it up when it matters most, and by the time he does put it here, it's like...
He ults his own team. It was very strange.
It's not what he wanted. I don't know what the idea was there. I guess the idea is to try to protect this team so they could retreat, but the placement was pretty poor.
And it does empower your plants, I guess, and he had some plants there, but I mean, that ain't what you use Stranglethorn.
Yeah, I think, and as we watch this dive here, Vikla gets the subjugate and just dives deep with Silas. This is one of the best ults you can steal in the game for skirmishes like this, but yeah, that ult does not inspire confidence that this was a plan from KT Rolster and Life on this Syra pick.
Yep. That pick, though, in the mid lane, definitely good news for KT. So they're getting stuff back. And KT needs control, and they need to fight for these objectives like their lives depend on it. Because KT in a siege scenario doesn't exist. Like, that's not a thing. You can't hit a turret. It's going to be very, very difficult. As Cuz, Hex flashing, like his life depends on it, just having the greatest of times doing so, as there's the ulti, and they're going to take down the carry of KT as best they can. They will be able to do it, but at what cost? Emperor's Divide flies forward, and now Beryl, he does have the bailout, but it doesn't quite work there. Aiming's able to help pick one up, though, for Vikla. Kingen goes down next, and Deft, he just doesn't have the damage right now. Life going to get healed. Chain Lash is fantastic. It connects. Oh my God! This young mid laner, there's a reason he got Rookie of the Year. And he looked so good in that fight.
That's an ace in 16 minutes. This is how this comp works. I'm getting actual chills. And Vikla, so many players would say, all right, we won that fight. We did enough. It's Zeri in a choke point. And I will say, I'm good. I'm happy with where we're at.
Yeah, we're good.
I think that's okay. Vikla said no. Cuz buys so much time here. He has a Negatron cloak online already. So he absorbs so much of the magic damage even in this exchange. The ult comes through, of course, from the Renata, but it's not enough to stop aiming from coming through here and setting up for a huge apotheosis. The follow-up knock-up on the Zeka from Life. This time the ult is good. Rascal comes forward here, and so this one it's like, all right, most teams back away. Vikla says, hell no! This team's walked away. He says, absolutely not. Come with me, Rascal. We're going to tie up this series. 16 minutes in, the lead couldn't be bigger.
Well, what is happening? We're picture-in-picture, and now we're real life, and now we've moved back, and here's the Glacial Prison. Vikla flashes. And everything's fine.
This game is crazy.
Even the observers are losing their minds off. They don't even know what's going on. Which picture are we watching? What is real life? No one really knows.
And the craziest thing about this is it's a 4,000 gold lead for KT, so smaller than the last one. And they've made this Silas extremely fed. The Jax is fed and could side lane extremely well. Like, Rascal could actually all in Vikla here and potentially, or Zeka rather, potentially get his ult at the very least.
Oh, yeah.
And KT have control of the map. They have Soul Point for Hextech Soul, which is amazing for their comp. But the question is, have they done enough? Because all of the issues of this comp for DRX, if they play it correctly, if they can actually stabilize here, still are a problem. So, I mean, nobody should be getting excited about KT in any case, but in this game, despite these leads and how amazing KT have played this comp, like literally, I think we have witnessed a miracle here. It might not be enough if Deft gets that third item online here and they actually peel. Because all that hard engage, the apotheosis, etc., can just be completely wiped away from a good ult from Zeka. He finally has his crown online. He's been so behind this game. But if he has a good ult, or you see a Sejuani lock down that Neela and Neela's blown up instantly, or Vikla gets caught, this whole comp falls apart. KT need all 5 players to be in every fight and every ult needs to hit.
Yeah,
and they've been doing it.
They need to collapse from every angle as well, because otherwise Beryl presses R and says no.
Yes.
Like that's the power of Renata against this very close range composition that KT have put together. I mean, there are still a lot of like A lot of T's to cross and I's to dot for KT if they're going to be able to successfully win these fights. However, they have been able to do so. So much of it is about Vikla being an absolute god on this Sylas. Sylas certainly starting to look like the key pick for this series because Zeka looked brilliant on it in game number 1 as well.
I mean, if it is true, and we have to say if until the interview happens and we get it confirmed, if it is true that he accidentally locked in the Zyra, and he's got this insane story where he's like, yeah, then I carried the game. I made the hugest mistake for our comp, but then we figured out a way to pull this one together, and then I played like a god because it was my fault, and I carried my team to victory with Cuz. And those repeated mid-dives onto Zeka, who's so far behind in items this game because he's just been repeatedly not allowed to play the game. Oh, what a story it could be if KT pulled this off.
Yeah.
It's not over yet by any means, and they have a lead, but they're going to need to keep pushing these advantages, keep getting control of side lanes, because they need prio for these objectives to set up for the fight. If you have to run at DRX, like you said, the Renata ult's a problem as much as everything else is in this comp, but if they can get this side control, because Vikla's so ahead, Jax is ahead, like, it's theoretically doable. Like, it could happen. KT get a 4 Drake to 0, Hex Tech Soul, and then this comp actually confront to back a little bit against this area. That extra slow is going to be massive. The cooldown reduction of the double Hex Tech is pretty massive, too. Like, you know, it's theoretically possible.
Oh, yeah. I mean, everything's possible in this series, Wolf. We saw game 1. I'm just not writing off anything whatsoever. I do have a small Zyra theory.
Yeah.
That I was musing. Perhaps the reason why Zyra is good against Renata is that you can set up your plants as I'm going to be interrupted here momentarily, but Arctic Assault will allow my point to go on. Set up your plants, then when hostile takeover goes through, they eat the aggro, so that you hit the plants instead of your teammates.
Yeah.
You know. Yeah, that's my thought.
My thought is more about the extra combo with Neela here, which, again, this might just be a chicken and egg argument. Like, did they pick the Neela because they accidentally locked in Zyra, or did they have a Neela-Zyra comp planned? The Leandries functions very similarly in setup for these Drakes if they have prio, which they should have with the side lane control they have now. Like the Heimerdinger draft we actually saw from Damo and
Zyra
Kia.
works exactly the same way. The item is actually just busted on the champion.
So you have
many times.
You have Leandries, you have the setup with your plants, and you basically say, walk at me, Zeri. I'm going to win an extremely long fight. If you walk too far close to actually engage, then the Wombo combo hits. And it's like a cool idea here in the draft, absolutely. Especially if it's planned here, but I think it's even more impressive if it's not.
Yeah, and if you can get a Grasping Roots that actually procs a plant as well, you can slow your opposition for a really long time with those Grasping Roots plants.
They don't have the setup here, though. All that stuff we've been talking about doesn't matter if you don't get to the objective first and stuff. Now they're going to force it in.
Oh, okay.
Rift Herald topside is a little bit of extra side lane pressure. DRX will have to answer this eventually.
Are we 1-2-3-ing? This is crazy. As Rascal is going to do the smallest little adorable leap strike
This
to
is
get
Hex
away.
Tech Soul.
It is. So this is Soul, and KT are going to lose 2 turrets for it, most likely. Not exactly going to find connection there with the stolen away Glacial Prison. As, yeah, they've got Hex Tech Soul. And there's also there's a split.
DRX,
like Shirley has been employed by KT. Not like for a small amount of time,
Rascal?
for a long time. Is okay. Rascal doesn't find the counter strike. Cuz now fighting against Kingin as Deft is ulted, but the apotheosis is so good. And into the wall he goes. It's a double kill for the Jax. They can take a Baron if they'd like to. And KT's genius draft is paying off, Wolf.
TP! They're coming in, they want to end the game. They want to end the game, and they get Hex Tech, and then Rascal engages. As they get the soul, they get the slow. I don't think they can end the game right now, but if they get a pick, they certainly can. They're going to take away this ult here. Now they can go straight to Baron. 23 minutes, they have enough damage here. They're so far ahead, and that last fight was so beautiful from KT, skirting on the edge of the Azir turret, the Sun Disc that Zeka set up. They get Soul with Neela, and then the engage comes through from Rascal. Hex Tech Soul is the perfect Soul for them if they can actually lock it down. And now they've got a Baron, they've got an inhibitor turret down. The value of that Herald was massive. And DRX feels so absent this game as Cuz 2 games in a row pops off.
He is so good. It's actually absurd. As we're going to see this. Look, everyone collapses from a different angle. And it's a beautiful ult from Cuz as well.
Yeah,
to make
Cuz
sure
knocks
that the
him out.
Renata is not there.
If she's there, he ults through this choke point and the fight looks completely different. At least Deft escapes. But Deft has been locked down and killed against this composition several times now. He's 4 deaths this game.
Oh, it's getting towards 24 minutes though, Wolf.
We do have to remember what happened in game 1.
Yeah. We need to do like a heart rate check for all of the KT fans. Make sure that it's as low as possible.
Now that's a Void Staff being built for a support that we like. We will thumbs up.
Oh, absolutely. I'd prefer Rylai's just because of the extra utility. That's fine. I mean, that's what I don't think that's right. It's probably wrong.
Well, with how they've been playing it, I think it is right, actually,
Void
because
Staff's definitely good.
Leandri's hasn't gotten any value because fights have ended instantly, and it hasn't been about the setup with the plants and the turrets and stuff. It's just been about straight up, we killed him instantly, we ran at him, and we got the slows from the Hextech Soul.
Yeah.
And I think that's what this next fight is going to look like if KT win it here. This could be a turning point for DRX if they win just one decisive fight.
Well, Cuz only gets spotted out. I don't think he really cares. Rascal also going to exit stage left. And DRX just trying to hold on, but this split is very, very powerful for KT.
Yeah, the Baron buff, I mean, it's just so... This is the siege that their comp doesn't have. Baron is doing for them. It won't last forever here.
Yeah, and KT needs to get every Baron if they're going to break the base, right? Like, that's how it works. Thankfully, they were able to get that push towards that top side after they won a team fight. That meant that Rascal can now move in and threaten this inhibitor that is open and exposed.
This is so beautifully played from KT. They just want to use this Baron buff to burn another minute off the clock for the Elder fight. They get Elder, and this comp is basically unbeatable. It's just too much damage too quickly, and the Elder will finish everybody off when that combo hits.
Oh, nice extender boom. Going to do a fair bit of damage there to life.
Deft did have to go for LDR here because he's dealing with the upfront damage of the Silas.
Oh, Chain's going to get... Oh my goodness, Zeka just not having a very good time on this Azir whatsoever this game. There's the flash Counter-Strike barrel trying to get himself out. That just might be it. Yeah, Goshik just going to get delivered to his fountain, and he may stay there because KT are just eviscerating his entire team. And they will do so very easily. That was clean, as now it's just Goshik left alive.
I cannot believe that KT did it with this comp after losing that game number 1.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Really beautifully done here for KT. You can tell, I mean, the look on Vikla's face was like, what's going on? But Zyra was it was legitimately random. It was random.
Yeah, it was randomed.
And they
built
won with it. It was beautiful what they did with it. Obviously, Life had no idea what he was doing.
And it was not about, he hit one ultimate that was decent. The rest, it was like wildly thrown around, and it wasn't even good. Like his performance on the Zyra was not good, but the draft they built around it was solid.
No,
but
do you know what was good about it, Wolf? Yeah, Cuz literally just picked his team up, put him in his little puppy backpack, and delivered them a Nexus.
This is the type of game that you cannot even make up. You cannot even, this would, like if this was a sports movie about League of Legends, it would be like, this is so cheesy. I can't believe this.
Yeah, this is wrong.
Actually one of the craziest things that these players will go through, I think, in their whole careers is, remember that game 2 against DRX in the World's Qualifier where we accidentally picked Zyra, randomed it. We got the confirmation from production. It was randomed, and they pulled it off. They built a comp around it. And Vikla, who accidentally randomed it, he didn't block it in fast enough, has a game of his life with Cuz. They dive the Azir over and over and over again, push him out of the game. This is what like good League of Legends is about, is crazy situations like this where KT make a miracle happen.
And Life did more damage than Zeka.
He didn't even play it well. It doesn't matter.
I mean, Zyra's a great champion. And to be honest, like his grasping roots in lane were actually really, really good. Obviously, he has played the champion, guys. It's just not necessarily a life pick that he's been playing recently in competitive League of Legends. We're going to need a little bit of a break after that one, Wolf. The series is now 1-1, and we're going to go to a short break, and we'll see you after the carpet space.
미드 아지로 동원 나이스.
예, 가볼게. 나오다.
쌀 맞을게. 요번에 아파하자. 내가 다 노플, 제리도 노플이거든.
제리 로플. 제리 잡아줘. 제리 잡아줘.
제리 맞아. 나이스.
야 이거를 랜덤픽으로 이기네. 가보자.
픽 아니야. 우리가 픽한 거잖아.
원래 저희
탑으로 가자. 탑.
가리 배웠어요. 저희가 배웠어요.
야, 우리가 픽한 거야.
그래?
내가 픽한 거였어요?
내가 제가 아타마가 자이라 시켰어요.
나이스. 진짜 조커픽인데? 나도 몰랐어.
내가 원래 팀도 모르는 픽이야.
한판 잘해보자. 아, 좋아. 우리가 훨씬 잘한다 진짜. 실수만 하지 말자.
The night beckons while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread,
Welcome back to the Analyst Carpet Space. This is me, Valdez, with Chronicler and Cubby in the TV. That was a game of League of Legends, if I've ever seen one. It started out with this insane draft where we did have the literally randomly picked Zyra that was not on purpose, and they were still able to defeat them very one-sidedly.
I'm flabbergasted in many a way. The Zyra in by itself is you can work out in theory why it can work, right? Because you have a lot of zone denial that makes Zeri's life a lot harder. A lot of chip damage, which can also kind of alleviate a lot of the pressure that comes through. You actually mentioned yourself about how it was also obnoxious for the Sedge to play into, but it was random. So, like, where do you go from that with this draft?
I think you just chalk it up to extreme mental edge. Throw game one, a 10K gold lead, and then take a random pick and win in 26 minutes. I mean, how can you bounce back from that?
Yeah, I mean, Rascal at the end in the, the voice talk, he was like, we're much better than these guys, and they were making memes about how this is, how do we win with this random pick? No, it's a pocket pick, all this stuff. Very fun and interactive gameplay we did have there. Let's take a look at the highlight reel because Cuz is having an insane day of League of Legends today.
I don't think the bot lane and the random Zyra matters when your jungle gap is this big. It was actually unreal. Like the previous game, he was already miles out of Pioshik, but this was literal decimation, right? Like it was he calling out the timers in chat for like, this is the highlights we need. Literally every 30 seconds, like he kills someone, next 30 seconds, kills someone, cuz completely snowballed the state of this game, and this should have been, without the little hiccup, just a straight up KT stomp. And it still was in the end.
Yeah, we've played 2 games so far, and it feels like Cuz has won 5 out of the 6 lanes that we've had in this game. As like, whenever you have a random champion like that, you're going to need other players to step up, and Cuz and Vikla, wow, what a game from both of them.
Yeah, I mean, you said it, extreme mental edge because of so many things going wrong, but yet at the same time, so many things going right for KT. As this was a stop, let's take a look at the second fight that we do have here. And this was really where you began to feel like, okay, KT surely can't throw this one, right?
Really did, because earlier they gave free kills to Zeri, and we were getting very worried. Then this knock-up combo is nice, but I want to highlight again, to me, the key here were Cuz and Vikla. Cuz going down here, but forces a lot of cooldowns, and Vikla with these fadeaway change and the immediate flash follow-up from Rascal as well, really nicely done.
And Vikla throughout the first 2 games of the series has been really good, even though they dropped the last one. To the point where, if I'm DRX, I'm really looking for Zeka to try and pick things up. He is someone that we also had in the running for being considered for Rookie of the Year. Vikla, of course, did take that award. It feels like Zeka in the back half of the season hasn't been quite as good, and if DRX wants to keep their world's hopes alive, I really think Zeka is the one that needs to step up moving forward.
Yeah, it was definitely one of the lanes that us as a collective team on the global side were like, yeah, that mid lane could be very volatile. In fact, it has been. It's been very back and forth, but we have had one big diffy, and it is in the jiffy, as all of us are kind of alluding to.
Yeah, and additionally, this Silas pick, the cast mentioned it as well, and I want to echo it, seems to be a really big issue, because the Poppy obviously can't be given over anymore, like Cuz's miles out of Pioshik, regardless of pick. But when it comes down to like that Silas, we need a counter pick, or it needs to be banned, because whichever team gets it just seems to be skirmishing so much better.
Yeah, as the series moves forward too, I do want to keep our eyes on what happens with Kari. I feel like that was a really big champion for each of our mid laners, and it's something that you can play into the Silas, so we're really interested to see if that ends up being picked up.
Yeah, definitely another place we can look towards, and it was pretty interesting to see Aiming coming out with Anila and just say, yeah, we're just going to make this Anila Zyra lane work, and he had multiple great engages. He didn't do a lot of damage, but that's not really what you're expecting out of Anila in a 26-minute game anyway, so no POG here in the regional qualifiers, but I think we all know who is getting the 13 out of 13 for this one. It's Cuz. Absolutely going to pick that one up, and now I'm just going to wonder if DRX can come back from this.
It's really tough because even in the game that DRX won, they probably shouldn't have, and the gap specifically on the top side of the map looks to be insurmountable. I think mid lane, depending on matchup, can kind of shift. Bot lane, Deft's doing well, but Barrel also not looking too great, so I think that 3-1 prediction that Cubby and Wolf threw might be the one that ends up happening.
Yeah, and Cubby, I'm going to have to cut you off. We are going straight into game number 3. No time to waste. Let's jump over to the casters right away.
Fantastic work, gentlemen, analyzing a game with a random Zyra pick that they were able to then win. Must have been a difficult task. However, here we are. It is just the life of KT,
I mean,
just in general.
we talked about a little bit on the cast. They talked about the way that Cuz and Vikla carried that game. But the Zyra was the least impactful part of this game.
Oh, absolutely.
And like, it's not a shock.
Carrie is here to support Deft and Rascal. This is very, very cute.
Yeah.
A player from each team as well, which is absolutely adorable.
I just, the mental edge angle is one that we were like, okay, well, how do you come back from this? And then KT lock in a random champ. How do you come back from that? They win so hard. The ball is in DRX's court now. They pick blue side, which is not a surprise, even though with pick priority, KT did choose red themselves.
Yeah.
Going into game 2. We're going to see how this draft evolves now, because I don't think KT Roaster planned on playing an Ela comp, but now it's something in their wheelhouse that they could certainly pull out again. Yeah. I think the Poppy needs to be looked at, because the dive potential for Poppy, she's extremely strong. Not into Trundle usually, but if you're out playing your opponent, out pathing him, and just finding these angles repeatedly, the best dive champion in the game is just too tanky, charges you into a wall, and if there's set up prio lanes, she's going to find value in both the Sylas and the top side of the map there. For KT, Rascal was getting kills on the Jax. It was a huge problem.
Yeah, and I think that DRX need to adapt their bans just a little bit here. It was Renekton and Aphelios Yuumi that they banned away. Banning Yuumi on the blue side is definitely an interesting choice, but with the Sivir ban, means that KT then picks away Zeri, and then Yuumi feels a little bit awkward. I mean, yeah, there is Twitch and things like this, but it doesn't necessarily feel as good. The Ahri going to be the second ban here from DRX, and there's the Poppy. So massive adaptation on DRX's side in the bans, and I think that exactly has to happen.
Yeah, this means aiming might get to play the Aphelios that we were talking about in game 2 here on a red side rotation, and I think you definitely leave a 0 open here.
Oh yeah,
just
100%.
ban Yuumi and say, you could pick a 0, we'll pick Sylas into that, we'll feel good about it. You pick Sylas, we'll play the Talia into it, which was very successful for them. They banned the Sylas, in fact, so KT have a different plan in mind here for the mid lane if that Azir is locked through. They give the Yuumi over, but Lucian is also up. So DRX have to make a tough call here. There's several high priority picks they'd like to get their hands on here, but they only can choose one. The draft will be shaped by the choice they make here. Will it be that Azir that Zeka had a bad game on in game 2? Will it be Deft's Lucian, or will they try to go for a Yuumi rotation here?
I would suggest Yuumi because, oh, never mind. Okay, this is not really what I'm super psyched about, but the Sylas was banned, so they don't have that response necessarily. Still, KT deciding to go for the Lucian angle. This does mean that Nami will be the final pick, so not a lot of mystery here in this stage of the draft, but Sejuani for Cuz, that is a big worry. I was expecting that to be on the ban list, but DRX can now get the classic, and I say classic, I mean the disgusting Azir Zeri Yuumi.
But as we saw in game 1, Zeri Yuumi is not, KT has no concerns with that because their mid game is better and they will not lock in the Yuumi. And you know what? I actually like this because you're playing into Lucian Nami. You're going to want to get a little bit more control of the lane. The ability to Glitter Lance and try to survive down there is going to be much better for Lulu than it is going to be for the Yuumi. Yeah, you could heal and stuff like that, but it's not going to ever give you any trade back in terms of the push. And you know, straight up here, the Lulu is going to be way better in these team fights around mid-game skirmishes, I think, than the Zeri will be before Zeri gets to 3 items. So, DRX, you just have to figure out how you fix your early mid. That's what you have to do here, because, yeah, this comp scales, but the Sejuani pick here is the big worrying one right now.
Well, I mean, is it just Cuz versus Pyoshik, right? I mean, there's...
But he's on an S-tier pick.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I 100% agree with you. And in many of our other matchups, I'd be looking at this like, oh man, Sejuani's so powerful in this instance. We watched where Peanut just decimated T1 with the champion. He was so good because it's one of his most comfortable picks of all time.
Easiest frontal ban ever.
100%. But also, I think that Cuz could be playing basically any jungler. He's just been so much better around the map than Pioshik, and DRX needs to level up in so many different areas. You heard it from the desk, right? The entire top side for DRX have been dropping the ball.
I like this ban here onto Rascal's Aatrox. So it's going to make him a little bit less comfortable there on the top side. He's now lost his Aatrox and Renekton. But the big question is, where's Vikla going? Because, yeah, you can play the Talia into the Azir here. Definitely not as strong as the Talia into melee matchup, but he was very decisive with that call. They knew what they wanted. A little bit of extra rotation power here, and they're set up for Sejuani. As looks like it's going to be Wukong once again, but this is a problem for Pioshik because in the early stages, the Wukong is not going to stack up. Sejuani has way more value, especially in insanely gankable lanes like Lucian, Nami, Talia mid, and whatever Rascal ends up here at the top side of the map. I mean, it took Gragas. He has so many options actually now.
Yeah.
Like, he just picks Sion. He's like, yep, I'm just going to set up for long-range engage. I have good side laning into the Gragas for a lot of this game. And so many ways to just straight up win the fight against Wukong. And if you could stop the Wukong, you can knock him up, you can stop his Cyclone, and then turn, KT's comp is insane.
Definitely is. It is lacking a bit of damage in comparison to what DRX do have on the table, especially if Kingen is going to go the AP route instead of just the tank Gragas that we have seen before. Certainly not going to be a lane where Rascal's going to be smashing it or anything like that. Going to be basically the wet noodle fight as the burly gentlemen go up against one another.
Well, Cuz, you know, he might have something to say about that, though. You know, Cuz might say, you know what, I'm actually going to turn this into a Sion lead. I don't think we're going to be seeing, like, lethality Sion or anything like that. He's not going to be carrying the early game, but if he gets ahead, starts getting some extra gold on those plates, there's certainly an angle for this Gragas struggling to rotate to objectives. And Wukong into this Sejuani is my biggest concern. Now, Pioshik did have an amazing Baron steal in Game 1. He also was able to really shape a lot of team fights with great Cyclone engages. He had really nice angles. He wasn't playing his early game or his pathing well, but he was absolutely playing his late game team fight setups well for the Zeri. And so that part of this draft doesn't really change. It's just surviving the early game. Wow, that's really cool.
They got a first-class ticket? That's pretty cool.
Well, I hope they don't have to refund it. They're going to have best of 3, and then tomorrow, or rather, well, the best of 3 that's left here, and then tomorrow's best of 5, if they're going to go.
Well, I mean, after game number 1, I would definitely be shaking in my boots, Wolf, and I still am, because I'm definitely not getting overly enthusiastic about the team called KT Rolster. We would never do that to any of the KT fans, as KT put themselves together a comp very similar to the last one, top into game number 3. I want to correct myself just a little bit. Of course, very similar to their Game 1 draft. Not their last one. The last one had a random Zyra in it. Didn't look like this whatsoever. However, their first one was still with the Talia in the mid lane. A lot of utility coming from the top and jungle, and then aiming, doing a heck of a lot of the work. Last time around, it was the Sivir. This time, he's on the Lucian. And Lucian can definitely be devastating. He's gone for that first strike option as well, and does have Ignite this time around.
Yeah, Life takes the heal, so Deft is actually going to go for the barrier here. We saw this yesterday too, and just trying to stave off pressure. Not going to go for Exhaust or a Ignite here on the DRX bottom side because you're not really trying to put that pressure on, you're just trying to stave it off. And we'll see if Pioshik can find value post 6, or if he matches the rotations of Cuz. Maybe there's an angle where Deft gets ahead early, but at least the Lulu here, rather than the Yuumi, is going to give you a little bit of power to push down in this 2v2.
Yep.
Which is why I think they went for it, even when the Zeri was available. Or the Yuumi, rather.
Well, Ardent Blaze flies forward from aiming, as Ebb and Flow is going to be the response there from Life. But as you can see, the Lulu going to be able to offer a fair bit when it comes to just throwing Glitter Lances in this lane and aiding with the push, things like this. We mentioned the fact that, you know, not picking the Yuumi when she was available was very, very odd. But you mentioned as well that it's for having some control in the laning phase.
When you play it this well,
being afforded,
You could see Barrels trading back here. Life isn't going to be able to do the same. You know, he's having to auto-attack to get the Spell Thief's edge stacks here a little bit. And Just going to stick around with the Lucian here as over comes Cuz.
Well, let's see who's going to be able to win this Smite battle. Of course, Cuz doesn't have his, neither does Pyosik, and Pyosik now just doing battle with the Sejuani. Not a lot of patience left on this blue buff, and I think that Pyosik's going to have to back away. Peril is going to turn up, though, Deft here as well, as they did manage to get the shove in.
Lulu power here, you have that level 2 invade as Pyosik, and Cuz is just going to have to try to hope for a 50-50.
Yeah, exactly. Aiming finally going to move on over, though, as Pyosik. Smite's just about to come back because he's going to pick it up. The flash has to be used from the Wukong. Ardent Blaze, they're trying to move away from it as Deft. Backing away, Winter's Wrath not going to connect as they saw that the Azir was rotating down and KT deciding to leave. Cuz also has to flash. So very even exchange outside of the fact that the blue buff was collected by the Sejuani.
Yeah, this could have been so much worse for either of these teams. Ends up being fairly even here, as you say, and flash being down for both junglers is very annoying for follow-up ganks. It does allow the Azir to feel a lot more comfortable here. Makes the Gragas a lot more comfortable versus the Sejuani, who's going to have a lot more power with her flash than the Wukong will at the stage. Cuz gets a nice experience lead because he smites this away. But because Pyosik holds onto the aggro here, he takes so much damage from the blue buff itself and has to leave. He gets ignited and leaves the fight entirely. So now you're Lucian Nami into Zeri Lulu in a fight without your jungler. So very scary there. And the fact that everybody walks away alive is shocking.
Yeah. Ooh, Rascal now going down low, but it's because there's a Sejuani coming up. He's trying to bait this play in. Takes a drink, so Kingen, 50% of his health bar to get through. The Arctic Assault's fantastic. Winter's Wrath doesn't find the mark, though, and that body slam, just beautiful. May not be enough to save him, but it might also be. So never you mind, Kingen makes his way out. Much better play from the DRX top laner.
Yeah, really nice reaction from Kingen flashing early. Cuz's flash being down earlier, super significant here. If he has it, that's 100% a kill there, but he doesn't actually have the follow-up, so this is being flashes exchanged here on the top side. It's going to be a lot of minions crashing into this turret, but Kingen could teleport in and catch that up. As Cuz, man, the guy is... I don't know if we could sing his praises anymore. He's just finding angles everywhere. I think the expectation was definitely that he would make a trip to mid lane, but he goes top side there, forces the flash with the Q from Rascal. And the observers are just like giving him his celebratory pan. Like, you know, the observers where they're like, man, this guy is good. They just pan over on him while he's doing Raptors, and everyone's like, I'm glad we're watching him do Raptors here because he's so good.
I like how we're watching Cuz, whatever he's doing, and then Deft, whatever he's doing, because that's kind of what this series has evolved into, right? It's Cuz versus Deft. Can Deft hard carry, and can Cuz get KT so far ahead that it does not matter? And then the big question mark that is on the board is, which of these mid laners is going to turn up? Now the Sylas is banned away. We're sort of on even footing, right? Because Zeka, great performance on the Sylas in Game 1. Vikla, even better in Game 2 to allow them to get that 26-minute victory. So much more decisive here for KT second time around.
Oh, Aiming did get an early Dirk here, but he's still just under the pressure of this Lulu push with Deft here and is dealing with his minions, so it doesn't actually really get to be aggressive here. It's a nice bait potentially, but not going to work out here. Pyosik comes over saying, all right, they're backing in this push. Maybe we'll force something with this Dirk advantage. Not going to happen. Deft gets back, picks up his Greaves. Yeah, we'll be able to catch the wave here very likely. Lulu can hold it a little bit. Might lose a CS or two, but...
Yeah, Beryl thinking that not going to be able to actually get the Zeri back before this one does come in, so wants to make sure that the experience does something.
It's a nice timing. The cannon wave is here. It's going to cost them a plate. Yep. But still very nicely played from Deft and Beryl.
Yeah, Deft, I believe, got that cannon. I hope so.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, Aiming, taking a bit of harass damage here from Beryl, Cuz going to collect some shellfish for himself. No way that Pyosik's going to be battling that one. Does have, you know, he's sitting one camp behind. It's definitely way better than Game 1 as far as this matchup.
I think he's clearing a ward. I don't think he's actually doing this break because that would be insane. Okay, yeah, just clearing this one over here. Grabs the scuttle.
Oh,
here we go. The King and Rome. Level 6 is up. Vikla does have flash.
Yeah, Cuz also going to be moving over. A seismic shove is a massive amount of value. Good flash there from Vikla, gets him over, but it's not done yet. In goes Pyosik. Vikla should be going down. No, he isn't. Never you mind. Cuz in the right position, is going to be able to save his mid laner.
Well,
Vikla just barely walks out.
I didn't think Rascal would be getting plates here because of moments like this, but this is going to cost, obviously, Kingen a significant amount of CS here, as well as give Rascal that extra plate control top side.
Oh dear, Beryl in a bunch of trouble. Aqua Prison going to zone deft away, not going to be able to follow up onto aiming here. I thought Ignite might have been invested there, Wolf, from aiming, but he holds onto it.
All 4 summoners still up here. And it looks like this is just going to be the end of that. They don't have vision of where Pyoshik is, so don't want to try to force the issue any further. Vikla also going to find himself significantly behind in CS because he was forced to back there, but his flash was so beautiful. It gets away from the cast, and it's over the fat wall there. That was insane that he lived.
Yeah.
And it's once again partially on the back of Cuz being exactly at the right place at the right time. And Rascal's just like, all right, I'm pushing top, okay? I know he's potentially missing here. Look at the positioning as well of Vikla. He stands in the exact spot where he can avoid this. Still gets body slam, has heal for Summoner, which is why he's just barely able to escape. Crazy.
Just amazing. Just amazingly done by Vikla. And this is the question mark that we were talking about, right? And yes, he is behind quite a bit of farm at this point in time. Was, of course, still pressured away. Lost the wave as that dive was being attempted, but still having a great time. And Cubby actually illustrated this. Like, his Talia game was pretty good as well in game number 1. And KT basically won that until they didn't. As body slam here against the Sion can be very frustrating for Sion. But thankfully, he manages to get his Q back off cooldown a little bit earlier.
The Talia losing a lot of farm here and a plate going over to Zeka in mid, I think is more significant than Rascal getting 2 plates farm, actually. And still is behind in CS. Rascal is in this matchup. So as much as we're excited that Vikla lived, or sorry, we won't use that word, as much as we're very appreciative of his really nice flash and heal there, the game state definitely really good for DRX right now. Because remember, they're also staving off the Lucianami pressure pretty well. It's going to be first rate going over to KT because, as I say it, they have lost control of that bottom side. As more levels come through, level 6 up for aiming and life. That is going to be the Drake going over, but this is the least impactful game that Cuz has had all 3 games. He still made a huge impact, but this is not KT walking away with a massive lead this time around against the Zeri Azir. And Wukong hits level 6, so now he can actually fight in skirmishes pretty well. So DRX feeling pretty good about the very small lead, but it's a lead nonetheless they have here so far in this game.
Yeah, and you'd think that DRX are going to be happy with how the game is going to look in the future as well, given their scaling options in the Azir, the Wukong, the Zeri, things like that. Needs no introduction, really.
And there's the Wukong 6.
Yeah, Vikla just going to throw a bunch of rocks at him as there's the Emperor's Divide thrown on over, straight into the Cyclone. Cuz is here, though, and Zeka is likely to fall. Mid laners both die, and junglers say, all right, we're out of here.
Yeah, and neither mid laner picks up the kill, actually.
Yeah.
And so it's not actually that impactful for either of them in terms of the matchup or side laning or itemization. Obviously, he's slower down is Vikla because he started that tier earlier.
Yeah, it is going to mean some plates. Yeah. Going to go over to Deft here. And Aqua Prison goes slightly wide as... okay, no, not going to actually want to pick those up. As yes, I think they did go over to Deft. Spend enough time. I think I saw the money split.
Yeah, it looked like the gold was split. I'm pretty sure he picked it up. Aiming down here alone, by the way.
Yeah, Glitter Lance getting a whole bunch of value. You love to see it.
As Polymorph is used here, but the potential cross map for KT in that exchange was getting plates for aiming bottom side, but they weren't able to do that either. So DRX feeling very comfortable with the extra gold they pick up mid lane here with the crash, regardless of whether Def got those plates. He was very far away, but he might have actually been, as you mentioned, close enough for long enough. Either way, crash goes through. Still a big lead here for Zeka. Aiming only with the 1 plate here bottom side. And KT sitting on their 1 Drake advantage right now will be either Mountain, Ocean, or Infernal for the Soul. So
yeah, at least it's different this time around. We had sort of identical Drakes in games 1 and 2. Finally, some change is afoot, and we'll see whether that change means that we're going to see some better play. I mean, I don't mind who wins, right? But DRX certainly were underperforming individually a lot in game number 2, and we need to see better from them if they are going to contend for that final Worlds position. As Cuz going to fly forward, shifting sands was used there by Zeka, but that is a fantastic seismic shove and eats all of the pebbles as well. Still not going to be able to grab the kill. Culling flies down on this bottom side is Deft wanting to tank some of that up, and he's going to be able to do so utilizing the shield.
He wants that plate
Barrel.
so badly.
Oh man,
That is
so
crazy. He doesn't get it. And I think that's why he committed the cold there. They don't commit the tidal wave because that's just a bridge too far. They don't need both of those to get the plate. But man, last range minion goes down and the plate still stands, but he doesn't actually pick up the money, unfortunately. So Nolt invested there. Some extra time in the lane here for Deft and Barrel, feeling very good about how this goes.
Yep. Oh, Kingan's going to find Cuz, or Cuz is going to find Kingan, or something like that. They are both going to lose each other immediately. So nothing to worry about. Vikla might have a little bit, but does have his flashback available.
This Gragas has been so impactful roaming mid. Even though the first kill that he wanted to get there onto Vikla, I mean, Vikla played it so well. He should have gotten, you know, in a perfect world. He comes down here a second time, is trying to make that impact. But every time he leaves, Rascal gets more plate gold here on the top side of the map. And it's an experience issue that it's starting to become here as well.
Well, Yoshik is just diving in. Deft is going to flash the wave, but the bubble is beautiful. And the Wukong's already dead. Deft now on the wrong side of this fight. Extendo Beam not going to find life. And KT, they just say no.
They could thank the lucky stars that Vikla does not have his ult right now, or he would be joining in. And Deft super low here is going to have to leave. The Aqua Prison was beautiful.
Yeah, as Kingan's looking to solo kill the king of solo kills. But the stun does come through there. The barrel going to be moved back towards. And Rascal doesn't exactly have a lot of options at this point in time. This is such a hilarious 1v1. I'm not going to lie. There's the face plant. And Zombie Scion not going to be able to lock this one down because he was slowed by the barrel. And Kingan is just toying with him right now. That is heartbreaking. 14 gold. Going over to the Gragas.
Yeah, did have to commit the flash.
That is a solo kill, man.
Yeah.
Crazy.
And that is going to be also the tank variation of the Gragas. We talked about it could have been damage actually in this comp, but decides he wants to have a better front line and just more CC to lock down this Lucian and Talia. When we do see those picks attempted, Yoshik.
Yeah.
A trickster.
Yeah, not going to be able to find the Winter's Wrath as Cuz is going to be evicted.
But that's Drake.
Yeah,
and, you know, yeah, they get a solo kill top, but Rascal did have his teleport available. Doesn't really care that much about it.
Does a Scion ever really care about dying, Wolf?
Ask Baus.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Loved it when he was out here streaming. This is an aside. Really enjoyed it.
Yep, and Rascal must have been watching the stream as well. He knows exactly what's going on because he's turning being solo killed into a solo kill. Flashes over. That is a great ward that Rascal had already put down. Roar of the Slayer comes on in, and I have a feeling that he's just going to walk away. Yep, he does so. Picks up the kill, and there is the counter solo. Yep. The most dangerous of solo kills.
Flash for flash, but I mean, that's the whole turret dead. And they get second Drake here. KT, it's a Mountain Soul, which is, you know, pretty significant for either side. But KT have such a tempo lead here. Deft does have a control ward and a regular ward of backup here against this potential engage.
Well, Tidal Wave going to come through. Warrior Trickster going to be used to create some distance for Pyoshik and will be enough there as Vikla roaming back towards that mid lane after Zeka dealt with the minion wave. This game is so much closer though, Wolf.
Yeah, this is the kind of series I wanted. This is the kind of series I was hoping for between these two teams. As Pyoshik coming over here for the setup. This is the beautiful Aqua Prison from Life. Remember, he didn't use his Tidal Wave earlier.
It's such a force though, because there's no more minions available.
Yeah, and the Tidal Wave is still up. They used only the culling on that push for the plate that failed, you know, moments before this. And this is, of course, Rascal trying his best here to actually solo this back. Misses the Q, unfortunately. If he gets that knockup, I think he gets him with a follow-up ult, but then tries to use his ult to escape. Forces Kingan's flash, so has the follow-up flash advantage when he does return to lane.
Well, Emperor's Divide going to come through here as Weaver's Wall from Vikla is aggressive, to say the least. Gets the flash out of Zeka, so you'd probably say worth.
Yeah, and he just uses his summoner exhaust, his swapped summoner exhaust from Unsealed. Not really a big investment from him at all. Just going to rotate that one back in. KT looking for Herald topside, and there's no plates left. I mean, this is not a huge trade.
Well, Goshik going to go for it again as now Aiming's in trouble. Deft is going to collect that kill, and now Life is in trouble. Deft took a lot of damage, but he is going to survive as Extendo Beam does not find the Nami, but still, that is a kill onto a Zeri, and that is bad news for KT. Now Vikla, 50% health. They get the flash out from Life with the explosive cast, but now the charge from the Rift Herald into this mid lane is going to mean a lot of map control here for KT.
Yeah, the Cyclone was really good from Pyoshik on the follow-up. This time they kill Aiming and they get the turret. Woohoo! Yes, he's just going to run really fast down here to try to catch Deft, who's going to back
He's gonna press the counter B button is his plan, but straight into the surf.
Like that
and yeah, you got wiped out by that wave, my friend.
Yeah, that was extreme greed to try to stay for the whole turret, and he stays, and he is punished. I mean, this is what your long-range Sion can afford you, is just basically saying, I can catch you no matter what. Now, this is the second follow-up here. Pioshik dodges the Aqua Prison. They do not have it this time. They do not have Tidal Wave, so this is not forced. This is actually smart. TP is committed as well from King in here. If they want to really force the issue, then unfortunately, as the turret goes down, they lose turret mid. The Herald gets a second crash, and they get deft as Tidal Wave comes back up. Wasn't really necessary here, but we'll grab a kill. So another trade up for KT Rolster, unfortunately, at the end of the day.
Yeah, and now Zekka is going to find aiming. Aiming dying in a side lane. I've seen this in another series before, Wolf.
Yep, so, you know, an AD carry overextends on one team, and then we come out of that replay into the other. So aiming will be traded, I guess you could say,
yeah,
in terms of some aggressive greed. And
okay,
all right,
this series is definitely going into Funny Town pretty quickly. You could say. Well, I don't know. You don't have.
I went into Funny Town in game one.
Yeah.
Where are we now? We're in Funky Town, I guess.
Oh, won't you take me to Funky Town, please, Wolf? As Vicla's going to find Zekka, and Zekka doesn't like it in Funky Town, I don't think. Vikla definitely has the keys to that ranch, and he is going to be able to take down the Azir very comfortably. He's like, you killed my Lucian. I will destroy you, and he does exactly that.
Even with Vision, of course, it's a long-range Weaver's Wall that picks him off here. This is just aiming, getting caught. Pioshik doesn't have to commit to Cyclone. Actually takes the kill as well, which is, I think, Zekka probably wanted that one. Zekka just backing here. Vikla has Weaver's Wall. Like, this is greedy from Zekka, straight up. But at the same time, you know, he thought, based on the information he had and the wards that he had, this was a safe call. But Zekka's had an unfortunate 2 games back-to-back here on the Azir where he's been a punching bag for KT. He's just generated so much gold for them. And it's why we were somewhat puzzled when the Azir priority went to DRX in the draft here on blue side again. And it hasn't come up big for them just yet.
Yeah,
this
certainly
is
has
pretty
been a bit strange. Yeah, should be. 8 seconds to go as Zekka can walk on over, does have teleport available as well. So DRX with an opportunity to contest, but they don't have a lot of control of the area. Pioshik's Warrior Trickster has paid for itself in so many ways.
Yeah,
this
really
series
has
been pretty ludicrous, is diving forward onto Rascal, and Rascal cares about 0. That's not approximate, that's accurate. The amount that he cares about taking damage from DRX right now. That's a large health bar. As Pioshik, he cares a lot.
One. Yeah, that's the real one this time. And they have such a lead in terms of the setup here on this Drake. They can actually just sit on it while also poking DRX. Look at Rascal's position. He's like, yeah, I dare you to walk at me.
Well, Tidal Wave is going to come through. That's just to get Pioshik out of the area. He's going to start cycloning, though, as Death gets over the wall. The ulti flies in. The Dragon is largely ignored, but it is Cuz that's able to lock that one down. And now Zekka looks for the big play and just straight up does not find it. That is not there at all. But now the Lucian dives forward. The counter throw in the team fight is Deft. He's delivered that kill, but now he dives on top of this Sion. He has to flashing it out of the way of the devastating blow, and he is going to be able to survive this one. Zombie Sion not going to be able to make anything happen, as now Vikla in life still in the air. Sion's job is just extraordinary, and Vikla knew all along.
Oh, Vikla knew all along, and Deft had to flash. He goes down anyways. It goes down anyways. He flashes there. The zombie Sion, so much value from Rascal. And, like, this fight is so one-sided, but the beauty of it is, look at the setup here for Rascal. His position uses a smash a little bit early, but they have the angle to block everybody out with Nami ult. With Rascal's positioning here, Pioshik is just not allowed to contest Drake, and even though he has stopwatch here, which buys a ton of time, there's not enough damage yet with Deft on this Zeri. We're still too early in the game for him to actually carry this, and
man,
so beautifully played onto Zekka.
First, Cuz is completely trolling Zekka with heroic charges to counteract the Emperor's Divide, and then it's the unstoppable onslaught from Rascal that just completely denies any sort of Shurima shuffle.
Deft stays after flashing the first part of the zombie here, and the Shove catches him. And they wanted to win that fight. They got greedy. They stayed too long. Greed has been the name of the game, I feel, here for Deft, unfortunately. And look, when you are the guy who has to 1v9, I get it. So beautiful. But when you're Deft here and you have to 1v9 and you want to get that Infinity Edge as soon as possible, I get it. Like, you want to get the triple here. Well, you got to respect this comp and what it can do. You are flashless because you had to avoid the zombie Scion and you still stick around.
Yeah. However, getting KT to a 10,000 gold lead seems to be DRX's game plan. That is their sweet spot. Worked in game 1. I jest, but it's been a very weird series.
DRX's early mid, very weak compared to KT Rolster, where their strength has historically been this season, or we say this season, the season is over, but in the most recent season of LCK, their strength, early mid for aiming when he's in a prio lane, for Rascal on 12-14. He's not even playing the Renekton or the Aatrox this time, he's just playing Scion and getting leads.
Yeah. Soul Furnace not going to be able to connect there, as Rascal just standing in front of his team is very, very scary.
And I will make a case for the Shadow Flame build here for Zeka in that the closest target to you will always be the Lucian or the Nami in a lot of these scenarios because they're trying to look for those picks. That's what Lucian does in the late game, is he has insane burst. But I will make the counter argument that there's a Sejuani and a very tanky Scion who has Force of Nature already.
Yeah.
This build doesn't really hit for me.
Well, Def, that doesn't hit either from Cuz, as we have a bit of a crash there for the Scion. The wave is also going to be good this time around, though. Vikla takes a lot of damage. Emperor's Divide this time hits 3, as immediately Vikla's taken down. Cuz almost dies to the Conquering Sands as well, as Rascal takes about 45 years to get through, and he's still able to walk it out. Just heading on off out of this fight, doesn't worry about it. There's the zombie Scion once again, but this time he's not going to be slapping anyone around. And DRX, they can move towards the Baron if they'd like.
The itemization be damned for Zeka if he's not going to hit that slick Shurima shuffle into the big Emperor's Divide there. KT overextend just into his reach enough. He finds the big scoop, and that's going to be Baron, it looks like, here for DRX. That's the attempt.
Oh.
Aiming and Cuz coming over here. No vision.
Is this happening? Is this happening? Are we doing counter flip? Are we counter flipping?
Hey, Cuz is in a good angle here. Oh, coming back up.
If the counter flip happens, I may flip a counter myself, as Cuz is going to come in. There's the Weaver's Wall as well. This is 100% a 50-50, and it is going to be taken this time by Pyoshik, as Zeka looking to make his way out. Deft's in the back of the pit. It's a bit kind of like the Thunderdome right now, as Aiming having to deal with these Sand Soldiers. Deft is just dead. Pyoshik gets over the wall. Life is making his way in. Somehow the monkey is living for the moment. What the heck is this game, everyone? It's just absurd. Seismic Shove is going to help lock that one down. Is this just an ace? Yeah,
Yes.
nice Baron you got there, DRX.
Negative 25. Negative 25. That's what we got to see on our screen there at the end. It's a much bigger negative than that, in fact. And the angle for the attempt to block this for KT was amazing because Cuz is in the vicinity. As we're going to go back to this fight instead first, where Duff dodges this. Zeka he's like, oh, you guys are engaged with the Nami ult so far away. Like, this was so close for KT. And Zeka's like, all right, wait for it, wait for it. Beautiful flash after shuffle. And hits the knockups. The wall blocks Rascal in, and they just retreat. They leave Rascal to die. Rascal has a really cool Q attempt where he predicts Def's going to go left. He doesn't. This was just all on the follow-up shuffle.
나
and the
공만
cast-
한번 떠줄게. 달려.
Block Rascal in.
Yeah, that's what secured the
야, 야,
Vikla
빨리
kill
좀 와,
really
빨리 좀 와, 빨리 좀 와,
beautifully
빨리 좀
down
와.
there.
Now, this is a lock-in here where Aiming is just doing free damage. He is free hitting. No one can touch him. Vikla has teleport into Weaver's Wall to get here in record time. So, yeah, it's a 3v5, but they have the better items at this stage. Everyone's hurt from holding Baron aggro, and you're locked into the pit.
Yeah, and also, like, why aren't DRX just doing their very best to try and get out, right? They got the Baron. The heist was successful. They won the 50-50. But then, I mean, they got the coin and they just threw it away. They were like, oh, we don't need this, actually. It's like, oh, it landed on heads. Nice.
They have the numbers advantage, but like their comp needs more than that. If the engaged tools of KT are on top of you, doesn't matter if you had a 6th player, actually. I don't think you win that fight. You probably get ace just the same.
And now, it's a Scion with a Mountain Soul. Look, Rascal's
Shadow Flame.
He's been, yeah. I mean, the Shadow Flame value wolf. That's exactly why. That's why Zeka picked it. Oh no. Thankfully, Lord Doms was picked up. As yeah, it's a bunch of extra health.
I mean, like the Zeri angle it's going to be based on this game going for at least 10 more minutes here. And at least you're now building Banshees, but you know this game is not about you as Zeka in terms of damage. It's about your engages.
Well, Weaver's Wall going to come through. Zeka may have to shift some sand to get out of the way of the seismic shot. He does do so.
Yeah, most of his walls have just been to secure turrets, and it's a successful strat.
Well, dash out of the way. Deft is able to get himself far enough from this situation, so the Glacial Prison doesn't necessarily work out. It's a couple of ultimates invested here by KT, but I don't know whether this is now the moment for DRX to take the fight.
Yeah, I don't think so. I definitely agree with you on that one. Yeah, there's a GA for Kyoshik here, but Zeka is not here now. Not here at all.
Well, King in, looks for a barrel, uses the Q variety of it, and doesn't really land it onto Vikla there, so he's going to be A-OK. Anathemas completed here for Rascal, and he puts that on Deft, and I guess he just lives forever.
And then lives forever a second time, if he ever dies the first time.
Does diving forward, barrel, just Skippy gets himself out of the way.
The tough part of this game for DRX now is that it's very difficult for Deft to farm. Notice they're giving him the wolves here, they're giving him any money they can so he can get that Infinity Edge, but he hasn't even started any of the items yet. Don't know how much he's sitting on right now. Okay, at 1,200, so he's got some of the money here, but it's going to be a long time before he has that, and he's so desperately hoping he's going to have it for this ultimate. He should, in theory, be able to get that if all of these mains are given to him. But while he's farming, KT are just grouped up trying to kill him while side laning with his Talia. And they're always going to have Prio on Elder, even if he does get enough money for the Infinity Edge. Just starting to look more like an if and not a certainty. Yeah, it's still 3 minutes to go here, but where does he farm? Where does he find the money?
Yeah, and he needs to buy the whole thing.
Yeah,
not just so BF Sword does come through, but I think he only had really just enough for that, yeah, and this control ward that does come through. So some bounty gold coming through from Zeka there on the top side. But this inner turret's going to go down, and KT with so much control from the DRX base to this Elder if it does come on down. And Vikla here with another Weaver's Wall. He's just using it on cooldown to guarantee these turrets. All right, Kyoshik going to force it. He flashes on in. That's a great cast into the backline, but where is the damage, DRX? I guess there's a big old dragon called a mountain that prevents so much of it.
This was just forced and so desperate. DRX, I think, really aware of the game state here. And if they don't force that, maybe KT just wins the inhibitor push by War of Attrition. They were successful at stopping that wave of minions. So that was really what that felt like it was about, because there is no damage, like you say, without that Infinity Edge for Deft. And now KT just get a free back here. They don't get the inhibitor. They defend that successfully. But KT are just going to make it so difficult for Deft to get any money on the map.
Yeah, and we need to see KT play very safely right now and not let the same situation from game one repeat itself. And they don't have the same lead that they had in game number one, but Mountain Soul is absurd.
It's a different kind of lead that's almost equivalent, I'd say, considering the Mountain Soul and their composition being so strong in this late game. Yeah, it's Lucian versus Zeri, but the Lucian is so far ahead and he has an insane front line.
Yeah.
Kyoshik doesn't have ult here, so it's just Deft saying, please don't touch my minions. I really need that money so badly. It's like literally all this game is about is a race versus this Elder.
Well, the Scion is going to charge for Beryl. He is extraordinarily dead, absolutely no answer. Seismic Shove doesn't hit the mark, but it doesn't have to. The Azir is just blown up, and Rascal flashes on top of the Gragas. He is done with it. They don't want to wait the minute to try and go for a fight around the Elder. They just want to win now.
It's a race, Elder versus Infinity Edge, and then the second you make a mistake, Rascal engages, and that's game. Yep. KT just going to very stylishly deny Deft from re-entering the base.
This is a very weird situation where Deft is trying to do some battle while he gets himself out, so he does successfully escape. However, he's on the wrong side of his base. And now KT is just going to push on forward. Aiming's here with so much damage. Nexus turret number one going to go down. Nexus turret number two going to do the same thing, and the Nexus will follow. KT move to match point in the series. Or they will in a few moments' time. There it is.
Because the man has evolved. He has grown so much.
This is like Mega Revolution or something like that, Wolf. Like, this is absurd, the level of cuz that he is now.
And Vikla set up that Baron turn to block DRX from getting the one big objective this game that they were so close to taking. He comes over there, teleports mid, Weaver's Walls in, and then just sets up insane siege for Rascal, who was just always on the top side of the map saying, yeah, you guys are having a fight over there. Gragas is roaming, he's trying to get value out of his cast. Don't care. Gonna grab the plates, gonna grab more plates, gonna grab a whole turret, gonna free the side lane, gonna get an experience lead. And he was given so much extra money. Then he buys the Force of Nature, and the Azir builds Shadow Flame, hoping that he could kill the Lucian at any point. He's hoping he can kill Lucian or Nami, and he never is able to. He has one amazing follow-up to that cast that we saw from Kingen, where he's able to shuffle through and win the only teamfight DRX wins this game.
Oh my god.
But Vikla, he popped off.
He definitely did. I mean, aiming barely did any damage this game. It was all about Vikla and what he was able to achieve, and he got so much attention in the early game as well. His answer to those ganks.
His flash to the cask over the wall. I mean, while he was positioned perfectly for it because Rask was calling Kingen's missing, and he's like, there's a chance. He's coming down for me. He's coming for me.
I mean,
and I'm still ready.
And as soon as he sees him on his screen, instantly, I mean, that flash comes through. Like, oh, man. Really impressive stuff from the KT mid laner, and that was where so many of my question marks lay in this series, was Vikla and whether he was going to perform. And I think after this game, I think it's almost a guarantee that he can. However, not excited about it. We're going to go to a short break. Then it is going to be the carpet space and possibly the final game of the series.
그냥 죽여. 노플 알았어?
타워 못 끝낼 수도 있어 이거.
타워로 가자. 타워 괜찮아. 이거 무조건 끝나요. 대리 좀 느릴까? 아지라 20초. 타워. 대리 아직 8초. 무시해. 타워. 무시해. 이 깔아놓을게요. 무시해요. 무시해. 아무것도 못해.
잡아.
대리도 잡아. 대리 노공.
이제 타워.
대리 노공 노플.
나 공 한 번만. 까비. 나이스.
The night beckons while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread, and fate may fall down upon you, while the devil is knocking right at your door. So are you restless? Each night you hear the drums roar. Awaken, awaken, the voice begins to call you while you hunger. A taste of destiny you're searching for. Awaken, awaken, the fight is at your door. Take up the cause.
Welcome back to the Analyst Carpet Space, still us three, and that was a game number 3 that did go in KT's favor. A little bit more one-sided this time, still some big drama throughout the game, crazy back and forth, but KT were eventually able to do it off the back of this draft.
And the zero priority, I think by itself, not a problem. But with how Zeka has been playing, we got to try and find a different angle because blind picking just doesn't seem to be working, except for Silas, but that was banned. And overall, I think the draft from DRX runs into the same issue that a lot of the other ones have, which is where is your agency post free item or pre-free items? And like, it's not really there. So the draft from DRX basically relies on KT throwing in mid game, which
I could see it, you know, we've seen it. Yeah? Cubby, what do you think?
I really like the answers from KT and the back half of draft. I think that this Talia, and especially the Scion, you can utilize the range that the Talia has. It's really tough to engage into a Talia as well. So all of a sudden you have Talia Lucian just peppering DRX before these objectives, and KT with that early dragon stacking that they do so well with Cuz. It really paid off for them in this game with that early soul. Thought that was a big difference.
Yeah, I do agree. I think there's a lot of ways for KT to kind of keep their distance. You know, you have some thick tanks in the front line, right? You have the Talia, you have the Nami as well for the tidal wave. So a lot of the fighting just kind of ended up being on KT's terms, unless DRX were just, you know, throwing themselves in there.
And it goes again to top side because the itemization on KT's end was great, I think. The Anathema's chains being picked up from Rascal made him virtually unkillable. And from DRX, Zeka, his play was not great, and then also went for a non-penetration build into 2 tanks and Mountain Soul. So that was not great. I was a little sad about that.
Yeah, I do agree with you, Chronicler. Interesting item builds. Let's take a look at highlight number 1. Cubby, what were your thoughts on this fight that we did have at the 20-minute Drake?
I thought the setup from KT was really fantastic. They had DRX so low before this fight starts, and I mean, the person to watch is Vikla, and we were talking in between games 2 and 3. We really needed to see Zeka step up, try and match Vikla. And at the moment, it seems like Vikla is just playing on another level in this mid-lane matchup.
And not just that, but even though Rascal does end up dying, the amount of damage that he's able to do is insane. And The value of the Talia in this fight as well, as you point out, Cubby, like those E's were insane, but it was actually Veldis that pointed this out. I didn't spot it. Really nice ulti from Rascal there to make sure he doesn't get shuffled back into the team, and that buys so much more time, and I think his tank play is looking incredibly crisp.
Yeah, a little bit short on the engage from Vikla. He didn't have his flash. It was like 25 seconds away. It was very unfortunate timing, and then Rascal responded very well. Very close fight, but KT did take it in the end. Let's take a look at the Baron attempt that we did have from the side of DRX. Kind of a interesting idea to go for this one, of course, and then KT were able to shut it down. Chronicler.
I keep waiting. No, I want to let Cubby talk. I've been taking
Okay,
it.
Cubby. Sorry, I should have cued one of you guys.
Okay.
Cubby, what do you think?
I guess I'll take this one. I mean, this play, I think that what Chronicler pointed out, like, when we were talking during this one, it was so aggressive from DRX because they went for this Baron when Mountain was about to spawn. And it was Mountain Soul for KT. So, I mean, this is a flip. And if that flip doesn't come up your way, it's doomed.
It really highlights the overall lack of coordination that seems to be the case for DRX. They look good when KT run into them and don't have a plan. But their objective setups, the way that they've been kind of foregoing Drakes this entire series, just doesn't work on the current meta. And barring the one game that KT generously handed to them, I think KT's looking way better. And DRX, unless they can massively level up and find a different angle, I think are gonna suffer a similar fate in the final game here.
Yeah, strangely enough, I feel like it's almost an opposite of the series we had yesterday, where DRX are kind of similar to Damwon, not quite on the same level, but kind of just waiting for things to happen, a lot more passive, and just, especially with that draft, with the Azir and the Zeri just kind of laning. And KT are running in, they're fighting, but they're actually winning through some of these hand stiffs and through some of the better drafts that they have had.
It's really tough, and there we go again. I should have let Cubby talk. That's on me. I think the pivot here is really tough for DRX with what we've seen thus far, and unless the top half starts playing better, I think it's a free one.
Hey, we're just switching up the circle here, Chronicler. We're trying to keep everyone on their toes. As again, I think KT, Cuz still such a big difference maker in this game, especially like that one early point that we did see from DRX was to invade Cuz. He ended up getting the blue buff. That set Pyosik really far behind, and his ability to impact the map after that really made the mid lane matchup go in Vikla's favor, and Vikla did really run with that throughout the game.
Yeah, absolutely did. Well, KT are in the lead. Let's go back over to the casters here for game number 4.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And as we jump back into the cast, it is Juhan that has been subbed in over Pyosik. And I think, sadly, for a lot of DRX fans, and especially for Celebration fans, Pyosik has been, you know, such a great showman here for this team. But today is not his day on the Rift.
The drafts also that he's been given have been unfortunately not great for what he wants to do and how Cuz is shaping these games. The one game where he could have had insane agency on the Trundle in game 2, they had the bottom side control, it was Trundle into the Poppy, and he still didn't come up big. You know, in game 3, we criticized him for his positioning, and we expected this was going to be Cuz, definitely massively favored going into this one, but it's odd that one of the most storied and honestly experienced players that we had in this World's Gauntlet, you know, Pyosik is getting up there. Like, is he as close to death? No, but he's one of Death's closest and truest friends, and the guy isn't performing enough. And we have Juhan coming in the last hour. It's not the first time we've seen Juhan subbed in this season, but the last time he didn't make a huge difference, and DRX didn't look much different regardless of the jungle player. And I think neither of these players are going to be able to stand up to Cuz with the picks he's been given.
It was Juhan that was able to play in some pretty clutch games with PSG Talon alongside Bay, his former teammate from Nongshim Red Force. But didn't really look like it was going to be enough. Last time we saw him subbed in, it was largely about them not necessarily having the greatest of times. So DRX going to stick with the same bans as last time around, with the Ahri coming in second. That Sivir ban first up as well, with Kalista following. Does also follow along from what KT had put in place last time around, and there is the Poppy ban once again. So we just need to see a Sylas ban, and it's a run back in the bans.
Yeah, and I hope it's not a run back in the Azir priority.
Yeah, I agree.
The problem is, like, what do you pick here as DRX? Lucian is what I thought DRX would be prioritizing this slot every time. Depth looked incredible on the Lucian. It empowers him in the laning phase.
Wow. Okay.
We're just doing it again.
We're committing.
And guess what? We're running back the Lucian as well. Sejuani still open. This feels very familiar.
Yeah. Is it Lucian, or do they even like priority pick the Talia or something like that to make sure that,
I mean,
that one isn't?
I think you can grab the.
Away.
Yeah, I think you can grab the Talia here too. I think it's wise, but
Sedge is too strong.
Sage is too strong. Also, like, the funny thing is, if they wanted to grab it and then they lost Nami, they could pick Yuumi and it's still strong. The Lucian pick is still really good for aiming down there. Zeri Lulu again instead of the Yuumi because of the laning phase we talked about. We saw it utilized there in the last 2v2. Man, if we run this whole game back again, I am really concerned about what it means for DRX because this is a less experienced jungler, although Pioshik has been gapped in the first 3 games. Like, even in the game that DRX won, especially in the game that DRX won.
That was the most impressive early game Cuz has had so far.
It's concerning.
Well, Ornn Trundle would be the same bans as last time around, and
I think it will be
Aatrox on the other side.
If you ban Sion, Rascal's like, sick. I'll take the Aatrox. That seems pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'd expect that is how it's going to go. It might be not the Trundle ban, just because it's Juhan that's in instead of Pioshik.
I think they'll still do it because it's so strong into the Sejuani.
Yeah, no, I agree.
In terms of what you can do with the Subjugate in team fights, Trundle becomes so much more frustrating to deal with too.
Yep. So far, we are definitely replaying the VOD.
Now, alternatively, you can ban the Talia here and give the Aatrox, and then we could see Kingen play a different tank topside, try to deal with it. That's one different approach I think we could see from DRX here.
Okay, there it is. Finally, we know that this isn't a replay of Game 3.
I wonder what Rascal will do here because he could just save counterpick.
Ooh, this is interesting. One of Vicla's favorites as well.
Well, now if you get Prio with this Rise, the Aatrox pick on the top side becomes insane if you can make those trips up there. Will be the Aatrox first.
Yeah. So, what is DRX going to do to change this one up? Of course, Aurelia into Aatrox sounds volatile, to say the least. 13 seconds to go. This is one of Kingen's old favorites. He's still playing a fair bit of it in solo queue, but it's just not really that good at the moment.
Yeah, I really don't want to see Jace into Aatrox when there's a Sejuani on the map. That is just asking for disaster.
I like the Vi. Has been just, it's fallen completely out of the priority list since yesterday, right? Where we had Croco existed, so obviously the Vi priority is going to be extraordinarily high, but it's very strange that we're seeing her for the first time picked or banned here in Game 4.
Any sort of lockdown here feels amazing into the Vi.
Is it just Talia again?
No, Swain, I think.
Oh, this reminds me of another draft, Wolf. I'm pretty sure this is exactly what Damwon played yesterday.
Who does Camille Vi kill in this draft? Hopefully the Lucian.
Yeah.
Hopefully. But in order to close the distance onto aiming, you'll be walking through an Aatrox, a Sejuani, and Swain with his ult up, and all the never moves and all the extra damage that means, plus Tidal Wave. Nami is not as good at Renata, or rather, as good as Renata at shutting down this type of dive, but Tidal Wave similarly gives you the same sort of impact in terms of shutting down dive, and this feels like DRX taking a square peg, seeing that round hole, and smashing it as hard as they can with a hammer. And it might go through. It might go through the hole, but it's going to have to be really crisp execution, and the Camille cannot fall behind at all. Juhan cannot fall behind at all. As Aatrox gets ahead, the game just kind of dies instantly and falls apart.
Yeah, and I'm very much looking forward to what DRX looks like with Juhan in instead of Pioshik, because Pioshik has been pretty absent when it comes to the early game and being able to make map moves, and now Juhan has moved in on the Vi as well, a champion that can get a lot done in the early stages of the game and can also really run into some problems. So which form of Juhan are we going to get is kind of my question here. Because could be fantastic, could certainly fall flat. And this is match point for KT. They could be booking themselves ticket to a match against Live Sandbox and possibly the World Championship after that.
He's got a really strong front line here, some awesome dive, but it's against a comp that's so good against dive here for KT Rolster. Can Deft carry his team to a final game? We'll find out.
Well, we'll have to. Let's jump onto the Rift here for game number 4. All right, everyone, you're starting to feel the desperation here at LoL Park, especially on the DRX side of the room. This is do or die as far as World's hopes are concerned.
Sam Summoners in the bottom 2v2. Not shocking. The first strike as well for aiming.
Yep.
And Vikla going unsealed. Zeka going Conqueror this time around. Everything making sense here in terms of what we've got. The first strike for King in top side too.
That's an interesting one, but you can understand why it would work out.
Yeah.
Of course, more of that investment banking style. Reminds me of Noguri back in the day.
Certainly does feel like Nuguri Klepto angle.
Yeah.
I hate to say it, but I feel like the drafts here are okay. Hold on, I'm not gonna say it right now.
That's a high value ebb and flow. You'd love to see it.
There's your big first strike value for aiming.
Yeah.
But these drafts, I feel like, have been so reliant on the jungle and mid doing well, and they both have not. And this time it's Juhan who's in, right? And if he can perform well with Zeka here and can set up for some really nice dives topside, if he can match Cuz's rotations, because Vi can actually fight with the Sejuani pre-6, whereas Wukong really cannot, like we saw last game. It could work, but we're putting your hopes as DRX and DRX fans on a relatively unproven player here within the LCK.
Yeah.
And Kingen playing Camille into Anami when they have a Swain final pick, and there's so much CC, there's so much peel. And even if you do kill the Lucian here, you will have taken so much damage at the interim against an Aatrox, Sejuani, Swain. Like, have you really accomplished anything is the question. You're going to have to catch aiming off guard.
Yeah, caught him off guard there a little bit with the overly aggressive positioning there of Beryl, but is not going to be able to claim too much. Cuz looking for a bit of an Arctic Assault angle, gets over the wall here, unseen for now.
Beryl is never unseen. They know there's no ward here unless Juhan is here. They don't see Juhan, so they know that this is unknown to Deft and Beryl at the moment.
Yeah, this is very clever, and Cuz is biding his time for the moment. Now going to wrap around. They're looking for their opportunity. Aiming, dives forward. They lock down Beryl, and that's first blood. That goes to aiming, and I feel like he might be doing a little bit more damage this game than he was last time.
Looks that way. Deft survives at least here. Doesn't have to flash or barrier, and he's just going to be sitting here in this lane going, oh man, this is rough. And Juhan isn't here. Cuz knows this, and for Juhan, the expectation is that Cuz is just doing his blue buff and pathing normally, and he's doing it because he knows that Juhan can't invade because they don't have lane prio. Instead, it's Cuz making an aggressive flash play here for the early kill. Goes over to aiming, and I mean, they're looking for more. Well, how about this?
Yeah, Deft just standing his ground here. He can skate over if he wants to. Aqua Prison's going to land, and that will keep aiming alive. But not a lot of mana left here for life as aiming gets into the brush, and Beryl's not going to be able to walk any further forward. So DRX able to play pretty aggressively, but speaking of which, aiming going to do the same thing the Ignite used this time. But actually just wasting a bit of time here. Probably wanting to go for a bit of a reset.
I think with life having healed, they thought maybe they can all in and push the issue, but they don't actually fully commit. And as a result, like you say, this just delays their back. So feeling pretty good about that as DRX. Deft having barrier here helps him survive that second all in there on the bottom side of the map. So this is actually feeling pretty great. It's not going to shore up that extra kill worth of money that aiming is holding onto right now, but still makes you feel less bad about it. And in fact, aiming is just going to hold this wave because he does not want to lose all that value. So I think this is the right call. It's level 3. There's no all-in that can happen. You can allow Nami to go back. And Life has had a really good series. We've talked a lot about the top side of the map here for KT, but Life, yeah, his Zyra he wasn't supposed to play it. It wasn't amazing, but it was serviceable. But otherwise, his Nami has been really awesome in these games.
Well, Juhan wrapping on up. Let's see whether he can lock this one down. Umbral Dash, pretty powerful, as he can see. But the Infernal Chain's also doing a bunch of work. Nice little reset there from Juhan as Kuz moves on up just to make sure that Rascal is going to be okay, and he will be. So not exactly a successful gank, as Umbral Dash is not a flash.
It was actually really cool the way that Rascal played that too. He baits them in, and you can see those moment where King and Juhan are like, "Oh man, what is he doing?" And they're like, "Oh, cuz, okay, let's get out." And it also meant that the Camille stays there, loses a bit of extra minions there under turret. This is just cuz for the flash here. Gets onto Barrel. Nothing Barrel can do. Doesn't even flash. Use the heal to try to hope that he could get out of range because they realized just a second too late what was happening.
Yeah, not going to be able to make that one work. So, first blood going over to KT, but it's only a 200 gold lead at this point in time. Not exactly snowballing it to any ludicrous amount. That's largely to do with DRX getting control back of the lane quite nicely after the fact. And it working out quite nicely for them. As you can see, 10 CS the lead for Kingen. On the top side of the map as well, the Camille doing a pretty decent job at this point in time. And it's once again one of these angles where Kingen has a split push threat, which is certainly going to be good news for him, but this isn't, as he's taking a lot of damage there from Rascal. And this isn't as well, as the desk really pointed this out. Like, DRX have not been putting any priority on Dragons.
Well, they have been picking Zeri, and you're not going to get Prio in that lane very easily, at least in the later parts of those trades, especially when a kill goes over to aiming this early. He picks up an early Noon Quiver, and he has so much extra power in this lane. He could 1v2 hold the wave for this Drake to get taken. And also Vikla has a kind of unbelievable amount of control there in the mid lane too against Zeka. So he can come over. This was just KT having control everywhere. And what does Juhan get cross map? Not a whole lot. He's trying to come over here, get a deep ward, and maybe take away a red buff. And it looks like he will be successful in that. But as KT, you're very happy with the solo elemental here. Yeah. Rascal survives level 6 from Kingen swimmingly, and is just chilling up there, gets his own level 6 now. And to see if this dive potentially from Juhan is successful, because he doesn't have 6. He might get it off this Raptor camp. Looks like he's about halfway to it.
Yeah, going to be able to at least get that counter jungling done. Gets a lot of information as well, because not in the area, as they're pinging on around the Gromp, as Juhan will deny this camp as well, because going to bounce on over. They don't exactly know his position right now, as when that ward goes down, I believe, yeah, there are the pings, so they know because it's in this area. Aiming's actually limping here towards the bottom side, as we can see. Not entirely sure how that happened. Might have been a good exchange there from Deft and Beryl.
Yeah, it looks like probably a really nice glitter lance.
All right, here we go. Rascal taking a lot of damage. There's the ulti from Juhan, and Kingen going to solidify the kill. Very nicely done from DRX.
Already Juhan making a bigger impact here than Pioshik, and has the Executioners calling early here. Love this tech into this Aatrox here, so shutting down a lot of the healing Rascal would have liked to have to buy just enough time for Cuz to come over there. Don't think even if it was a different item, he would have lived there, but just likely he's already thinking this far ahead in terms of what he's trying to do to this Aatrox in the top side of the map.
Yeah, it's actually a really interesting very first item, but of course the Kempunk Chainsword is something that you're going to be building anyway, so certainly an option.
Yeah, I like
Go
it.
for it.
Yeah, absolutely. Cool start here.
Yeah. And against Nami as well, if you're going to be ganking bot lane, that's certainly good. But
and here we go again.
Ganking bot lane, that's silly. Is this a replay, Wolf? I'm not entirely sure. We've seen a bunch of our replays multiple times. This time, Rascal going to survive, though, because we're lacking in ultimates. Shelly's going to come on forward. That hook shot was very cool from Kingen to make sure that he can get himself back towards his turret. And he does so nicely. And Deft is ulting here on this bottom side. Just walks through that Aqua Prison that just flies over his head. And Life needing to try and keep himself alive to the best of his ability. Does still have the heal available. The DRX are really trying to put the screws in here on the bottom side.
They really are. I mean, they also knew Vikla was rotated up top side too to try to control that Herald. DRX are punishing this Herald take attempt from KT so well here. Ulting bottom side is Deft to try to look for that all in. Mid lane, we see the push into the turret, doing a significant amount of damage here, forcing Vikla back. And obviously top side here, they almost get a kill all at the same time while the Herald is being taken. Cuz does finally now have level 6, so he'll be able to make an impact himself in the subsequent skirmish that we'll see. But see how much value this Herald gets, because there is a lot of standing gold to be taken here on the bottom side if they do commit down there. Yeah, Rascal has been largely just catching waves here and has been the brunt of several ganks now. And we're starting to see finally with Zeka having this first component online here. He's winning these trades out against Vikla nicely. Got a level advantage because of that commitment top and that rotation bottom side. So starting to see DRX actually have a mid game, like in the works. Like, wow, okay, like this.
They have a gold lead, Wolf, in the early game. What is going on?
Juhan diff, I guess, over Pioshik. I mean, he made 2 successful plays topside. 1 didn't lead to a kill, but it was able to slow down the Herald take, so Zeka could find small advantages elsewhere. Def to look for that all in bottom. Ult's back up.
Well, Life not looking too frightened because, of course, he has Kuz waiting in the wings. Of course, Juhan not going to get baited into that, as we can see. 10 CS leads for both Deft and Zeka, but maybe that's not going to matter. As Kuz going to move on in, spotted by this control ward, as Extendo Beam not exactly going to find too much. Devi makes her way back up. Corefield's now completed.
Really important this timing here for Kuz to stick around and Juhan backs. They actually have control over this Drake. They get a control ward onto it. This KT really want to push this into a 2 Drake advantage with the bot pressure that Kuz has here. Rascal is teleportless, of course, so is Kingen. They won't be making this into a fight on his terms. It's really just about can Vikla get down here. And with this back timing for Zeka, it looks like KT might have just wrestled enough control away to take this Drake fightless, as Zeka's teleport still not online, gets his crown.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, Juhan unseen though.
Yeah, this could be really dangerous for the KT bottom lane.
This could change everything.
Yeah, Beryl just scooting in and out of vision, as you can see. Kuz in position to go for this, as very patient is Juhan right now. All of the vision available for KT on this dragon right now.
Those 2 wards to the left of the Drake pit so massive for KT. I think that's why they were able to suss this out. Like, he would be wrapping around there if he is not back there, or if he's not hiding in some bush somewhere. They check the bush, they don't see he's back there, but they're like, I'm not going to push the issue here. Yeah. So careful, KT.
Yeah, really nicely done. But not able to actually start up the Drake or anything like that. And second Drakes have been pretty free so far this series for KT. This time around, feeling like things are getting a lot more tense. DRX's backs are completely against the wall at this stage.
He's walking down.
Yeah, trying to find that angle, of course. Kingen still there, no teleport available. And so now KT can start this. Oh, that's a great ult. As Juhan gonna have to try and Vault Breaker his way out. Will do so before the Aqua Prison locks him up.
He's got to be fast on this. Camille's pushing top, so if Kingen gets a lot of plates here, this isn't going to be worth it. So Rascal rotates back over. This Drake has so much health.
Yeah, Zeka get himself in on the flank as well. There's the flash forward from Beryl. What a weird play, but it seems to have worked out as Life trying to get himself out of there. Def right in the middle of this, as Kuz will take the Drake, but at what cost? The Swain will fall down, and all the rest of KT have scattered. Beryl going to get that Glitter Lance on top of aiming, but he's still going to survive as Kuz is behind enemy lines. Now looking for that empowered back, but he'll have it stopped. And Juhan is looking now to try and lock this one up, although he might actually have enough time for empowered recall.
Oh, he's
wrong!
50-50, and he fails it. So beautifully played from Kuz. It's a small consolation prize, considering though the kills that go over to KT here, or rather to DRX. And also 3 critical flashes are expended here to retreat from that Drake take. And you ask the question, is it worth it? I think if it's Ocean or Cloud, maybe not. But it's actually Infernal Soul. So I think the answer is yes, especially because Kuz gets away here. Is going to be able to drop this Rift Herald down for some mid-plate pressure for Vikla. And KT have turned this into a nice macro setup here. And all it takes, for DRX to say this is 100% worth for them is actually winning that Smite, getting that Drake itself. But they fail to do so. And there's going to be some extra plate gold.
Well, probably should come through. There it is. So that plate gold does go entirely over to Kuz, as we can see, aiming here towards the bottom side, Deft on his way. So they're going to be trading some farm as well. Kingen, pretty good position right now, although 10 CS behind.
It's so, I think, telling of how much KT has changed and improved as a team, how quickly they decided to send Rascal back top and try to slow hold this year. And Kuz is in position for the Smite. They're like, all right, Vikla's angle's nice. Let's just hope for the 50-50 here and then try to get out with everybody else. No's Life is already like, and aiming's over here. And this was good crisis management. I think that it was absolutely not the right call, but they still got the most out of what was a horrible situation. Then obviously he gets the blast plant here. And it's hard for Juhan to tell whether he went over the wall or not. He guesses wrong, and the empowered recall goes off.
Yeah, he might have just expected that he'd Arctic Assault over the wall to start the back.
Yeah.
And I mean, I guess that's, it's still exactly what you were saying, that 50-50. His hookshot is going to land. Hextech Ultimatum comes through as well as Juhan is going to lock him up with the ultimate. That's some great damage from Rascal and gets himself out with that fat flash that has been very difficult so far in the playoffs and the qualifiers.
Unfortunately, no plates here for aiming to pick up. He's going to get a lot of damage done to this turret and deny some CS here for Deft, but flash down for Rascal, and he loses control of his turret. He's back on Krugs right now, trying to lifesteal back up. His Core Drinker, or rather his Iron Spike Whip, that he does not have Core Drinker yet, is coming back online to try to clear this as fast as he can. And if he had Core Drinker, he'd maybe be coming over here being like, all right, maybe we could make something happen, or no.
Well, that is the second activation, and that's starting to get scary. And it feels like normally it's not that scary at this stage of the game. This time around it is. Flash very early, though, as Vikla's going to flash for it. Never move. Will connect right on the edge, and that means Kingan's going to be taken down. Rascal picks that one up, and man, he looks like lethality Aatrox with the damage he's doing.
Crazy how much damage he's doing here. And also, I think the communication between Zeka and Kingan, hold that thought.
Yeah, culling is going to come through. Deft doesn't seem very perturbed by it. Minion wave is going to be there. They're looking to try and take this turret if they can. Juhan's also rotating down, as it's the Showmaker build here for Vikla as well. Imperial Mandate not a thing on Swain anymore, as it turns out.
Yeah, especially not in a draft like this where you just want to burn through
There's
those
too
health
many
bars.
Imperial Mandates. We cannot mandate that much. That's just silly.
You want to burn through the health bars too. The Leandris is going to be insane value in longer fights against this Vi, against the Camille. And he's got a stopwatch now too. He is so ready to fight this upcoming Soul Point here. And aiming, trying to keep this turret alive desperately, is just going to have to concede the point despite Cousin Vikla being in the near vicinity. But going back to that top gank from Vikla, I'm really curious to see what happened on the mini-map before this. I guess we won't get a chance to, because there's no communication, I think, between Zeka here and Kingan that, hey, Vikla is missing. Kingan realizes, oh no, and he flashes. Also probably expecting there's a chance Cuz is here. There's no vision on him either, but it doesn't matter. Gets caught by the Never Move, and that is another kill. After what looked like a strong hold for DRX here, Kingan's like pushing that turret, got Rascal's health bar low, and it all gets turned around from one roam.
Yeah. And now, KT do find them still in a gold deficit, but those two dragons just feel fantastic. Vision of Empire just barely not being able to stop that back. So definitely will get back to base just fine.
I mean, DRX want to fight this because it's so valuable, this Drake, but I just don't think they're set up to do so. If you look at the items here, Hextech Ultimatum available for King, and he does have Teleport. Could try to look for a nice angle here. He's actually already closer to this Drake, but you're up against an Aatrox with Gore Drinker. Leandri is on Vikla here. I mean, it's going to be such a hard fight to take straight up here with one item Zeri. Well, against aiming on Gale Force.
Yeah. Zeka, though, did manage to hit his 2-item spike. And so the Azir is in a good spot, even though the Zeri isn't. Still, I think it means the DRX, despite all of that, right, their setup has just not been there. And so Rascal dashing forward, looking for his opportunity, Cuz with control of the Drake for now. Swain also controlling the area really, really nicely, as there's the dive in. Hextech Ultimatum's fantastic. They take down the Lucian. Cuz now trying to get out because he secured the Drake. He did his job, and my God, the Swain got so much work done. Rascal will be taken down though, and Zeka picks up the double. DRX win the fight, but that is Soul Point now for KT.
Yeah, KT positioned as well as they could have. Is Deft once more?
Ooh,
how can they get it? Stops the packs at least.
Yeah, there we go. Some value.
Scared with the observing, hiding vision. I was like, are we hiding something? Is Deft actually about to pay for this? No, he's okay. 3 kills for DRX, but again, KT get the Soul Point here. This time, definitely not. You're going to be checking the worth box. Not this time in terms of the money that's given over here. But Kingan's flank, he sweeps this ward, comes around back here. When the engage comes through onto aiming, he's instantly deleted. And the follow-up is beautiful from Zeka. He prevents the retreat. Like, yeah, you guys stuck onto the Drake. You held the aggro. You wanted to force that 50-50. You win it, but it's going to be a heavy cost against this 2-item Azir.
Yeah.
And Zeka finally really finding his footing here in this critical 4th game.
No, it's definitely good. We'll see whether this money is going to be put to good use as he picks up the Sork Shoes, has himself the stopwatch, and this is going to be that, you know, the more consistent damage Crown Nashor's build. We've seen him use it so well throughout the season, right? Like, it just hasn't been Zeka's day. Same can be said for Pyoshik. Like, we all remember what he did on the Lee Sin, for example. He picked up many POGs just with having these great days. Just wasn't today. Juhan looking a little bit better though. being able to assault and battery and then getting that wild growth in order to CC KT looked real good in that last fight despite going down almost immediately.
Side lanes are canceled. We're taking those away. Teleports come through from both top laners.
Ooh, that's some value right there as assault and battery takes him all the way out of the fight, and there's the flash from Vikla. Hextech ultimatum comes in, but it doesn't actually get the knockbacks at all. He tries to do what he can, but Kingan's gonna fall down. And Zeka still at full health. Def trying to fight this one out as best he can, but it's not going to work. And DRX overextend.
And I think this Atlas is everything. Okay,
well,
hold on.
Doesn't manage to find Vikla to Zeka, but does get Rascal. Extended beam comes through. Great polymorph there from Beryl, but Vision of Emperor's going to split everything up. And there's the flash from Rascal. They manage to secure it. The Swain falls down, but that is basically an ace because Beryl's not going to be able to stop this by himself.
Zeka giveth and he taketh away. He looks for the engage there. He puts the Sun Disc up. It looks like this could be an angle for him to pick up another multi-kill. Instead, he goes down here. This is going to be KT picking up a lot more vision around this. But that last fight with the assault and battery deep dive is everything.
See it now.
Everything, this fight here with Juhan going on to aiming is everything about the comp of KT being anti-DRX's comp. Look at the follow from Puzz. Stops Kingan, ults the rest of the team from following up. And Deft has an amazing angle for his extendo beam into the choke. There's just not enough follow-up damage here. This is why we're saying, in order to get on top of this Lucian, it's normally going to cost you everything. We saw them pull it off on the Drake fight, but they didn't get the Drake. This time they try it again, but he has Flash, and he pulls the Vi so far away from the rest of the team. Cuz is there to stop and prevent them from coming through. And like, this is just, I can't die, I won't die. I'm not going to die, I'm in the choke, they can't get on top of it. Look at Cuz's angle.
I don't know how he survived. He doesn't even have a stopwatch, it's just Demonic Ascension is
it's just healing
insane.
through.
Yeah.
And they don't have enough damage yet. This is the problem.
Yeah, and there's no healing reduction because the Kempunk Chainsword whipped by him at extraordinary speed, looking for the Lucian.
I think that the saddest part of this game, and it's not over yet, and DRX still have a gold lead, but the problem is the Drakes and the team composition. The saddest thing is this is the best early mid we've seen from DRX, but they're still running into the compositional problems we were shouting from the top of our casting booth here in the drafting phase. Now, it's not over by any means, and Zeri is on 2 items. They have a really strong 5v5.
Ooh, Vault Breaker's actually cancelled here as Juhan just going to speed his way out with the help of the Lulu. And Extender Beam going to slow down the response here from KT. So nicely done. That is a great shifting sands there from Zeka. Keep himself alive. Cuz going for the opportunistic engage attempt.
KT using a lot of resources here, actually, and Def will have time to back here and come back to this objective. He's not going to have the 3rd item or anything, but he gets his health bar back. Still has Flash. KT just trying to group up here faster. They can't get the turret either. This is a fight where DRX can make a final stand, really, for shutting down this Soul.
Well, Kingan is going to have to get out of here. Rascal, World Ender is going to get popped. And Kingan knows that the rest of the army is coming from KT, and he's going to try and buy as much time as he possibly can. Hookshot to try and wrap around, get back to his team. Doesn't have Flash available, though, but still, Wild Growth is going to come in, and he will survive. And even tanks the turret shot.
That should be DRX being able to get the Drake.
Yeah.
He baits them in so hard. He handles the situation extremely well, buys tons of time. And that's all it takes. And KT have made this mistake in the past where they don't actually turn on the flanker. This time they turn on the flanker, but it's the wrong call, unfortunately. But they just used all of their great tools and ults to shut down something like this Camille in the attempt to kill Deft and Zeka just moments before. Now those ults are coming back online, but the Drake goes to DRX here for free. And this is buying time for that Infinity Edge here for Deft to come online. Once that comes through, you can front to back in this comp. You absolutely can, especially with the build that Zeka has chosen with this Nashor's Tooth. We'll be building a Zhonya's 3rd, so he can actually really get in there and battle.
Yeah, and he's been doing that anyway, regardless of whether or not he has it. So I very much like that the Zhonya's is coming through next. We don't like this. Assault and Battery going to be used as Juhan is going to be able to get out. Oh, the back massage is not going to be enough, as even the Ardent Blaze almost takes down the Vi. Still has to use absolutely everything to get out.
Aiming could have flashed for that, but he holds his flash because he knows it's actually more valuable to have flash and have that kill. He 100% wants to keep that because remember last time he won that fight, or with his teammates' help, but he survived and used Assault and Battery against Juhan with that flash. Having this flash is super valuable for objective fights for the Lucian. He has a stopwatch now too, So killing aiming is going to be harder than ever before because he doesn't kill. He doesn't actually commit to the kill there in that flash. Juwan's flash is gone. Feels very good about this exchange.
Yeah. Kingen now split pushing pretty aggressively. As Cuz going to move on over. Relatively open now on the Infernal Rift. As Cuz clears out vision, but does give away his position. And so therefore, Kingen will be safe for the moment. DRX with the opportunity to get more vision around the Baron, with Cuz paying a visit bottom side.
And ultimately, at the end of the day, why Juwan was almost picked there was because he was clearing vision. And with KT looking to commit heavily, failing to kill him and then going back bottom side, they will get that vision control. So mission accomplished at a high cost, mind you, but still, they do have vision control and they have a flank angle here for Juhan and Zeka. Unseen.
Yeah.
KT respecting so much, though. This game is so tense.
It really is. And that gold lead is largely in DRX being able to take 3 turrets as well. If KT able to enter these side lanes, take down the turrets and equalize that, as this Baron has been started, but with Cuz in the wings, they're not going to continue it.
DRX not going to make the same mistake twice. They will let it go.
Camille starting to win these side lane fights, though, and that could be a real problem for KT, as Rascal trying to fight this one back. Infernal Chain's not going to connect. And yeah, Rascal still has a level lead, but as this game goes on, Camille just does more stuff than Rascal does in these side lanes.
Yeah, I mean, she has Divine Sunderer. Like, the build that Rascal chose is the meta build, Sterax. It's to win fights and stay alive for a long time, whereas Kingen is designed to kill Rascal in a side lane, and he has the better clear, and he's a bigger threat.
Yeah. And now Cuz going to walk over some vision. Polymorph to come through there, but doesn't actually do anything. Cuz was able to make it out. So DRX still with so much control around this Baron pit. Some sneaky wards in the area and an unsealed teleport available. Unleashed.
Unleashed, yeah.
Unsealed spellbooks on Vikla. So, you know, at least there's something unsealed in this game. But it is the Unleashed teleport available for Rascal. So, okay, okay, yeah, here's the Glacial Prison. Def possibly caught out, but he gets all of the shields. Assault and Battery comes through, and this one's a great one. Juwan's going to go golden as well. He may actually keep himself alive. Vaultbreaker is tiny, but Rascal dives forward. Deft is obliterated. And I am so sorry, Rascal, that I was talking poorly about this Aatrox. You get him in a team fight, and he looks so good.
I was just going to mention he just went and picked up his VF sword, and he's so close to a GA, but that extra damage is going to help out a lot when he comes in here and secures this kill. And it wasn't a Jackie Love-esque positional error from Def this time around, but he's so far forward, he's super vulnerable here, and they just punish him instantly.
Yeah.
Juwan has a nice angle, but it's not enough to secure the kill. Look at Def's positioning here. He's just instantly blown up. Look at all the damage. He flashes and has wild growth. And then Juwan re-engages, but look at the positioning here. Zeka's not in position to punish anybody here, and they just turn this fight instantly. I think if Zeka is a little bit more decisive, then maybe they actually end up getting a big fight here, but he's not able to pull it off.
Yeah, let's watch it from Rascal's perspective as he's just waiting.
Dashes.
And, yeah, DRX World's Ender popped. And there it goes. Just gorgeous.
Sets up the second Q and flashes the wall.
노플 노플.
No flash, he calls out there at the end, just calling out what's happening next, but decisive team fight here for KT. GA now done for Rascal, picked up all that extra money, and he will complete the item. And this is Infernal Soul for KT. They have all the prio. Kingen once again looking for that flank angle. This time doesn't have the same resources to stay alive if he's turned upon.
But DRX do have more resources than they've had in any other game at this stage. And I say that Rascal did manage to put a real dent in DRX's hopes, and that is absolutely true. But this is much better than it has been in the past when KT have had Soul Point before. But even if DRX take this, it doesn't really matter that much for KT, to be honest, as now Kingen getting turned on, aiming, dashing forward. Kingen's in so much trouble. He has to flash, get himself out of the way.
Now that he's turned, Def didn't do any damage at all with his poke here.
Well, Extendo Beam does land onto Vikla as Rascal getting down relatively low. Tidal Wave, not a lot of value, but there is Infernal Soul. Assault and Battery's going to come through. Juhan now going to commit to this play. The Demonic Ascension not exactly doing a lot of work as Deft picks up one kill. Hextech Ultimatum into the backline as now Zeka's trying to wipe the floor with them. Vikla gonna go into his stopwatch and Juhan is just gonna babysit. They're gonna be able to take the kill on the Swain as well. This is Infernal Soul, but at what cost, Wolf, is the question.
I mean, it's only a 1-for-1 really, or 2-for-1 rather here. for DRX, like they don't get that much out of it. How many turrets can they get with this Nashor's Tooth?
Yeah,
I mean,
Zeka
maybe
does
one.
a lot of work.
Yeah, at least this one should be going down, so that's some extra gold. But the biggest problem here is now Infernal Soul gives so much extra power to this Lucian, to this Swain, even in neutral fights and exchanges where you're fighting against that poke from the Zeri, because that's the one thing that DRX's draft has that KT's doesn't, is Extendo Beam and extra poke. They only have all-in engaged, so that's why in this neutral fight, eventually they have to make a call to push for King, and because they don't kill him, he actually gets to back and teleport back in, because once again, wins this smite fight in part due to, of course, the tidal wave coming through to zone everybody away, but the teleport coming through from the Camille is the big problem here. Kane is able to wrap all the way around. But I think mission accomplished still for KT. It's a slightly better trade in terms of gold here with the extra kill and the turret. But KT just bought so much more time with this composition. The poke that Deft didn't hit in that fight, but he will be hitting, I think, in a lot of other neutral fights, is something that you can kind of feel okay about if you have that extra infernal poke back.
Yeah.
And even aiming, hitting Ws and stuff like that, and hitting Qs will start to add up in the neutrals.
Well, he has 4 items now, the GA completed on top of the Infinity Edge. Lord Doms as well as his Gale Force that has been done for a while. This is a very scary Lucian, and he's now going to have all that extra damage of the Infernal Soul on top of it. He's now on the top side of the map, though, and DRX do this Baron relatively quickly.
Nicola has TP.
They don't even have Zeka in this pit right now, but this could just be another flip. There's a control ward in here. Cuz right on over, and they're just going to go for it. But Juhan, he's going to have the better smite this time as Rascal going down relatively low, but that's exactly... Oh no, the Aatrox is going to get taken. Zeka gets into the backline, aiming down to his GA already. Vikla, he goes golden, but is it going to be enough? The answer is absolutely not, as DRX may have just queued up Silver Scrapes.
Looks like they may have. Swain value was massive in this fight, but it doesn't matter. The Aatrox is shut down by Zeka getting to the backline. Zeka's so up and down in this series, but he is having a high peak in the 4th game here that matters so much to bring us to a game 5. That wipe is going to be enough to push it down with the Baron buff here. DRX, against all odds, have brought this one to its 5th and final game.
This is the most dramatic series I've ever seen in my life, Wolf. The Nexus will be taken as DRX will bring us to match point.
Juhan, such a risky call. You're in the 4th game. It's match point. And Pioshik's been inconsistent. He's been coming up empty big. He's been gapped by Cuz several times, even in game 1 that they took. And they put Juhan in. They put him on the spot, and they say, you're going to make a huge impact. And he gave DRX the first big game where they weren't playing with one hand tied behind their back. And yeah, there were some errors, there were some overextensions. His assault and battery attempt onto aiming really cost them big, but overall has looked better, more consistent. But I think really the story is about Zeka. So many good Emperor's Divines. The build was correct this time. We didn't really like the build we saw from him in game 3. This is a whole different DRX in game 4. Still a close game, still on a knife's edge the whole way through.
I want to know who spoke to Chronicler from the future. Because no one else predicted a 5-game series. If we bring up those predictions, everyone else is going to be grayed out. And it's just making me think. It's making me wonder whether he has been indeed contacted by those scholars from 5,000 years from now. Checking out the damage graph, Zeka, like you say, a huge resurgence. But the gold doesn't really tell too much of a story of DRX really coming back, right? Because in a lot of our decisive games, that's a lot more linear. This is still KT being able to find a lot of angles. And as you can see, they had Infernal Soul, for goodness sake.
Yeah, just not a whole lot of range, not a whole lot of agency.
Oh man, what an incredible series though this has been. Like you say, extraordinarily dramatic. We're gonna go to a short break. When we get back, the carpet space, Silver Scrapes, and game 5.
나 기다려.
저도 뺄게.
난 받을 때.
천천히. 나한번 빼야 돼. 한번 빼야 돼. 나한번 빼야 돼.
나얘 변이 앞에 변이
할만해. 야 루샨.
해봐.
변이 3초.
나 약간 천천히 할게.
성자 변이 1초.
나이스.
남이 노플.
얘 노플이야. 스윈 노플이야. 야 미드 가자. 나이스.
끝날만해. 것 같기도 한데.
옥박 들어가자.
Whoa! Get 5!
have Silver Scrapes, guys. It's actually happening in the series. KT Rolster against DRX, and it's in the most KT Rolster fashion ever. We are on the roller coaster. We're up and down. DRX are able to win this one.
It could happen. I'm still not believing. Zero faith in DRX. But Super Sub Juan coming in game 4. Valdez, you can attest to this.
Yeah.
Even though I voted for DRX, I'm sure with me, everyone is just enjoying a normal KT roller coaster experience here.
Yeah, and the real question is, who is on board for this Game 5? Do we have any faith in KT left? Or do we, if you want to have faith in KT, do you not have faith in KT to then therefore make sure that you have faith in KT? I'm not sure. I watched CLG go up 2-0 against TL earlier today and then lose, so at this point, and any faith in teams that, you know, usually you need to put faith in, I'm kind of out just to help them out. I feel like we're doing favors at this point.
Yeah, so no faith in either team at this point. Let's take a look at the drafts here as... You know, again, it started with the Azir first pick, and you and I kind of rolled our eyes. We didn't believe, but it actually...
I didn't think this draft was good at all from DRX. It's like Lulu has a horrible win rate. You're playing dive into Swain Aatrox. Like, everything about this just looks kind of off. We've already seen yesterday what can happen if you play a Vi into a Lucian as well, and it happened to Juan a bunch of times. So I don't know.
I do think that subbing in Juhan, you know, it did give them some early game plans. Like, we actually saw DRX do some proactive things. And something that I've been asking for this series, Zeka stepping up. This was the first game where I really feel like Zeka made his mark, really outplayed Vikla, and for me, that was the big difference in making sure that DRX was able to come out on top.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, you know, it wasn't super clean from DRX, but they got the job done. Here's highlight 1 as... fight over the Infernal Drake that KT take, and they get out with it for the beginning.
Yeah, and the key thing here is that KT actually plays this, I think, as closely as they need to. If they lose here, the game is over. Like, if they get aced, it's just a straight march down the Nexus. Kingen, I thought he had GA there, tries to get into the backline but dies, and they stole long enough that DRX isn't able to get a game-winning push off of this.
And the big part about, I mean, we were jumping later into the game is we did have some action in the back half, but Kingen was kind of the hero. Like, he was the one that made sure that 4th Dragon went over to DRX instead of that being the earlier soul for KT. That allowed Zeka and Def to scale, get more items on these late game champions in the Azir and the Zeri. That was the big difference for me, just making sure that their comp was actually able to get online this time around.
Yeah, they were able to do that quite well. Let's take a look at the second highlight here, which is the final Baron fight, which for a lot of this, it looked like it could have gone either way.
And I was personally kind of surprised because initially this looks bad, but then you remember that as long as Zeka and Deft are alive, which both of them are, who cares? We've reached the Supreme late game here, what, like 40, 45 minutes in. And at this point, Azir, Zeri, and Camille are all so much stronger than their counterparts that they can stay alive. So DRX somehow pull us to a game 5, and I have no idea who's going to win.
I'm actually really curious to see what ends up happening with this Azir pick. And also, if we have KT decide to actually stick on the red side, that was their choice the last time around. I think that maybe going on blue, denying Azir, keep in mind, even their series going back to LCK playoffs, the Azir into Damwon Kia was a really big difference for them, having that push mid lane with Vikla. So definitely a pick that I really have my eye on moving forward.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, you know, take the Sylas away from Vikla, take the Azir away, or at least pick it away, or find some other answer for it because it wasn't able to do it. I kind of like that by the end of the series, even though there was so much crazy stuff going on, Deft on Zeri in the late game was able to help them out and bring it home. So we'll see if we can do that again, if they even get there. But first, guys, we have Silver Scrapes, game number 5. Take it away, casters.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that breakdown. I think the most important note was that Zeka finally did step up, and he absolutely did in a huge way towards the later stage of that game. A lot of those Emperor's Divides absolutely fantastic, and prior to this, it was really looking like a trap for him. And we've seen him perform so well. So don't take this as us flaming Zeka. We're only saying this because we know how good he can be. on this champion and just in general. He's a fantastic player.
It's so true, and you know, Vikla is Rookie of the Year. He showed up big time when it mattered most in the middle towards the latter half of the season, end of round 1 and until the playoffs, and it's been a mountain to overcome for Zeka. I think not in the lane in particular, but in the 1v2 he played almost all of those first 3 games, but then sub Juhan in, give him that Azir, and he finally finds his footing.
Yeah.
Good build here, and notice that Juhan is not subbed out. He will be here in this 5th and final game, and this is a shocker to no one. And I am just so incredibly curious to see what KT will do with their first pick here on blue side, because they chose red side last time, as Cubby pointed out, but this time they go into blue for game 5. It is so interesting because now as DRX, there's so much you have to ban, and Rascal could get something like a Renekton.
Yeah.
And you know, just the thought of that is terrifying to me.
And Poppy, once again banned on the blue side. So, of course, Pyoshik, a fantastic Poppy player. Juhan, not necessarily as known for it in my mind, but has played it before. I believe actually played it on PSG Talent when he was over there as well. So, gonna get some respect himself as the blue side Azir ban comes in.
Yeah, blue side just seems so busted for KT when you think about what they can draw with the Kalista and the Renekton here, but also taking away the Azir that Zeka's been so reliant on. They banned Sivir, and KT are saying, might be a Yuumi first pick here, potentially. Otherwise, Amy could just pick Lucian. This time there is no Azir angle. Yeah, Sejuani also a strong first pick here for KT as well. It's blue side seems very strong when you consider all the prio picks here, especially with the Poppy banned away.
I'm expecting the Sejuani to be that first pick. It will be the Sylas banned away, regardless of the fact that I think Sej probably would have come in anyway. And Zeka was very, very good on the Sylas in the last time around, but not going to do it this time. So obviously, thinking about a different option, and with Juhan here, the Vi Ahri does seem like a more likely option.
And Zeka is a really good Ahri player, for those who don't know.
He debuted it after the rework, right?
We haven't seen it in so long in this series, and we haven't seen DRX play in so long, because yeah, Zerayumi is open, but this is not a shock to anyone because this is how KT has played this out multiple times. It has been the Lulu when the Lucian is up, and this time KT can say, oh, you picked Yuumi early, so we'll actually take the Lucian once again. And it's with Pyoshik on the Rift, it felt like there was just such a huge gap in the mid-game. But Juhan, it's felt different. Ooh, I would have liked the Trundle a lot more.
The Trundle.
I would have liked it a lot more. I'm on the same page as you. But they take the Wukong here instead.
Well, it's going to mean that the early game's going to be a bit tougher for Juhan to get through, but the Yuumi Wukong payoff in the later stage of the game is definitely something worth looking out for. And DRX, so they've won all of their games in the later stage.
So Neela angle potentially for KT also. I think this is the comp that this is the draft so far that makes me feel like, okay, Wukong pre-6, not a whole lot of agency. We have some really strong combos in CC, and they lock in the Neela again. Because remember, KT, when they had the Neela pick, that was the most confident game of League we have seen from them in this series in terms of everyone's on the same page. They're all making the same choices.
And Zerayumi is the obvious choice, obviously. But just to try and counteract some of the Neela play,
I like this.
Thinking about the Xayah, so he will lock this in. This is one of his favorite picks, although not necessarily one of his most successful in recent years. But still, going to be locking it away. We'll see whether it is going to be more of that crit variety, or whether we're going back to that lethality style that we've seen so many times.
Selfishly, I like the Xayah pick because it means that we're going to have a game of League of Legends that isn't extremely one-sided. Because I think if you have the Zeri here, it's either KT bowl you over and you lose early, or KT don't do enough and we're just watching this slow, painful death where KT can't catch up with this Neela pick. And the Xayah actually gives us an interesting mid-game where DRX can actually fight back.
Yeah.
And Nautilus ban I do love quite a bit here.
Xayah also plays extraordinarily well into short range. So being able to use that Blade Caller and get so much value with feathers on the ground, I do kind of like it from that angle. The Amumu are going to be banned as Life has a bit of a giggle about it.
This is basically them shutting down every hard lockdown on the Xayah. She already has her ultimate to get out. And remember, in the Neela Zyra game, which we will not be seeing Zyra this time, the ability to blow Deft up was consistently pulled off, but this time he could just press R and fly away. And I think that's part of why this Xayah pick is so beautiful in this draft. Yeah. Alio, an interesting idea here in terms of amazing turn, because KT have to kind of dive you and run at you. Now, this is the same answer that we saw from Vikla in Game 4, where you're like, okay, everyone's running at me. I'm going to get a lot of value out of my ultimate. I'm going to do a ton of damage. I'm very difficult to kill. Okay, we're running it back.
Sona! Sona comes in! All right. Well, I thought Seraphine had kind of replaced Sona forever, but she is going to be locked away this time around. Life picking her up, and I'm looking forward to the crescendos.
This is a very different draft, though, you know, than the one that we saw with the Zyra, because they had a Sylas. This time, Talia isn't going to have that same sticking power in a fight. Can set up for really nice pick and blow up, but the reason why KT were able to snowball that game so hard was because they had the healing from the Sylas, who just constantly going in and in and in and following up, Jax flashing through with counter-strikes. You're running into Yuumi ult, which is frustrating, Cyclone, and Swain. For the same reasons I was worried about DRX's comp in Game 4, I'm kind of worried about KT's comp and what DRX have to offer here. This Sona is going to be so amazing for follow-up on the Apotheosis, follow-up on Talia grabs with her seismic shove.
And also, like, we have to cast our minds back so far for these huge Sona plays. Like, I'm talking like Gosu Pepper, not even like before he became Edward, you know? Like, those sort of plays where the flash crescendos can really change a fight. And crescendo is basically like final chapter, but shorter range and goes off instantly,
it's
right?
Instant, yeah.
So you can pull that trigger really quickly. Plus, you have that added sustain that I guess was nerfed, but still, you have that added sustain with your W.
I'm so curious what he's going to build, because it feels like a game where you actually just want to go Shurelya's. Even though it's Sona, you're like, yep, I just need Shurelya's, I need the speed, I need this.
Oh, you got Song of Celerity. What are you talking about?
Like,
you got to lock
but you get both, all right?
Yeah, true.
We'll see what he builds. I'm really curious, because closing the distance is going to be the biggest problem, and trying to somehow force Deft to ult early so that you could then follow up and actually catch him after his ultimate. Because the Featherstorm, he's just going to be like, I'm in the air, you used all your stuff, now I'm turning, my team is ready to actually pop the ult from the mid laner, and the Swain is just going to be like, all right, now where's your tools, where's your wombo combo now? In a longer fight, DRX going to have Zeka trying to carry this with King and a Juon Cyclone all the way.
Not to mention Deft being relatively untouched if he can get that Featherstorm to work in his favor. Let's see how this goes as we hop into Game 5. All right, here we go. Onto the riff for Game 5. I personally very much enjoyed the Silver Scrapes. And here we go one more time. It's been a while since we've had some Sona in our lives, and this is looking like a little bit of a more aggressive variety.
Yeah, we did see it, I want to say, in Summer Season once. I can't remember who played it off the top of my head, but we did see it in a really weird draft, and it didn't work out, and it was very bizarre.
Oh, yeah, it was used as a counter to Yuumi a while back.
We saw something like super weird. I can't remember the exact circumstances, but Nila was now is a very different draft than the one we're looking at here, where KT are using it for additional wombo. I think it was just used for the extra sustain, like you were saying, and answering Yuumi in lane, and then having some stronger engage later on. Yep, very different than Seraphine, because like you said, the ultimate is instantaneous, and if you have a setup for it, you can have pretty crazy combos. That looked like it hit, but it did not.
It didn't. That's the value of the Sona, you know? You got the extra movements, you don't. That's Janna, guys. She has the extra movement speed. Doesn't have E available just yet, and Life probably won't have it until level 3, as W pretty strong. Beryl gonna hop off though, and let's see how this one's gonna go. As DRX just, with the range advantage that they have, they should be pretty strong. It is going to be airy for Deft, so likely he is going down the lethality path. Like we were saying.
Yeah, I think it's okay to do that into this draft, because the only tanky member is Jungle Sejuani, who's not going to be as tanky as a regular Sejuani. Jax will be annoying to deal with, but really you just burst the Nila down when you can, or the Talia, who's looking to find those picks, those engages. You turn so well with lethality. Yeah, we'll wait and see, but that's my expectation as well here.
Yeah. Generally, you are going to take lethal tempo if you are not going lethality, as Juhan's going to make his way in. Oh, that's why you place your rocks, ladies and gentlemen.
Always
It
place your
does
rocks.
very nicely. Nice never move there from Zeka. Gets the bird.
Yeah, nice.
I really like that skin, by the way. Showmaker played it yesterday. Big fan of very dapper Swain.
Yeah, it's pretty slick.
It is. Deft already getting a fair bit of play caller value, as you can see there. All right, we're ghosting. We're looking for this. Life is already healed, and Cuz is in position. Deft flashing. Does also have cleanse, but doesn't actually need to use it. And KT used a lot to try and get that, although Cuz holds on to his flash.
Yeah. You know, 2 summoners for 2 summoners here. That was such a good juke.
Yeah. Rascal and Power not quite enough damage. As Kingen is playing with fire here just a little bit, but should be all right as Rascal is completely out of mana.
Yep. And King doesn't have money. You don't care about that.
Yeah, there you go.
8 bucks value. But the juke there from Deft is pretty massive down there on the bottom side, avoiding the stun from Cuz if he gets hit by that. He's donezo, he's dead. Very patient. And as a result, you know, losing the Ghost, I think, is much worse than losing the Exhaust for Barrel in terms of what you could do here in this lane. And yeah, Deft is flashless, but he still has Cleanse. And with the range advantage here versus this Neela, he could just kind of sit pretty and constantly have these Yuumi heals on his back. There's no harassment here. So needs a more heavy commitment. And Cuz has already committed once, it's going to be a while before he's under any pressure again.
Definitely will be, as Life has had such an eclectic choice of champions so far this series. One of them was not his
He didn't choose
volition,
it. Yeah.
but he has definitely been playing some interesting ones. And the Sona so far not exactly working out super well. And speaking of not super well, Vikla is in a whole bunch of trouble. Seismic Shove pulls Zeka underneath the turret, though. Maybe it is all a bait after all. Never Move connects, and there it is. The Sith Lord Lightning for first blood. Solo kill for Zeka. King and beautiful flash avoids any of the issues.
I mean, you have Flash as Vikla there. You got the shove into a turret shot, but you still don't win that trade if you get caught. If you flash it, great, but just kind of walked up and died there. Really frustrating mistake to make as Vikla here, and that's a Swain getting an extra kill. First blood for DRX.
Yeah.
Dive or topside or gank by the top side fails. Don't have control of bottom anymore, and things are falling apart here for KT very, very quickly.
Well, here on the bottom side, the news doesn't get much better.
Yeah.
As you can see, Aiming and Life just getting shoved in. Rascal with Counter-Strike. Cuz turns up once again. King and no flash, remember. The Umbral Dash, I believe, is on cooldown, so he's not going to be able to do too much about this unless he can run rings around them. Juhan making his way in, but he is going to fall a little bit too quickly. Deft and Barrel looking for a potential dive. Blade Caller not going to find it there. As Zeka going to be moved closer. 6 to Vikla, and he kind of likes it. As Demonic Ascension's going to come through. This is so much damage. And there's the Never Move. This time, Vikla respects it.
Doesn't have 6 because he was out of lane for so long. Even if he does have 6, he's Talia, so the 6 advantage isn't really a, okay, you don't have ult, but Zeka gets 6 faster and is able to set up for the ult there, so Vikla just pushed himself into this scenario, similar to how he tried to turn around that shove onto the turret last time around. Does have a refillable potion here, and Cuz is coming over. There's a ward. Zeka has flash, and Kingan's here.
Yeah, Kingan's
my
going to
God.
walk on in. Oh no, Zeka! Oh, Vikla just taken down once again. Life infernally chained, but he will be all right.
I mean, it feels like we have really seen a huge turnaround in terms of how this mid matchup is going, with Cuz spending so much time in the first few games here, Zeka having no agency, getting shut down at every turn, and now Vikla trying to make the big plays into the Swain matchup and just eating it. I mean, he goes for the shove here into turret, there's minions here, so he's like, all right, we can turn this one around. And then Zeka's like, yeah, okay, cool. Just pulls him in and kills him with the Sith hands, and could have just flashed that, didn't need to force that, just a big error. Over here, Kingen tries to buy a lot of time, doesn't of course have his flash. Juhan comes over to try to save him and just goes down here. Really well played with Cuz for the buffered flash there to get the stun.
Yeah, it's
And
really
then
nicely done.
This is just really unfortunate. He's trying to set up for Cuz, but walks into Never Move again. It's pulled in. Life comes over too. Like, there's a really nice setup, but he kind of messes it up. He walks in too close. Zeka's like, thanks for another assist.
Yeah, but you have to say, Zeka's Never Moves have just been amazing. So Vikla, I mean, yes, a lot of it is on him, but a lot of it has to be put down to Zeka really finding himself finally here in game number 5 after, you know, he did have like a couple of those Emperor's Divides that didn't quite work out at the beginning of game 4, but at the end, it was all about him. And it's continuing to be that way. This never move, though, isn't going to connect. Seismic Shove also goes wide. Cuz looks for the ult and is going to connect it here, and Zeka's going to have to flash to get himself out of the way. The Ignite, is it going to be enough? The final tick, and that does it. Vikla says, I don't need to travel down this wall no more.
It looked like you said Gabi right after that, like, oh, unfortunate, like that he had to use his wall. Well, he thought he had to use his wall, but didn't. But still, better safe than sorry to secure that kill. Does end up going over there, and, you know, for this successful gank, at least they're able to pull some money back here for the Taliyah.
Yeah.
Life has 6 here. Apotheosis up. Combo against a lot of laners, but against Saya, who has Cleanse and Flash here with the Yuumi, don't really want a hard commit here, as Def's just going to sit under turret and say, I dare you.
Yeah.
It's about to hit 6 himself.
Yeah, it does have that Featherstorm available, but it's almost 7 here for aiming. Just Neela doing Neela things, I guess. Giving a whole bunch of extra experience, and Zeka doesn't find that never move.
If he flashes the wall here, or flashes this ult from Cuz while flashing the wall, I think he was just out of range of that. I think he probably lives, but don't want to get too nitpicky on this one, as he barely does not escape there. The Ignite ticks down.
Yeah.
And this is the time for KT where you're starting to think, all right, we need to set up for some team fights here around these early Drakes, or at least force those Drakes to go down, early objectives in general, because DRX, they're definitely getting stronger by the second year, and every single fight counts as KT. Every single objective counts when you're running this Neela comp.
Yeah, Juhan gets the bad news that this Rift Herald has been started, but it looks like Shelly is going to be moved back because aiming not in the area. Def now rotating back down again. The DRX taking some control, and Life going to move on back.
No prio for Vikla means this is really awkward for KT. They don't have a Weaver's Wall either.
Yeah.
And Neela's like, yeah, I'm just going to push bot, and Deft is like, well, I'm calling you on that. And we're going to come over here. We have prio mid, and you guys can't actually do Rift Herald. You can't side lane with his Jax into the Aatrox top here. You don't have an advantage or anything like that, so KT have to start this one up again.
Yeah, Zeka's here. Juhan as well. He can trickster over the wall if he'd like to. Aiming out of vision, but on his way. And Def, if he trades this for plates, he's probably still absolutely fine with the situation, and that is going to be KT locking down a fair bit of that local gold, as well as the Rift Herald. So, empowered back here for Cuz. Def very close to getting this next plate, and he will be able to do so. So, feeling all right about the trade.
Yeah, absolutely. I think as DRX, you're trying to get money without fighting right now, and Zeka has been very successful in that with the pick he got in mid lane. And now you are able to get 2 plates here for Deft solo. Well, 1 plate, I think, solo here he picks up. It's still 160 here to make it 2 plates total for the Herald. And he's just surviving through this early game without any hitches. And that is kind of the name of the game here, because, yeah, Jax can be a side lane threat, but in team fights isn't going to be the same scary menace as the Sylas that we had, of course, the last time we saw the Neela here for KT. Vikla on Taliyah, yeah, you could set up for a pick potentially, but DRX getting a Drake right now is a disaster for KT, but they're just not in position to contest or fight. Weaver's Wall coming up here for Vikla as he teleports mid. They're going to try to rush over, it looks like.
Yeah, KT clearing out vision where they can. Deft rotating back over as well. Teleport available for King and can only go to a ward right now. So, sorry, to a turret right now as the Drake is going to be taken. Zeka taking a difficult way around. He does have Zumi support. And also the crab, so he should be all right. Now actually looking to try and turn it here onto Vikla and Cuz.
And yeah, aiming's getting a bot push, but you get Drake for free here. You don't get any plates mid. Doesn't look like you're going to get anything bottom, and DRX are like, cool.
Yeah.
Free objective without a fight. That is exactly what we want.
As Rascal also now in a bit of trouble. Kingen dashing forward and isn't going to be able to find Rascal because there's a minion wave for him to leap to, so he's all right. But right now, Kingen definitely in good standing as far as the side lane is concerned. Won't be the case forever. Jax should be able to outscale as this game goes on. But it's not going to happen yet.
Certainly not. This is a game that feels so much like it's on a knife's edge, and there's so much threat for KT on the map everywhere. But they're just coming up short. They haven't been able to force any of these fights. DRX are handling this draft so beautifully. And with the free bonus money Zeka picked up, you know, against Vikla, those 2 deaths, DRX are like, ooh, we're feeling even better. Is King teleports in.
Yeah, the teleport being invested will make, if this is a successful dive, very, very sad for Kingen. Teleport immediately there from Zeka, and that is going to protect that turret as well as the top laner, as Juhan going to come over, push out this lane, understanding that Talia was there. So therefore, if you can shove this one forward, you might be able to deny a bit of CS and some experience. As Def here by himself, just holding onto the lane. And this is what you're afforded with the Xayah, right? Like, she is very, very safe. Very
She's
difficult
unkillable.
to dive.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I love this Xayah pick so much in this draft. And I love that DRX are also willing to say, yeah, we'll teleport top. Nope, Jax is not getting ahead. It's not going to happen. We're not going to give him plates. We're not going to give him that early side laning power so he can start threatening fights. Just not going to do it. And they lose nothing for it.
Counter-Strike's good. Not quite able to find the sweet spot on the third Q, so Kingen going to lose out on that trade for now, but does get it on that first one, which we like.
During this, Vikla was topside, so even though Zeka teleports, he doesn't lose anything. He just goes straight back down to lane, and Vikla comes to match him. Slight CS lead there for Vikla, but otherwise feeling pretty good right now as the Swain.
Yeah.
And we haven't yet seen an opportunity for the Sona combo with the Apotheosis. Apotheosis is so strong if you can land it on multiple members, but DRX's comp, not only is it good into this, but okay, hold on.
Oh, well, there's the final chapter. So this is the new version of the Crescendo, and Vikla is going to flash it, and there are the Sith hands. That is going to be a dead Talia once again. 3 deaths here on Vikla. Very different to what he's been doing. However,
around.
here goes Cuz, looking for the Glacial Prison. Aiming's going to roam up as well. Can he find the Apotheosis? And there it is onto Zeka. Immediately, he goes golden. Look at how much health he's getting back. My God, this Swain is bananas. Underneath the turret, he's going to survive until Rascal flashes for the leap strike. It might be to his death, or he's going to kill Juhan as well. This Jax is absurd. They even had the Rift Herald, so they're able to take down the turret at the same time.
But
KT,
2 turrets for this.
Fantastic.
2 turrets for this. Deft gets a turret
true.
bottom, and topside Kingan's going to get one too, at least most of it here. So heavy commitment. The combo worked. It was successful, and it looked like Vikla was the one shot calling for a rotation because he dies there. He's jumped on. He's calling out what's used.
Oh dear, yeah, Deft in trouble. Does have the Blade Caller still available.
Xayah never in
unable
trouble.
to get in. Yeah, this time not. Absolutely.
I mean, he was almost in trouble. Like, everything you said about this pick is so true. Def can just walk away from these moments just by pressing R. As Vikla gets punished, and then on his player cam we saw after this, he's instantly shouting and yelling. And I think the idea is he's shot calling, like, you guys can rotate over here if they get greedy for plates. Cuz comes over, drops Herald, and he's able to buy just enough time for the Sona rotation over. Speed ups for aiming means he gets here so insanely quickly. Ghosts as well, and goes for the Apotheosis forward with the dash. Doesn't even flash for this. And unfortunately, the Sona ult doesn't hit Juhan. And Zeka lives for so long that it forces a flash out of Rascal. He almost gets Juhan here because Jackson the skirmish is kind of crazy. They'll get a 6+25, but they get a turret. Problem is, 2 turrets go over to DRX in the interim.
Yeah, it's 2 versus 4. Well, 3 versus 4, with Kingen and Deft getting a fair bit of value. So I was very excited about that for KT just because it looked sick as Rascal almost manages to get 2 kills underneath the enemy turret. However, as you say, when the dust settles, it is DRX walking away with some advantages, despite not that showing in the goal.
One thing that is great for KT is that Jax now has 2 kills. He finished a cull, so Rascal has a lot of money. And so even though turrets go over to an Aatrox on one side, and Deft gets a turret bottom side there on that Xayah, at least you have a fed Jax angle now. So that is good. It's not just a, oh, we lost the turret trade.
Okay, I guess Rascal can just walk in and take a blue buff.
Sure.
Yeah, that's the thing. All right, well, Cloud Drake going to be picked up, and we have once again the Hextech support, KT. Picking that one up, evening out the Dragons.
Got to be careful about overextending here into this comp of KT.
Yeah, same can be said for DRX as well, because Feathers, if they're on the ground, can be scary. As Zeka has to demonically ascend, largely it is defensive as, okay, it's down extraordinarily low, has a lot of healing as the Sona just evaporates. She is so squishy. Aiming also tries to get that Apotheosis to work, but it's not enough damage, and Kingen just flashes on top of him. Rascal once again, another leap strike to try and escape, but Kingen, look at this, he's an army by himself, and now he has a cat. Brings his pet with him, and he's feeling so good. My God, Kingen, that was gorgeous. That whole passage of play.
I hate to say it at 17 minutes, but that might be the back-breaking moment here for DRX. KT were looking for anything. They were fishing for any opportunity, any angle, and it doesn't matter if you have the follow-up crescendo onto the Swain if he doesn't die.
Yeah.
And they don't hit multiple targets. DRX are pretty well split here, so when Cuz goes in on the Zeka, he's like, cool, but I'm Swain though. I press my ult button. Follow-up CC is all on the Swain. Nobody else is touched. Kingdom's not touched, Def not touched. Rascal's on the edge here. Juwan blocking him out with a Cyclone. He can't do anything. Can't get on the Deft, who just instantly pulls the feathers back onto him. Rascal's like, sorry, I'm out of here. Fight's over, but King and Aatrox, he's pushing for more. And this is basically a wipe fully onto KT Rolster. I mean, it is just straight up. Like, this stage of the game, 17 minutes in, your comp is already not working. I got bad news for its longevity. It has a very low life expectancy. The expiration date has been reached, and yeah, we can kind of go, well, it's only been a few minutes past the expiration date. Maybe we could win one more fight, but
it's still good.
It's still not good. It's not good, Atlas.
It's been in the
Don't drink
the
that
whole time. We're fine, all right?
Don't drink that Nilo Soda cup. Don't drink that.
All right, well, aiming is, was that it was. Okay, so Beryl steals the red buff with a prowling projectile. That is worse than Rascal coming in and stealing away the blue buff.
He's going to try to push a turret here. He's being escorted by Cuz, so it's not really greedy or risky. And KT are just trying to play the side lane game here and try to avoid fights right now before they have their combos set up again. They need an angle for it.
Well, Vision of Empire onto Vikla. Almost lands, doesn't quite, but still gets to never move. Rascal's going to be able to take this turret. It's a lot of investment for DRX on the bottom side, and they're not able to get that inner turret. So Rascal going to be trading up very nicely in this scenario. Cuz was there, right there with him. DRX didn't quite know, and so therefore couldn't commit to the play on the bottom side. As Aatrox moves on up, he was taking care of the mid lane as well.
It's like Cuz again, he's just trying to carry this team so hard. Zeka!
There's the flick, and they get the crescendo onto Zeka as well. He's pretty tanky right now, and he still has his Zhonya's. And oh my god, Zeka's never moves this game.
He also just still has Zhonya's. He doesn't care. He doesn't give. He just
doesn't give any mundos.
Yeah, no.
No mundos
I almost
at all.
said a bad word, but like he's like, I don't care if you guys ult me. Where is the damage? Where is the follow-up? I'm too tanky. I have Zhonya's armor. Now on top of it all, my ult isn't necessary to survive there. My Zhonya's isn't necessary to survive there. And KT keep hitting wombos, but there's no follow-up damage, and that's just the end of the story. Into the Swain, he's just such a perfect pick into this composition. DRX basically have the hard counter to KT's draft. And when you're this far ahead as DRX and you're the hard counter...
Yeah, the crazy thing is, Wolf, DRX have KT's last draft as well. You know, like it's the same solo lanes. And Kingen and Zeka are playing so incredibly well around them as well. As Kingen's going to find Cuz here, pulled back by the Infernal Chains, not quite able to get out of them, and now Deft moves on up. That's a very dead Sejuani.
Life doesn't have ult. He can't save him. He can't do anything. And I mean, we're trading Baron for an outer turret in the bottom side. Rascal's like, don't worry, guys, I got the turret.
Yeah, well,
and there's no Baron fight here without that Sona ult.
Might be able to get a second Drake as well, Wolf. Perhaps that's what they're going to be going for, is the Baron down to 50%.
Pretty much on spawn here.
Yeah.
It's the lethality Xayah. It's lethality on the Aatrox. And all they need is the front line of the Wukong Swain. Deft unkillable on this Xayah pick. Flash and cleanse. When will he ever need those? If everything is always used consistently on the Swain because the positioning and setup for DRX is so good, we might have one last run for Deft here.
We might.
The final moments.
He's done this before, Wolf. He did it last year on Harmon Life Esports. Deft and Chovy made it to Worlds there when, for all intents and purposes, they probably shouldn't have, from what we saw.
And KT, they had game one in the bag. They had it theirs. It was 100% their game. They messed up a few of the mid-game fights and tossed it away. We wouldn't even be here.
Yeah.
They had won that game, and it's really reminiscent of the Dom 1 Kia series they played where they were the favorites. Everybody was almost universally agreeing they were going to take that series. They choked there, and this draft was so greedy. Vikla drops the ball in the laning phase where he's otherwise dominated Zeka a majority of these games, and DRX just running away with it here in this final one. They have such an edge here. Yeah, gold lead only 2,500, nearly 3,000 here. but it's about the compositional advantages and the items they have, these champions have, that shut down what KT is trying to do. Maul for Kingen, he's like, you can't kill me either, you can't kill anybody.
Yeah. He's going to be finishing that Death's Dance relatively soon to have a whole bunch of swords in his inventory. As the inner turret finally going down here for DRX. And remember, DRX's Siege, they have a Xayah, and I'm used to talking about Xayah compositions as, oh, their Siege is quite low because they don't have a lot of range. Well, they have double the range of anyone on KT outside of maybe, you know, Sona and Vikla. I guess Vikla is the one that is going to be taking control of a lot, but still, if he steps forward, the never move is so dangerous, so it is very difficult to. And so Deft being able to side lane, being able to Siege, for DRX is actually very relevant, and he's a Xayah. It's just a weird situation.
What Kingen is doing differently than players like Dove and other top laners who found themselves in a situation where outer turrets are all gone and it's very difficult to side lane and put pressure on, he's just matching experience. Because Rascal is doing his best to side lane so he can try to get an experience edge and some extra money here so that maybe he can end up winning out in the side lane against Kingen. But unfortunately, he has Jax, so like that's the idea, but unfortunately, Kingen is just picking up every minion on the map, and he's not threatening any turrets because there's no outers or inners really for him to threaten, but he's just not missing a beat in terms of his farming. Yeah. And so the Jax is actually, in fact, now 2 levels behind, a level and a half. You can see here on the experience is exactly what I'm talking about. Korean casters, I guess, on the same page as me.
Yeah. Pointing that one out, inner turret now getting siege. Death over the wall, going to be clearing out this control ward. They do manage to get it, and they'll take the turret as well. KT bleeding right here. Baron buff, 10 seconds to go. That might give them some respite. 3 minutes until the next dragon is going to be available. And, oh man, it's just, do you know what the saddest part about this for me is, Wolf, is Cuz ending the series on this game after being so amazing every other time. This time, he's had some flubs on the ults. Things like this, as Sejuani hasn't looked as crisp as it has. And there is so much pressure. Remember, guys, this is a game 5. It's just so much to deal with.
KT have been so punishing, I feel, in all of their wins in the end of regular season, their playoff run against Damwon. That's their playstyle. I think very differently than Live Sandbox. They're very similar teams, but Live Sandbox forces really great fights, use mechanics. KT punishes mistakes, but there hasn't been an angle. With Juhan subbed in and Zeka getting a lead in mid lane, Cuz hasn't had really any opportunities to make big plays. Yeah, he was able to get the one big successful follow-up gank on the King and topside, but otherwise his early game was muted, and this comp needed to have a bigger advantage, it needed to have a bigger lead. And they put it all on the line here in game 5 with this, as Deft is like, I'm Xayah, flash cleanse.
Do you think they have enough vision? Look at that, they watched them walk over 2 wards. They're like, I'm ganking Deft.
Flash cleanse, ult for Deft 2, even if he didn't see them. He probably walks out, doesn't care. Oh, now they're going to teleport the punish.
Yeah, they're demonstrating. These are the wards, by the way, that you were walking on. As Vikla, yeah, he doesn't have the wall available. He blast cones in, Deft. Featherstorm to avoid, and there we go. That's a very easy pickup here for DRX, and it feels like they're toying with them. And remember, like, game number 2, it was KT walking off this stage saying, we are just the better players. That was in Rascal's voice comm, right? Like,
yeah. And they did it with the auto-lock Zyra that they didn't even want to play. They still pulled off the draft. A similar draft to this one nonetheless, but DRX had the answer this time around, and KT had so much expected of them. You know, they came into the playoffs as favorites against Damwon. People are saying, okay, like, Genji's going to pick Sandbox. They're not going to pick KT. Like, KT is just too volatile right now, too strong, potentially such a strong team in terms of setting up topside with Rascal in 12-14, and yeah, this is Vikla dying. We don't need to watch this or explain this again, but KT, they didn't show up big against Damwon, except in some of those games, and then here again, they showed up in some of these games super well. But I think everyone's going to always be looking back at Game 1, the game they should have won that they did not. Game 2 was impressive and basically a miracle.
I mean, for me, I'm looking back at the game that they should have won against Damwon.
Yeah.
Like, the Cloud Soul for Nexus experience was not it. KT this time did get the lone Cloud Drake in this game, so they're not going to be trading it this time around.
It's just been such a tragedy for this org. First playoffs in forever since we had franchising, and
I mean, it's just the life of KT, being KT fans, right? It's how it's always been.
And this was one of the things I really felt strongly going into this series is KT is a moniker of don't get excited because they've so consistently let their fans down, and think this is no exception, and it's really unfortunate. It's sad to say it. And yeah, Cronker predicted the 3-2, but like, let's be real, he had no idea how this was going to go. Nobody could have.
No, he did. The scholars told him. I am convinced. I am convinced that the scholars told him. We were talking about it yesterday, and he was reminded.
They let the fans down, they let the analysts down this time around too, and we're just doing narrative here because this game is 100% over.
I mean, it kind of is, and it kind of isn't, right? Like 4,000 gold, we shouldn't be writing obituaries necessarily, says the play-by-play, trying to make this as interesting as possible. But I do agree that it's going
not
to be
about the money.
Extremely difficult for KT, but the main reason why it feels so doomed is that it feels like in this game, DRX want it more.
Yeah,
that's what it feels like in their play. KT gonna have to show us. They're going to have to find one of these team fights that this composition is definitely capable of.
And it feels like also Xayah can't be killed, Zeka can't be killed in the Swain. Aatrox is fed and has Death Dance and Maul Malmortius. GA coming up here soon for Juhan. And even if you find the angle, even if you find the amazing combo, if you CC 3 players, do you win the fight as KT?
Yeah.
Answer is probably no. I mean, look at the Neela build. Phantom Dance or Death Dance. It's just like, give me any longevity. Like, give me any longer fight. Like, let me do anything. Death Dance on an 80 carry. We haven't seen that in quite some time, have we? But
last
not
time
a ranged champion.
Last time I saw it was in Deft's last game of solo queue, where he played Sivir with Death Dance and BT and Death Cap.
Yeah, AP items.
I don't know what was going on there, but he was having a really good time. He was like 18 and 3. So there we go. That was the last time I saw it on an 80 carry.
And Rascal is getting some side laning done. Like, that is happening. He is pushing this. And he's not going to be able to get this turret or anything like that. But the longer the game goes on, the more variance there is. Like, we're talking 35 plus. You know, DRX need to win this soul fight and win this and grab the soul itself. If KT buy time, then there's always a chance, right? Talia's on 3 items. She has a stopwatch. But functionally, KT should be basically down and out. They need a miracle. Rascal's got a flank angle here, but the minions will spot him, so...
Yeah, pings out immediately. You can see Kingen easily able to rotate over if they would like to. His rightward-facing swords have been completed, as well as the cheaper version as well. Sitting behind his boots. It is a very scary Aatrox for these next few fights. But of course, Rascal will be scaling towards some dangerous... Dangerous side laning capabilities here for KT. The 4-1 is certainly going to be a thing that we need to talk about.
Yeah.
But if DRX just getting these Barons, what does KT do about it?
I mean, the Baron clear time here is so quick at 30 minutes that even if Rascal pushes, he might get an inner, but that's all he's going to get here. He's not going to be able to threaten inhibitors. They have to fight for this, do something, anything.
Well, Cuz just been never moved, and that's kind of what it feels like. Demonic Ascension for Zeka, as he just says, nope, not happening. And yeah, Vikla, he threw in the wall and got the bad news. Rascal will be able to trade it for an inner turret, so consolation prize is going to be there for KT.
Yeah, and he's going to grab 600 gold. He has Sterex and a Frozen Heart. He's very difficult to kill. He's level 16 now. Yeah, and they will not be able to punish him. He's just going to walk away, but I think this is the right call for KT, actually, even though the Baron means so much, and it is going to be the extra pushing power and prio for this next Drake. I don't think KT could probably fight that one unless there's a huge error on DRX's part for the setup. I mean, look at this Swain, Rylai's, Sonya's, like...
Yeah, he's terrifying. He's building Demonic Embrace next as well.
Extra
Afterwards,
damage.
I assume, like, could be avoid stuff. Maybe he just goes all in on damage and just builds a cool hat. You never know.
I don't think we see 2 more items.
No, I don't
think the game ends before that.
I don't think we should. But Soul probably going to be the next big fight after DRX have done their best to break open the base here and put as much pressure on KT as possible. KT right now doing a decent job clearing out their minion waves, but that's because Kingen is pushing this wave forward. Jack's also splitting on the top side.
Goes top, and he does have teleport, so they have to be careful about any flank wards. There's one you can see just to the left of the Drake pit there that Rascal could teleport to. So he has a double threat here, one on the inner turret, of course, and Jax has been a late game win condition in the past, just as Dundun, you know, from Challengers. Yeah. You can actually just win the game if there's slow reactions.
Yeah, Rascal hasn't quite hit his 0-7 power spike just yet, but there is a chance. It's Deft doing his very best here, but it's the minions that are taking down this turret for now. The Feathers being in position has been really important for these sieges, as Featherstorm used aggressively, thereby Deft as they move forward.
And Cuz set up a ward.
The state of the game right now.
I don't think he has any wards. Okay, drops one here, so Rascal can TP onto that to try to stop them on the flank, and If there's a split back here, maybe.
Yeah. Well, the inhibitor goes down in that mid lane. Bounty gold picked up here by Rascal, though, as he takes the inhibitor turret.
DRX have full control over this Drake. 30 seconds on spawn. Only one inhibitor goes down, but still, DRX with a lot of power on the map, a lot of control. Kingen also has teleport. It's not like Rascal has a teleport advantage here. He's just sitting on the top side of the map, hoping that DRX rotate everybody in. They're hoping they can get a teleport out of Kingen or get him over.
And it's a naked base on the bottom side of the map, Wolf. Like, this is exactly what DRX wanted.
Exactly.
But now they need to play it out. Their objective setup has not been their strongest suit so far this series. They have to show us something better. As Cud's going to move on forward, gets that control ward down. Juhan on a flank angle. This is actually very dangerous. Prowling projectile gives away the position, though. As Rascal is teleported in. Force of Nature now completed. Kingen in this mid lane.
The open spot for KT is on the wrong side of the map here. They're just going to try to force it. One more fight, one more miracle.
Yeah, Rascal's going to jump in already, but there is the soul. And Zeka, look at this, flashing forward. The never move, not going to land because the flash does come in. But there it is, the ult from the Yuumi is massive. Life has to flash to get himself out of the way, and they just don't have the damage. Rascal off to the side. Can they get anything? No, the answer is as Deft moving on forward. Vikkla's going to go down, and DRX will be moving on to face off against Liv Sandbox. I am actually just baffled by this series, Wolf.
I'm floored by it as well. Aiming isolated here. Kingen won't hit him with the Q, but they are just going to push it to end it. Got to clear that minion. Cuz is trying.
Yeah, he's just trying to hold on to the minions where he can. The apotheosis big onto everyone is massive. Juhan as well going down extraordinarily low. And Rascal dives forward. He manages to take down Dev. But it's as heroic as he can make it in the death throes of KT. They are not going to be going to Worlds this time around. They're going to have to wait 5 years at least before they can get there, as Rascal will finally fall. The Nexus goes down, and DRX make it one step further towards the World Championship.
They earned it. They earned it tonight. They did not fall apart in game one against the face of a 10,000 gold lead. They survived. They stayed at Zeka. Did he give up in this series where he had two, honestly, terrible games where he did not perform? He didn't live up to expectations. He didn't give up. And the DRX coaching staff made a tough call. They subbed Kyoshik out. He's their franchise player. He's the player who's so famous for bringing DRX to so many critical moments, changing some metas in the past.
Yeah.
He's subbed out here. They make the call. They bring Juhan in, and it's like a light turns on for DRX. Everything is different from there on. They have two great mid-games back-to-back. They have the better draft in Game 5. And they have one best of 5 standing between them and going to another Worlds here. First time in 2 years.
Yeah.
Liv Sandbox and one best of 5. But for KT Rolster tonight, it's just another tragic end.
Yeah.
They lost the season. Now they're not going to Worlds.
And it's been 4 years since 2018. That was the last time KT was at the World Championship. So it's going to be at least 5 years. That's what I kind of meant, if it was a little bit confusing for some people. KT fans, it's been a while since they've been able to cheer on their team at the World Championships. And now it's going to be between DRX and Liv Sandbox.
We have now two of the teams that the more recent generation of Worlds fans knows, right? So we have, obviously we have Genji and T1, very famous, right? Damwon Kia advances.
Yep.
And if we see DRX win against Liv Sandbox tomorrow, we might not have any new team faces for Worlds. And I thought this was going to be a Worlds qualifier where we crown a new set of contenders potentially, right? At least one of KT and Liv Sandbox seemed very likely to go. Liv Sandbox getting upset yesterday, and now, you know, KT losing in this matchup. If DRX upset one more time, we have the classic four, right? You have the T1, Damwon, Genji, and DRX, so the teams that everybody knows. And I really thought this season might be the time where we move away from the big three. But DRX are making an argument. The depth is here to stay.
Yeah. And look, if they're going to play like this, then absolutely. Like, and by like this, I mean in the last couple of games. Because DRX did definitely really change how they were performing, Zeka especially. Like, look at this moment. Remember, this is 3 versus 4. I know it's a bit confusing because it sometimes looks like 2, but Beryl is there on the Yuumi as well.
It's crazy that this happened when KT won game 1, but then lost it technically. Then won with a Zyra accidental auto lock.
Yeah.
And then they win the next game on match point DRX sub Kyoshika, like the storylines of this best of 5 just go so deep. It is incredible what DRX have accomplished in this series, like truly.
Yeah.
That's why I said they really earned it. They really did. This is, in some ways, yeah, KT choking and making some errors, but I think more than that, this is DRX showing up tonight.
And drafting extraordinarily well as well. Like, the adaptation across the series for DRX is a huge step up from what we've seen in the past. There are so many things about DRX that I just wasn't expecting for today, and we're going to have to find out how Chronicler's gigantic brain managed to get to the bottom of the result of this series.
Juhan very vocal in the calls here. You can see pushing to end. I almost said the Korean word to end.
Well, that's what they said as well.
Yeah. Just hold the mid lane, like hold the mid wave so that we can end. Aiming tries to set up for a massive turn here with the Jax, and the Jax is there right on time. Maybe there's one angle for him to get a few kills, but they just don't have the damage. Yeah. He's calling out that Rascal has no flash, of course. Push the Nexus, push the turrets, I guess, first, and then the Nexus. It's done. No flash, no flash. We didn't win.
Yeah.
Or we didn't lose, rather. We didn't lose.
Yeah, that's what Def was saying. And you can see that on his mind is the fact that they have to come back here tomorrow and do it again, right? The celebration's not as crazy as they could have been otherwise.
Yeah. Oh, man, it's one of those nights. It's a sweaty best of 5 for me. Like, I'm kind of drenched. Like, we saw
I mean, it's warm in here.
things.
It's warm in here. We've got, I mean, KT fans and DRX fans are some of the most anxious that we have, right? Because consistency is not the name of the game for either of these teams. This series was so much fun, though. It's just so sad for KT. But, ladies and gentlemen, we have some men alongside to talk about this DRX victory, and Chronicler has some explaining to do.
Don't worry, guys. I figured it out, okay? Chronicler doesn't know, but I know. I know how he got the prediction right. You see, all of us, we were like, okay, KT, they're the obvious victors here. They are the better team on paper, in drafts, in former series that they've had this season. And Chronicler was the one guy, he said to me, you know what? I don't know who's going to win this one. So because he didn't know, and he did not have the confidence, just like both of the teams in this series, it was very themed, he was the one who was able to match the correct prediction. Exactly correctly, by the way. Not just a DRX win, but it's a 3-2 DRX win. Even Wolf was like, if DRX are going to win, this is going to be the way it's going to happen. And you didn't know it, and that's why you got it right.
I was being a little silly. I thought it was going to be a very close series, and it was like, instead of 3-2 for KT, I'll give it 3-2 to DRX. Now, had I known that Juhan was going to get subbed in, challenger jungler for Nongshim. Oh, no, I'm kidding. It really was a hunch, and sometimes you fall flat on your face, and sometimes the hunch works out.
Cubby, what were your thoughts on this one?
I don't know which I guess random prediction was better, the Zyra pick in game 2 or this prediction from Chronicler.
Yeah, very true, very true. The random numbers sometimes, you know, clock is right twice a day, broken clock. Either way, guys, we do have the draft as well. This one, for me, I'm just going to come out and say it. I think the Jax blind was a mistake. That was my take from this one. The Sona was an interesting flare that didn't quite work out. What did you guys think?
To me, the coming in of Neela very early on, Nia and Talia both really ran into that Swain. I think the Swain to me was both because Zaka played the best game that he has in the entire series, really leveled up as the series progressed. But that Swain, like trying to get through that with Talia, with Sona early on, with Neela, like, it doesn't happen. He never died. Like, he just tanked so much.
I really like the response into the Neela. I mean, it's a low-range marksman that has to go in to be effective. So what does DRX do after they see that? They take Xayah, Swain, and Aatrox. Those are 3 champs that just sound really good into what Neela wants to do. And also, Deft going for that poke build on the Xayah, I don't love it, but it also did throw KT off of that early dragon stacking that we have seen be so good for them in the latter half of this season. So I think that might have been more the reason we saw the Xayah, and it really paid off for DRX.
Yeah, and also, you know, the Jax was picked into the Xayah, and regardless of how much armor or whatever, he's going to have a super tough time of ever getting damage into depth, and Swain and Aatrox. It was just, you know, that was what we felt on the draft. Let's take a look at the one replay we have from this one. It's just this game, this highlight rather, because after this, DRX held on and won the game.
And I want to highlight, I think there's interesting conversations to be had about who skills better. Regardless, you don't want to fight here. This is a Fed Zeka, level 11, who you hard force and engage on, and you have double Eclipse Spike, right? Like, Death sitting on an Eclipse, so is Kingen, so they just dunk on them.
Yeah, the Neela fell so early to Kingen, and KT got split. Cuz was going for the pick. They were trying to pick Zeka. Not even close to having enough gas in the tank to take down that Swain. And yeah, with all the sustain that was on the side of DRX, if you can't find that first kill, they're going to turn it on you. Exactly what happened there.
Yeah, and that's a comp, you know, we talked a lot about it. It's a comp that once it gets ahead with those spikes, it's so hard to win as KT into that, especially based on the draft discussion that we did just have. Guys, we do have the interview ready to go, though, so I'm really curious to see what the guys in DRX have to say. Let's throw it over to Ji-sun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the interview, post-game interview from the DRX after taking down KT Roaster. Congratulations, guys. And you guys are now advancing to the final round of the regional qualifiers of the LCK. Deft, you are one step closer to making it into Worlds. How do you feel about heading into the final round tomorrow? We had a very close series today, and before the match, I actually, you know, had the memory back in the Kingzone days where I played with Cuz and Rascal in the exact same seat. So I got a little bit emotional before heading into the game, so I was having a hard time actually focusing up. But as time went by, I was able to, you know, kind of focus on the game. But yeah, you know, those old memories kind of hit me hard today. And Kingen, this one could have been your last match of the year, which means there were a lot of pressure on your shoulders. So what was on your mind on your way to Low Park today? So we were not doing great in practices, you know, and after playoffs we had about 2 weeks to prepare, and then we slowly, you know, got better. You know, we were improving, so we were like, as long as we can do, like, just like we do in scrims, you know, we can put up a great fight. So I think that's how we were able to do a great job today on stage. I was just about to ask you about that, because DRX at the end of the summer split, you guys were not actually, you know, at your peak performance. So what did you focus on heading into this gauntlet or the regional qualifiers? I mean, many different things, you know, but I think the key was, you know, actually finding the trust and faith of each other back, you know. We really wanted to focus on that in order to trust each other, just like we did in the past. So Kingen, let's get back to game number 1. You guys made a huge comeback after being about 10k gold behind. And yeah, I mean, I can't say that KT Roaster was the one actually that had the control of the game early on. So our head coach, after every loss, he was like, don't rush, you know, just enjoy, have fun on the Rift. So we were able to feel a lot more relaxed after hearing those advices. I think the key point was that we were not able to fall apart. You know, we were always strong mentality. Our mentality always remained strong, so we were able to push through until game number 5. And Juhan subbed in a very decisive moment, and he was actually wearing a huge smile on his face. So how was playing with Juhan today? So after like game number 4, I saw him like, and then he was like, yeah, I'm gonna be playing. And then also not only him, Juhan, but also like coaches and Pyosik, they were helping him out a lot, so we were able to get this win in the end. Not only Juhan, but Def and Zeri were doing a fantastic job as well. So game number 5 was so important. So was there any last kind of feedback heading into the game number 5? I mean, many different things, but I was pretty drowsy and sleepy, so I wasn't paying attention. What about you, Kingen? I mean, Def was like, please don't make this my very last match. So I really wanted to play well in order to make Def play more games this year. Which means we're having another match from Def tomorrow against Leap Sandbox. But in the very last game today, we had Nila Sona comp on the side of KT Roaster. Well, I mean, I practice Nila a lot as well, but she doesn't really go well with utility supports, you know, those Enchanter supports. But this time I saw her paired up with Enchanters twice today, so it was pretty easy for me to play against it. So in solo queue, I played against it, you know, and then I was like, yeah, this is pretty tough, so I decided to, you know, prepare a lot of strategy around it. I mean, you said you were sleepy before heading into game 5, so how were you able to kind of concentrate on the very last game after playing 4 beforehand? I mean, in scrims, you know, I'm even more exhausted, you know. I'm even more tired. So it wasn't really affecting my play, to be honest, but I mean, game 5 was pretty long, so I was a little bit sleepy, just to mention it. And then we had a solo kill as a start of game number 5, and you guys were pretty much dominating the very last game. When were you pretty confident that you'll get the win in the end? When we got the soul, you know, and then when Zeka got solo kills on the mid lane, he was like sounding pretty confident. He was like, mid lane is over. So yeah, we were pretty relaxed after that moment. And today we had a very special guest here at Lowell Park, Keria, supporting Def, and also, you know, Rascal as well. And is there any message over to Keria? Well, I'm not sure if it was here for me or Rascal, but I won, so I want to say thank you anyways. And let's hear a word from Keria. Well, yeah, I was here for both Keria, Deft and Rascal, you know. Winner will be my side, and when, you know, DRX was winning, I was like, oh, but KT has to win. And when KT was winning, I was like, ah, DRX has to win. So in the end, you guys are the winners. So I want to say DRX fighting. So yeah, I hope we can make it to Worlds together. I will do my best. The former bottom deal, you know, having some words on and off the stage here at Lowell Park. But what is your resolution heading into the finals round tomorrow? I'm gonna make sure to get a win tomorrow. And Deft. I mean, Deft, it's just like, seems like you're undefeatable at regional qualifier. So what are you looking for tomorrow? Last year, we beat Leap Sandbox and they didn't make Worlds, so I'm pretty sure they're going to prepare harder for tomorrow. So I hope, you know, you guys have fun. Which means, I mean, sorry I put that in kind of awkwardly, so I hope I can win, and I hope I can make Worlds. This will be the end of the interview from Deft Kingen, the winner of today's round of the LCK Regional Qualifier, and we'll be back for tomorrow. Thank you.
And there you have it, the interview from the boys from DRX. Obviously a very emotional series with Deft, you know, maybe retiring, maybe de-retiring, we're not 100% sure yet, but could have been his potential last game. Ends up it wasn't, so Kingen and Deft and the rest of them were able to get it done. And let's take a look at the results here. A very back and forth kind of roller coaster as well.
And that was with a, again, 10k gold lead in game 1. Could have been a 3-0. Could have been a quick and easy game, but instead, DRX ended up winning.
Yeah, and the dream for Deft, it stays alive, and we'll have to see what kind of form Deft is in tomorrow as, I mean, my eyes go straight to that bot lane matchup, Deft versus Prince. One of these two going to Worlds, very exciting.
Yeah, it's going to be kind of insane. And, you know, Def was like, oh, I'm a little bit tired today. He's got to take a rest and then play another best of 5 with his teammates tomorrow and potentially get a spot at Worlds. It's going to be one best of 5 to decide our 4th seed from the LCK. Make sure you guys do not miss it. Thank you once again for watching tonight, and we'll see you tomorrow for that final day.
Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down the walls I build around me. It's a strange magic every time we touch. Yeah, I'm falling for you. I'll keep falling, I'll keep falling for you. You are my greatest weakness. You are my greatest. You are my greatest weakness. You are my standing on the edge of this big love. I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down the wall